Sahi are quite unfair. In the future, she is going to be thrown into an unexpected misfortune that will make her feel like she was born from misery. In the past, there were times when she had sunny days, decent winds, and blooming flowers. Yet all that will always be seen as nothing, compared to what others experience. She has to worry about the important guest that will be arriving soon. After all, she has been instructed to make sure they are well prepared to receive her. While she is doing this, she wonders why Mrs. Chun, the woman in charge of overseeing the arrival of their guest, fell ill today. Aside from that, there's a lot of work involved in getting things set because their guest wants to occupy the annex of the guest house. It has been unoccupied for 9 years and was a mess until Sahi worked on it. She's done and decides to take a short break. She feels she should take a rest now, since she will be free until nightfall. Suddenly, she hears someone call out to a certain Lee Hyung-gu, asking him how long it has been. Sahi recognizes this Hyung-gu guy and wonders why he is here. She is still thinking about this, when he acknowledges that it has truly been a while since he saw his friend. He then asks him if he came to see his parents, which he did, but partly regrets now. Why? Well, that's because his parents keep nagging about him getting married. That's why he even left the house and came out to her some fresh air. He hates it when they bring up that topic, believing he is still too young to be thinking about marriage. However, he wants to know if Hyung-gu's family nags him about marriage as well. The question almost gets him laughing, as he struggles to withhold some information concerning his engagement. Information that an eavesdropping Sahi is curious to hear, as well as the guy he is conversing with. Finally, he spills, confessing that he feels he might be marrying Sahi. This information hits her hard, almost causing her to fall off, as the other guy asks Hyung-gu if he is dating Sahi. According to him, they are not dating yet, but their families have been discussing about them getting married. From his facial expressions, he looks like he supports his family's idea. Even his friend is in support, stating that if word of this gets out to their former classmates, it will drop jaws. That's because Sahi was so beautiful that she was the first love of most guys in the area. He wants to know if she is still as pretty, a fact Hyung-gu confirms, before adding that she is crippled now. He believes that she has nothing aside from her looks. His mother isn't even in support of the union, and the other guy can see why. At this point, Sahi decides to stop eavesdropping and leaves to go block the back path she forgot to block. She had forgotten because Mrs. Chun usually handled that, and she is sick now. She has to do it now before it's too late and their important guest arrives, but ends up bumping into a very handsome man. Their eyes meeting and trapping her in the longest second of her life. At least until those creeps keep talking about her, ending the moment. When they revisit the fact that she is crippled, the handsome guy has a look at her legs, still focusing on them when he hears that her only issue is her ankle. Everything else is good, and Hyung-gu hopes to have her soon and tell his friend how things went later. Sahi is obviously annoyed by the discussion, acting like she isn't bothered, when her ankle acts up and she trips right in front of the handsome stranger. It's quite embarrassing and gets even more embarrassing when he swoops in and saves her. He still has her in hand when he asks if she is the one the men are talking about, but Sahi just breaks free from his hold. Before leaving, however, she bows, politely, announces her exit, and just leaves to block the back path like she initially wanted to. Once she is done with that, she goes to see her grandmother at the Yongwadang guest house's main building. On getting there, she tells her she came in response to her call, and her grandmother introduces her to a much younger woman named Min Yojin. Apparently, she is from some place called Jungmoon Enterprises. This lady is their important guest, so Sahi greets her respectfully, before introducing herself and stating that she'll be assisting her. Throughout the introduction, their guest monitors her closely, waiting for her to finish, before asking if she is the granddaughter the old lady was referring to. She isn't, in fact, the person they had discussed earlier is Mrs. Chun, who is the second child, while Sahi is the first. She tells Yojin about Mrs. Chun's illness and repeats that Sahi will be taking her place for a while. Surprisingly, their guest ignores all the details and emphasizes on how pretty her substitute aide is. According to her, she is so beautiful that she can't take the old lady's comments about a certain CEO Young seriously. On hearing this, the mood in the room changes with Sahi's grandmother clearly feeling uneasy, but tries to hide that feeling with a fake smile. Along with it, she wards off the praises by claiming her little girl is from the countryside and cannot compete with the good looks of a CEO. She is desperate to change the topic as quickly as possible, so she sends Sahi to get some tea. The obedient young lady heads out as she has been instructed. On her way out, she figures out that something is wrong because of the pot of tea on the table and her grandmother's uneasy look. She realizes that the old lady probably wants to show off someone else and plans to make sure she doesn't interfere with that. While she is outside the room, she eavesdrops, listening to the claims that she is not in the best condition, but is skilled with her hands. She also hears when Yojin is assured that she will not be inconvenienced when she is assisting her. The younger lady replies in a concerned tone, her pity for Sahi and how she knows a good doctor she can be referred to. Her grandmother, who is still acting concerned, claims to like the idea, before stepping out to address Sahi. While outside, she reverts to her true colors, roughly handling the poor girl's pretty face, when she questions her for wearing makeup to welcome their important guest. She helps her clean off her makeup, as she reminds her that her privilege to live at the guest house comes from a certain family they are favoring. She just wants Sahi to assist Yojin until Mrs. Chun is back and demands that she exhibit proper behavior until then. For now, since it's time for dinner, the annex of the building will be unoccupied, so she orders her to ensure their rooms are comfortable while they are out. As her grandmother leaves, Sahi pats herself on the back for being right about her needing to be careful around their guest. With that in mind, she plans to do her best to avoid bothering Yojin and intends to keep a distance, even if she hasn't demanded it yet. She is so lost in thought at the moment that she ends up walking in on the handsome guest from earlier while he is dressing. For a second after entering, she is stunned by the man's frame, before realizing what she has done and apologizing for walking in on him. She decides to take her leave, feeling down that she has made a mistake. She scolds herself for not being careful enough because it's dinner time. She knows she should have checked before walking in, but assumes she is okay, since the man didn't seem pissed by her intrusion. Well, she feels that way until she notices the large shadow she is trapped in, and he asks her to come in. She is obviously reluctant to do so, but ends up obeying. Luckily for her, this time he is fully dressed, allowing her to be free enough to apologize to him for her rudeness. He agrees with her that walking into a room without knocking is rude. In her defense, she claims she had heard everyone went for dinner and apologizes again. The man just assures her there is no need for her to apologize, as he makes his way to the door. Once more, Sahi is trapped for a very long few seconds, feeling nervous as she asks herself why this man is staring at her. He is almost at the door when he pauses, intending to say something to her, but gets interrupted by one of his staff. The man, while addressing him as CEO Jung Taeon, informs him that the preparations for the video conference as well as their meeting with headquarters have been completed. He requests that they leave now, giving Sahi the opportunity she needs to escape this. However, when she announces her intention to leave, CEO Jung Taeon instructs her to bring dinner to his room, after which he leaves. It's been a very hectic night for her, leading to a sunny morning that Yojin starts with prayers. While she is praying, she focuses on the company and Taeon, but the man in question is busy working while she is at it. When she notices this, she calls him, ordering him to come and offer prayers like she is doing. She warns him to listen to her because she is his mother. Still, he refuses to listen. She then decides to try reasoning with him and starts by claiming to understand why he is unhappy about everything. She knows he is pissed because he was forced to come all the way out here as soon as he got to Korea, but she emphasizes that there was nothing she could do about it, since it was the chairman's decision. Despite this, she wants him to consider this as his first break in a long time and isn't done addressing the matter when Sahi shows up. She intends to come in, but even before she does, Taeon recognizes her voice. As soon as she steps in with the cold water Yojin requested, their eyes meet, making her feel uncomfortable, as she believes he is watching her again. Regardless, she ignores the stare, addressing his mother, who starts interrogating her all of a sudden. She knows the girl's name, but is curious about her age. On hearing that she is 28 years old, her curiosity increases, prompting her to ask Sahi if she has a boyfriend. She replies that she doesn't, so Yeojin wants to know why, especially since she is around the qualified dating age. It doesn't take Sahi too long to find the best way to kill the topic, which is to confess she isn't interested in stuff like that now. Surprisingly, Yeojin supports her excuse, praising her for being pretty and young. She believes there will be no problems for her now and she can do whatever she wants before finding a partner to settle down with. To her, there is no need to rush because dating and marriage are filled with complications, something they both agree on. Taeyeon, on the other hand, does not agree, so he ends up laughing, pissing his mother off in the process. She demands to know if she said anything funny. According to him, her words were encouraging, but she replies that she wasn't talking about him. After all, his circumstances are different and he needs someone reliable by his side to help manage the company. Still on this, she admits she wondered what he would be doing with all his free time while they are here, and suggests he goes on blind dates. She plans to set up those dates, but doesn't even notice the staring contest between her boy and Sahi. Eventually, she gives up, turning away when Yojin reminds Taeyeon of how he always insisted he was busy back in Seoul. Now the chairman has done her a favor, denying him of that excuse. Suddenly, she remembers something that had slipped her mind and starts searching for it. It's an envelope she wants Sahi to give her grandmother, and it contains a list of the blind date partners for her son. She wants the old lady to run through the list and see who is more compatible with him. After doing this, she leaves with him, probably because she wants to discuss more with him concerning the blind dates. Yojin believes they do not have much time and advises him to make sure this doesn't drag on for too long. She wants him to meet with the ladies first, and when he finds one he clicks with, they'll proceed accordingly. Finally, he agrees, but that's not enough for her. What's important now is determining whether he is interested in their little idea, or has his interest caught in something else. That something else is Sahi. So she asks him if she caught his attention, pointing out that she is very beautiful. Yet, when she asks Taeyeon if the girl is his type, he laughs, letting his mother know that he can see what she is up to. A surprised Yojin accepts defeat, wanting to know if she made things too obvious. He simply responds with a piece of advice that she should go inside and get some rest since she looks tired. He then leaves her to herself, walking away, while thinking about how all he has to do is make the move if he is interested in someone. He agrees that Sahi is beautiful, but he'd rather not become a pathetic fool and waste his time on a pointless dream. Elsewhere in the Yongwadang compound, the girl of the hour is moving from room to room with clean bedsheets. Apparently, she is feeling tense and believes it's because she is tired. She has given her grandmother the envelope as she was instructed and plans to head back to her room once she drops all the bedsheets. It's no surprise that the next room on her list is Taeyeon's. After what happened yesterday when she bumped into him, she decides to ask if she can come in before she does. Nevertheless, when she gets no response, she concludes no one is in and is grateful for this. She just wants to get over with this quickly and leave, until she notices the dinner she brought for him last night is still untouched. It annoys her that he instructed her to bring it to his room when he didn't even eat it. This alone makes Sahi conclude that Taeyeon is the type of person who has had all he wants since birth. She suspects that this makes him not hesitate to boss people around, but he can't shake off the weird looks he keeps giving her. Like earlier, when she was speaking with his mother, he just stared at her without hiding it, and that disturbed her. In the end, even though she can't stop crossing paths with him, she hopes to avoid getting involved with him for as long as possible. After all, he isn't going to be around for long, and he is supposed to meet prospective marriage partners. Luckily for Sahi, even upon her deep thinking, she finishes making the bed without bumping into Taeyeon. Now all she has to do is leave the room, but then she gets distracted, recalling something Mrs. Chun had told her about Yonghwadang. She had said some of their guests used it as a place to hide their secret love affairs. Now she suspects Taeyeon is like that, seeing him as shameless even though he is unmarried. Plus, the building's annex has 2 rooms, one occupied by him and the other by his mother. The rooms are not even that far apart, and she suspects he has been having intimate moments without respecting the distance between them. At the end of the day, she is still cleaning when he starts heading back. However, on his way back, he stumbles upon a familiar face, some guy in glasses who informs him that his room is being cleaned at the moment. He had been waiting for Taeyeon all this time, but our boy is more focused on his room that is being cleaned. Just then, Sahi steps out and their eyes meet, resulting in another awkward moment. Still, she can't avoid this and walks up to Taeyeon and his visitor, who immediately starts a conversation with her. Firstly, he confirms that she is working at the guest house, before he introduces himself as the CEO's secretary. With a warm smile, he thanks Sahi for looking after them during their stay here. Sure, she takes the compliment as well as the opportunity to escape a long conversation with the men. Still, before she can leave, Taeyeon stops her and hands her a drink. It looks like a kind gesture, but then she remembers what she saw in his room and that she views him as a pervert. That prompts her to refuse the drink and head out. While she leaves, Taeyeon just watches her with his mind fixed on her words. No, I'm fine. I'll take my leave now. He is puzzled that after those 3 sentences, she ran away, making him wonder if she thinks he wants to pounce on her. He doesn't understand what has made her wary of him until he steps into his room and sees a box on the table. He suspects that his mother had sent the box and Sahi probably saw it, which was why she was acting funny. Upon that, he believes this just made things interesting. Now, back to the box. Taeyeon knows his mother didn't bring it here herself, after all. They parted ways not too long ago. He suspects she sent Secretary Kim to handle it, but he acts ignorant. The poor guy eventually breaks, and his body expressions of uneasiness eventually betray him. In the end, Taeyeon doesn't really scold him. He just wishes he was more discreet next time he is carrying out his mother's will. The secretary apologizes, but Taeyeon suggests he forget about it, before he slumps on a chair, looking frustrated. Because of his change in mood, Kim suspects something is wrong. He wants to know if something happened between this guy and his mother, but even he doesn't know. All he knows is that she is on edge. Because of his response, Secretary Kim admits that he is also frustrated, so he understands how Mrs. Yojin is feeling. Taeyeon is now interested in knowing what he is frustrated about. He confesses that he is stressed because they are cornering his boss and protecting a man named Jung Tae-jun, who is already done for. This man who they are talking about is Taeyeon's older cousin who was given a position in their company's construction group by the chairman. At first, it looked like things were going great for him, until the embezzlement of 8 billion won that stemmed from his misconduct. His poor ability to cloak his corruption gave Taeyeon the opportunity he was waiting for to cut his cousin down. Unfortunately for him, the chairman stepped in and protected the corrupt one. He constantly protects this man, and he is only doing it to keep Taeyeon in check. He is sure Chairman Young isn't planning to simply hand over the company to him, and he is ready to take it by force. His plans to do so have not been revealed yet, but for now, he questions Secretary Kim about the spring basketball game opening in 2 weeks. He is informed that his information is right on point, and that the club already sent them an invitation. He intends to look into this matter, believing things should settle nicely in about 2 weeks. Even if they don't, he wasn't the one who came up with the idea in the first place and feels the chairman would understand. Later in the day, Sahi is resting, as she reminisces on what happened earlier on with Taeyeon. Looking back, she wishes she just accepted the drink and wasn't unnecessarily cold to him. She is still thinking about him when she looks up to the sky and prays for Mrs. Chun's quick recovery. If her prayers are answered, Mrs. Chun will take over from her and she won't need to cross paths with Taeyeon again. Suddenly, she gets a message, disrupting her deep thinking. It's a message from a certain Kim Jawan, claiming to have some good news for her. Intrigued, she decides to call him and hear what he has to say. Once he picks up the call, she goes straight to the point, demanding to know what's going on, but he hesitates. Firstly, he wants to know how she can go straight to the point without first saying hi, and tells her he will be at her place soon. Obviously, this comes as a surprise to her, but he doesn't seem to mind asking her to come outside. Normally, she wouldn't have, but he claims it's important, so she decides to hear him out. Luckily for her, she doesn't have to wait too long for him to arrive, and when he does, he is loaded with smiles. Juwan's happiness is mainly because they haven't seen each other in a while, but she is more interested in the important information he was talking about on the phone. Again, he scolds her for being too straightforward before handing her a letter. Before reading it, she asks what it is and is shocked to hear it's a recommendation letter to study abroad. She wants a better explanation, but Juwan presses her to read it further, because the senders are expecting a response within the next 2 weeks. According to him, their terms aren't bad either. They just need her to show up without a care. He explains that it's a lifetime opportunity that will change the way she lives now. Juwan really wants her to consider it and is about to leave when he perceives the smell of cigarettes. Immediately, he wants to know who is smoking, waving his hand about to drive away the smoke, when Sahi stops him. Suddenly, she notices his attention is fixed in the opposite direction and turns to see what he is staring at. She discovers it's Taeyeon, and his presence causes a very awkward stare down between the three. During this time, Juwon can tell something is up, but is lost in the moment until Sahi snaps him out of it. In a bid to escape the CEO, she suggests they move their conversation into the guy's car. However, he dismisses her, emphasizing that he has nothing to say to her, but she persists. It's uncertain what she wishes to discuss with him, but he ditches her without waiting to hear it, leaving her by the sidewalk to deal with Taeyeon. She is certain he saw them bickering like children and looks over to see if he is still watching her, but spots him leaving. She has noticed that only irritating things happen when they cross paths and wonders if she has the right to be annoyed by that. After all, he is just an important guest. A very important one that means nothing to her life. Little does she know what the future holds. Eventually, nighttime arrives at Yeonghwadang when Sahi is finally off duty and has time to go through the recommendation letter she was given. She stares at the letter, wondering why this is happening now after she had already given up. Before she ended up here, she spent 4 years studying fine arts, but never believed it could turn out to be a viable career for herself. At the moment, she considers taking this opportunity because she already plans to leave the guest house soon. She is still weighing her options when some guy comes to her door, knocking it as he claims to be her uncle. The man wants Sahi to come outside for a second. When she opens the door, she is about to ask him to come inside when she notices how nicely he cleaned up. She wonders if he is just returning from a date, but he ignores the question and hands her the fast food that he picked on his way to see her. She is stunned by the fact that it's a hot dog, but her uncle is more focused on the fact that he heard she skipped dinner. It's a clear show of kindness, and Sahi thanks him for it, but then he asks her something about the Young family, their important visitors. He wants to know if she is aware that his family will be paying their respects to their deceased tomorrow. She is aware of this, glad that she wouldn't have to run into their crazy family tomorrow. Her uncle, on the other hand, is still talking about the Youngs and how everyone has been working hard to inherit the company. As he recalls, their family was on the edge after their first son passed away. His death left the entire family growing pale and confused, for fear of failing their big family name. What she knew was that the entire family seemed terrified of Chairman Young at the time. Where was Taeyeon when the eldest son passed away? It turns out he was still just a college student at that time. He was young, no doubt, but he didn't appear shaken by the news of his brother's loss. He handled the loss well, and on the funeral day, when Sahi's uncle saw him, he knew he was the only man destined to take over Youngmoon. Hearing this gets Sahi listening, with her thoughts going back to that snowy evening, 9 years ago. She focused on the day of the ceremony for the lost Youngmoon heir. That day, she recalls Taeyeon as being one of the persons who came for the ceremony. Nevertheless, that was a long time ago, and today Sahi is planning on enjoying her day. With the guests paying their respects, she smiles at the thought of not having to deal with any of them to avoid awkwardness. To ensure things go that way, she heads over to the annex to clean the rooms before they return. However, when she gets there, she bumps into the one person she is trying to avoid. She doesn't see him until he calls out to her and she looks up. Sahi can see that his buttons are undone and things get creepier when he tells her he has a favor to ask. He wants to know if she has some time to spare, and she claims she does. On the inside, she can't understand why he is asking for favors in such a disoriented state. She suspects that he brought a woman here when his mother was away and probably wants her to clean up after him. To her utter amazement, she is far from the truth. He actually needs her to help him sew back 2 buttons that fell off. This is awkward for her, but she manages to direct him to take off the shirt so she can get her sewing kit and help him out. Just to be sure, and because of Sahi's ankle condition, Taeyeon informs her of his video conference in 30 minutes, seeking to know if she'll be done before then. Now that she thinks about it, getting back to her room will take at least 15 minutes, even if she walks quickly. When she does get there, she'll have to sew the buttons and bring it back. She can tell this wouldn't work, but then Taeyeon brings up the option of them going together. Sahi is about arguing, but he explains that this way, she can come back on her own, while he goes for his conference. He also talks about how it takes a while to get to her room from his room, but she responds that with his pace, it should take him 5 minutes. Regardless, he is okay with cranking it down a notch for her sake, and they start their walk to her room. During the early stages of this walk, Taeyeon notices he is being too fast, recalling what he told her some seconds ago, before he calms down to wait for her. In 15 minutes, they are at Sahi's room, but she is having trouble ascending the stairs. When he notices this, he offers to help. But she declines his offer, claiming she can do this on her own. Still, he persists, asking her to hold on to him since he won't let her make him look like a jerk. At this point, she has to give in and hold on to him. When they eventually get to the top of the stairs, she thanks him and goes into her room to get the kit. While she is in that, she asks him to take off his shirt and hand it to her, after which she steps into the room. In there, she makes up her mind not to get involved with Taeyeon again. In fact, once she fixes the shift, she plans on sending him on his way. For now, she has to focus on fixing the shirt, as she has found her kit and permits him to go in and take off the shirt. As he does this, Sahi gets an urgent call from the CEO of a publishing company. She takes the call, but greets the caller in a low tone that the caller pays no attention to. Instead, he is interested in the file she had sent him the morning. Apparently it is the wrong file, and he wants to know if she can send it again. Obviously, she can't. Her excuse is that she is preoccupied and she will get back to him within an hour. But then Taeyeon takes off his shirt and hands it to her. This results in another few seconds of unsettled silence. During these few seconds, the caller goes wild, believing her line is dead. Sahi, on the other hand, has forgotten she is on a call and is focused on Taeyeon's perfect bare body. Luckily for her, she snaps out of her little trance in time and is about to start stitching it when she gets the buttons from him. Before she starts properly, she advises him to go in since it's cold outside. He simply does as she asks, leaving her to stitch the shirt. As she fixes it, however, she feels uneasy, because she concludes Taeyeon is watching her. She can sense his gaze and decides to have a little peek, to see if he is actually staring at her. It's a mistake, by the way, leading to her accidentally piercing herself. Her mistake gives her a little cut in the hand that spills a little blood on the shirt. Now she starts to panic, fearing that her stain on the shirt has jeopardized his meeting. She concludes he doesn't have that many shirts and is about to break the news to him when he asks if she is done. Yes, she is. But then there's the issue of the accidental stain that he doesn't pay much attention to. Instead, he wants to know if Sahi has a job. She affirms that she has a job, wondering if he thinks she is jobless because she is always running errands around. Taeyeon wants to know the type of job she is doing, so she tells him she is a writer. An amazing occupation, so he wants to know if she is well known. She can't really give a straightforward response, but believes that to some extent she is, which makes him even more curious. Yet, before he can ask her anything more, she welcomes him to surf the internet to determine whether she is well known or not. He grins at her response and sees himself out after thanking her and imploring her to get some rest since his mother will be back in the evening. Soon the scene shifts from Sahi observing Taeyeon as he rushes for his conference to him attending the video conference. The other participants are busy dropping facts and important details. Meanwhile, his mind is on Sahi and her writing career. He decides to pick up his phone and search for her. She is indeed a novelist, as she had claimed, and her book, Cotton Dust, shocks him so hard that he has to react. Upon his reaction, Secretary Kim gets curious, wanting to know if there is a problem. Taeyeon replies that there isn't, but in truth his reaction was caused by one of the kiddies' books Sahi wrote. With the way he is smiling, he'll probably bring this up later, even though she might have forgotten they discussed something like this. Currently, with the Youngs away, she is enjoying some sweet old peace and quiet in Yeongwadang. It's almost like some dream until Lee Hyung-gu shows up and interrupts it. He came to see her with a bouquet in hand and a cheeky smile, seeking to know where she was. He's probably expecting a return smile, but instead she ignores him, wounding his pride. Despite her cold response, Hyung-gu refuses to back down, demanding to know why she is ignoring him. She simply continues with the cold vibe she is giving and advises him to do what he came here to do and leave. He replies that he came here to see her and hands over the bouquet to her. He also claims to understand that she is busy, so he goes straight to the point and asks her to marry. After his proposal comes a cry for help explanation of his feelings. Meanwhile, Sahi goes quiet. She remembers all he had said about her a few days ago and asks him how much she is worth. Young-gu didn't see this coming and didn't even look interested in the question when Sahi clarified. She explains that she is asking him how much she is worth or how much he wants to pay for her, but he doesn't respond. This gets her even more curious to know why he is putting up a show like he is a different person. With nothing to say, Hyung-gu relies on the fact that Sahi's grandmother said he is a good fit, but she retorts with the suggestion that he marry her grandmother if that's the case. Those words pierce him deeply, so he takes the poor girl by the arm and asks her how long she plans on pretending to be someone important. She agrees that she is a nobody, but that's not enough reason for her to marry him. He is nothing to her but a short and ugly former classmate, and he refuses to accept that, forcing her somewhere else. To the best of her ability, Sahi tries to resist, but he overpowers her. Still, she refuses to go quietly, yelling at the top of her voice until Taeyeon coincidentally shows up. He immediately interrupts their not-so-friendly reunion, prompting Hyunggu to ask her if she knows him. Surprisingly, she is unable to respond and just looks away, right before she collapses. All this is too much for her, as far as she's concerned, taking away all the strength in her legs, but Taeyeon doesn't let her sit there wallowing in self-pity. He walks over to her and asks her if she has taken care of the favor he asked. Although she doesn't respond, he reaches for her bag and declares that he was right. He then addresses Hyunggu as a flower vendor who sells cheap flowers, someone they shouldn't have roaming around Yongwadang. To piss him off further, he smiles at him cheekily and pulls out his wallet, intending to buy the flowers. From his wallet, he removes 100,000 won and hands it over to Hyunggu. He doesn't even take the flowers, but he does help Sahi with her bag and offers to help her up. Initially, she is reluctant to take his hand, but she does, eventually leaving the other guy awestruck and annoyed. He questions the man's right to take Sahi away, as well as treating him like a flower vendor and giving him money. Looking back, he regrets not being more assertive. He is busy venting when her grandmother walks to him and asks if he has come to see Sahi. He tells her that he is about to leave since Sahi seems busy, but she is curious to know if the young lady hasn't opened her heart to him yet. Hyunggu assures her it's fine and he will try harder, showing his face around her more often, but she refuses. Her reason is that there is an important guest at the guest house, so he should limit the way he comes around. She feels it would be wise if he arranges a meeting with Sahi elsewhere, but all he can think about is the important guest and how he might be the guy who insulted him earlier. He knows that man is the CEO of Young Moon Constructions, Jung Taeyeon, but he says nothing about their encounter to the old lady. He just takes her advice that young people should spend time outside for their feelings to grow. After all, she wasn't trying to tell him not to come around totally, but just for the moment. When she is done, he claims to understand, having this evil smile on his face as he leaves. Because of what happened, he feels Sahi is materialistic, but consoles himself with the belief that she will amount to nothing but a mistress to Taeyeon. Sure, he has a new unknown enemy, but at the moment he is leading Sahi back to her quarters. Upon arrival, he lets go of her and she thanks him for having her back earlier. Instead of replying with the usual, "You're welcome," he states that he has noticed there are many men around her. He has seen that there is one who tells her he loves her and another who wants to marry her. He perceives she would have to explain these men to someone she is dating, if she was in a relationship. Although she isn't romantically attached to Taeyeon, she explains to him that the guy with the flowers was just being stubborn, and the one from earlier, Juwon, is a college classmate. She adds that he is playful, which is why saying "I love you" is something he can do easily. In truth, it means nothing to him. Suddenly, she realizes she doesn't have to explain anything to him, as whether or not she is messing around doesn't concern him. She thanks him again for earlier and intends to leave once he hands her her things. For some reason, he hesitates, and then he asks her if she needs help with Hyunggu, but she wants to know why he wants to help her. According to Taeyeon, he wants to help for his benefit as well. He came here to relax and clear his head and didn't want anything interfering with that. If anything that will interrupt that rest arises, he will be in a tough spot. That being said, he permits Sahi to say she is dating him, when next Hyunggu bothers her. He senses that saying their clothes wouldn't be bad for her, and when it gets inconvenient, she can just say they broke up. It's a really generous offer, but she refuses. She assures him she will ensure she doesn't inconvenience him again, so he doesn't have to worry. She is about to leave after the bold speech, but Taeyeon stops her again, reminding her of her bag. She then tells him he can have it, as it's just rice cake. Later on, after a night shower, he checks the bag to confirm its contents. To his shock, it's not rice cake, but taffy. He finds this interesting, wondering if the rice cake's transformed or something, since the Sahi is the granddaughter of a famous shaman. He then declares that it is sweet, but it's not bad, and it's unclear whether he is talking about the taffy or Sahi, but he is certain she played some kind of trick on him. Also, within Yongwadang's walls, poor, sick Mrs. Chun gets a visit from her replacement. She asks the young lady about the honey rice cakes she was to bring for her from the market, seeing as she brought something else. Sahi, who is very much ashamed of herself, tries to act natural, claiming she tried to make a replica of the dessert Mrs. Chun served her a while back. She just stares at the not-so-edible-looking meal and tags Sahi as a person who can draw well but can't cook. She eventually has a bite, even though she is not impressed that the young lady is blaming her failed cooking on the fact that she had trouble bringing the food to her. She then promises to get Mrs. Chun honey rice cakes tomorrow and regrets leaving the one she got today with Taeyeon. Had she known, she would have taken it when he returned it to her. She is really feeling bad now, but her sick colleague assures her it's okay. She knows about her leg condition and how walking to the market would be hard for her, so she wants her to forget about it. She is yet to say more when she notices her clothes are soiled and asks about them, but Sahi tries to avoid the question. Mrs. Chun lets it slide. Nevertheless, she warns her to be more careful and wants to know if she is hurt anywhere else or needs to go to the hospital. Her concern brings smiles to our girl's face because she is so overprotective of her that she wants to be more worried about her and advises her to get some rest, as a mother would. Before she lets her go, she admonishes her to be more careful and lets her know that she cannot get enough sleep because of her. In return, Sahi gleefully assures her she would do just that, right before she leaves. On her way to her quarters, she reminisces on her time with Mrs. Chun, specifically her constant nagging that she barely escaped. As usual, the older lady kept going on and on over nothing. She occupies Sahi's mind until she gets home to meet the rice cakes she gave Taeyeon at her doorstep. She wonders if he left it here for her, and remembers that he permitted her to claim they were dating. Why is she thinking about this at this hour? She doesn't know, but it looks like Sahi and Taeyeon are starting to like each other. In the end, it looks like Sahi is feeling it more, as she wasn't able to get any sleep until morning. It's all because of the memories of what happened yesterday, but she has work to do at the annex. She'll eventually have to go handle that, but she prays she doesn't bump into him in the process. Her wish is next to impossible, leaving her to ponder on what to do. Eventually, she summons up the courage to go to the annex, but peeps before walking in. This is just so she can confirm if there are people there or not. Since it looks like no one's home, she enters, only to meet the one person she hoped she wouldn't bump into, Taeyeon. He doesn't see her at first because he is busy with his golfing kit, but she says hello, announcing her presence only to get a nod in return. She is offended by the shallow response and can't tell whether he acknowledged her greeting or not. To prevent herself from getting even more pissed off, she leaves and goes to attend to his mother. Still, he says nothing to her. Fast forward to inside Yojin's room, she is on a call with an acquaintance concerning their kids and their dating life. From the conversation, Sahi understands that the blind dating is about to begin. Nevertheless, she minds her business and continues with her job, while Yojin continues her conversation. Soon, she and the caller are discussing how their kids' feelings for each other would need to be mutual for them to get married. At the moment, it's very unlikely that this will happen, but she admits it'll be fun if it did, and she would love for them to be in-laws. Sahi, who is still minding her business, is almost done cleaning when she notices a piece of cloth beneath Yojin's leg. She isn't comfortable with pulling it out, but has to do it. During her attempt to take the cloth, Taeyeon's mother spots her and resorts to speaking in lower tones. But when Sahi is done cleaning, she puts the call on hold to give her a thumbs up. However, when she returns to her call, she tells the caller that the cleaning lady just left. Those words definitely hurt poor Sahi, but she ignores them. On stepping out of the room, she notices that the skies cleared up while she was working, right before she notices Taeyeon staring at her. To him, she bows politely and leaves, intending to hurry back to her room since she is tired. As if it'll be that easy. Her plans end up coming to a pause when Taeyeon purposely hits a golf ball past her. Regardless, he claims it was an accident and apologizes, requesting that she get his ball for him. Although she knows it's all an act, she obeys, picking the ball and handing it over to him. She then bows again, intending to leave, when once more the ball drops at her feet. This time, she doesn't need him to tell her to pick it up. She just does. She is now certain that he is doing this on purpose. but the annoying smile on his face makes her wonder if he has lost his mind. He asks her if she enjoyed the rice cakes. She claims she did, but can't understand why he is talking so freely with her when his mother might hear them. Still, she claims she enjoyed the rice cakes. He then tells her he enjoyed the taffy, which confuses her at first. She argues that she never gave him taffy, only to recall that the owner of the rice cake store gave her some free taffy. Initially, she wondered where it went, but now she knows that he ate it. Taeyeon, on the other hand, feels the taffy wasn't meant for him and apologizes for eating it all. As usual, it's not just some ordinary apology. He claims he has to pay her back for eating all the taffy, but she doesn't welcome the idea. She even tries her best to argue that she has received more than enough and begs him to take back his golf ball so she will be on her way. He is about to drag this topic when Secretary Kim swoops in to save the day, without even knowing. He actually came to tell Taeyeon about the team leader of their home maintenance team that has just arrived for work, and offers to call the man since Taeyeon seems angry with him. However, he refuses, suggesting he will make the call himself and goes to do it, leaving Saehee with the ball still in her hand. She just stares at the ball, feeling uneasy when Secretary Kim notices her. He identifies her as the lady he saw the last time he came around and greets her politely. He's probably been the nicest to her today, with their conversation causing Taeyeon to hold back calling the team leader. He watches as the secretary swarms Saehee with warm smiles and a question about her day. He also sees when she replies with a similar smile and tells him she will be leaving. It looks like he isn't comfortable with her leaving so soon, yet he advises her to be careful on her way back. He probably doesn't notice when she drops the ball, but he does watch her leave until Taeyeon calls him and warns him to stop flirting. When he claims he isn't, Taeyeon further accuses him of flirting on the job, forcing him to beg even more in a bid to prove his innocence. Because he knows Secretary Kim is innocent, he drops the topic and asks him if he can get a book for him. He replies that he can get it before evening if he gives him the title of the book. It's Cotton Dust, Sahee's book. When asked if he needs the book for work-related purposes, he assures the secretary it's for something else. Later that morning, Saehee is back at her place getting ready to rest, because she is tired and worn out. Sadly, when she lies down to rest, all she can think about is Taeyeon. She is angry at him for acting the way he did earlier. She can't tell whether the whole golf ball fiasco was a game to him or he was doing it for fun. She warns herself not to be swayed by them. To them, she is an insignificant existence. At a time like this, a new car pulls up at Yeonghwadang's gates, a car that looks like it's filled with drama. Upon its arrival, Saehee wakes up, unaware of the car, but suffering from a serious headache. She was unable to sleep last night. To add to that, she had a nightmare. The nightmare was about a memory from a day she hadn't thought about in a while. It was on a rainy day, by some body of water, and a young girl was crying about her toy floating away. Young Saehee was there and advised they head back and return later to search for the toy. The kid persisted, called her Uni, and hugged her. The her of back then was easily swayed by that title, especially when her half-sibling said it, as whenever she used it on her, she felt like they were really family. That was why she agreed to keep searching for the toy that day. She was so engrossed in her search that she didn't notice her half-sister had gone silent. The water current was strong, and she was sure the toy had drifted away. But little did she know their coming there had nothing to do with the toy. Nevertheless, she realized something was wrong when her half-sister, Hyunji, lunged at her, back to the present day. She worries that she might be getting sick and can't understand why she suddenly had that nightmare, until she hears a familiar voice call her grandmother. Talk about nightmares in the flesh as Saehee watches Hyunji reunite with their grandmother. She looks like the exact opposite of our girl, like she had a better life. Unfortunately, Saehee didn't know Hyunji was to return today, and remembers that in that memory, she tried to push her into the water. She claimed that her mother said their family would do fine without her, and their family would finally be happy. It makes sense now. The reason why her grandmother belittled her before Yeojin on day one was so that Hyunji would get Taeyeon and not her. Her mother had a tough choice to make on the day of the accident. It's either Saehee, the child of the man who abandoned her, who was being loaded into the ambulance, or the child who was born into the happy family she always dreamed of. However, the choice is never hers because Mother can't afford to lose the happiness she has craved over the years, so she just has to forgive Hyunji again, even when Mother boasts about her not having any proof that pins Hyunji down. "At least you're alive," Mother says in a heart-wrenching voice, as if Sahi should be thankful to Hyunji for sparing her life because she didn't leave and still helped her when her ankle was wedged between those rocks. Mother still insists on forgiving Hyunji because despite how hard it might be for her to walk, being alive is definitely all that matters, even if she's somewhere between living and dying. Weeks later, Sahi decides to pay her mother's happy family a visit and finds Hyunji whining about how she has to stay in the small quarters that feel like a haunted house because Grandma is trying to punish her. Her mother's new husband seems slightly happy to see Sahi because it's been a while since they last saw her, and she has dedicated all her time to working very hard at Yongwadang. He asks that she have dinner with them as a family, and Mother reluctantly agrees with her husband, but Sahi knows that she'd never be accepted fully in this household, so she declines the offer. Grandma knows that if Hyunji continues staying in the small quarters, she'll keep running into Sahi, so she makes her promise she won't cause any more trouble because that's the only way she'd let her off the hook. Hyunji looks so excited about staying in the main temple, but there's just one little problem. There's a special guest Grandma is hosting at the temple, so if she makes the slightest trouble, Grandma won't hesitate to kick her out. Uncle Bang remembers that he forgot to give Sahi some information because he got distracted by Hyunji and her family, so he runs after her. He informs her that she'll no longer need to work at the annex anymore, starting tomorrow, and Sahi is somewhat relieved. Maybe because if she doesn't have to go to the annex anymore, her chances of running into that guy will now be very low. God does show his kindness after. She's so glad that one of her frustrating problems has been removed, so now she can focus on all the rest. The following day, it really does look like Mrs. Chun has fully recovered, just like Uncle Bang told her. So all she has to do now is assist Mrs. Chun in preparing the meals. It seems like hearing about Hyunji and her family's visit pushed Mrs. Chun out of her illness into a recovery room, because she knows that Hyunji's family never visit unless they have a mess to clean up or a favor to ask for. She definitely stuck her ears to the wall when she was sick and let Sahi know that Hyunji's engagement was even called off, and Uncle Bang suddenly steps into the conversation. It seems he was eavesdropping. "What? Why would she do that?" Uncle Bang blurts out in shock, because why would they suddenly call off the engagement after their endless bragging about Hyunji's marriage to the son and heir of the esteemed Jungyeon Enterprises? They can only wait to find out during today's family meal because they're very sure that Hyunji's parents will ask grandmother for her help in this mess. During the meal, Hyunji's father mentions how glad he is to see every member of the Yonghwadang family gathered together after all these years, and grandmother, his mother-in-law, also agrees with him. She asks how he has been dealing with the news of Hyunji's engagement being called off, but he seems okay with it as Hyunji is still quite a young woman, so she'll definitely find some even better. He even states that Hyunji isn't the type to give up easily in situations like this, and she agrees as she tells grandmother that marrying the heir of Jungyeon Enterprises would have even been a loss on her side, so she's definitely glad that she has the time to recover and relax from such a toxic relationship. However, grandmother isn't convinced by all their pep talk, and even reminds Hyunji that this isn't the time to relax, because she has to start making a living for herself. But her father insists on taking care of Hyunji's needs. Grandmother is furious. This doesn't seem to sit well with her because why does her son-in-law still feel the need to provide and cater for an adult like Hyunji? Speaking of always coming to grandmother when they need a favor, Hyunji's father brings up a business proposal. Their food company, Bok Food, is trying to launch a new salad business, and he has consulted a professional branding team, so all they have to do is integrate it into their food business, as it's going to bring massive growth to their company. He even goes ahead to suggest that Hyunji and her mother are made branch manager and assistant manager, respectively, so she wouldn't have to worry about them being unemployed. Mrs. Chun was actually correct because Hyunji's dad would never visit her grandmother, except if he had a favor to ask. But grandmother isn't ready to grant his request again. She reminds him of all his failed business even after she funded him over and over again. He should just stick to his current business while he tries to grow it. It's either Hyunji works at her mother's factory or gets into ballet again like she used to. Maybe she'd find a suitor in the process, or possibly get some money while at it. Suddenly, a tall young man walks in. Looks like grandmother invited him as she introduces him as the son of Madam Yoon, a Yonghwadang guest. Sahi seems so uncomfortable seeing him here, and Hyunji notices their awkward vibe while he introduces himself as Lee Hyunggu. Meanwhile, the man Sahi has been avoiding has noticed that she no longer comes around because they assigned someone new to do the cleaning and food delivery around here. It seems he's really missing her. He can only wonder where she went. Maybe she departed like the protagonist of a book he has in his palms. A story of a troublesome dark speck of dust that embarks on a journey to become cotton candy. Turns out the story was, in fact, written by Yeon Sahi. If truly she was this speck of dust, she would be like a golf ball swung far away, just like the many inconveniences of life. His feelings for her might be unpleasant, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in his heart. So he's ready to find her if she doesn't come to him. Back at the family dinner, grandmother lets them know that she invited Hyunggu to repay a favor because his mom does a whole lot for Yonghwa-dang, so he should try to feel more at home. He then goes ahead to share his business card, and Hyunji's father gets one, while the thoughts of grandmother inviting Hyunggu to hook him up with Sahi has clouded Hyunji's head. She decides to shift her mind to the business card that this young man has handed her father, and they're both in shock that he's from the family of Jaehan Distributions, a very famous and wealthy distribution company. Grandmother should have introduced this kind of man to me. Hyunji scoffs internally as Mrs. Chun and Uncle Bang speak about why grandmother probably didn't want Hyunji to stay at the main temple. She's a very cunny girl, and that's why she didn't want her to meet Seo Young, because she'd act the same way she did today because she feels she knows her place. Suddenly, Sahi's smile vanishes, and they notice it. They know she's quite uncomfortable because of Hyunji and her family, so she should probably go to Seoul if it feels too hard for her to cope. Uncle Bang even offers to buy her a ticket, while Mrs. Chun promises to put in a good word for her when she speaks to grandmother, and her face suddenly lights up because of how much care and love they're willing to show her. But she lets them know that she's actually okay with staying here. Later that evening, Sahi is outside sketching and writing a story for one of her books when she hears a cat meowing. She sees the lonely kitten and feels pity for it and hurries to get a blanket because it looks cold. She's back and can't find the kitty, but this tall, handsome man standing right in front of her, it's the man she has been avoiding, so she doesn't look so pleased seeing him instead of the cat. He asks if she quit her job because he hasn't been seeing her around, and she asks if he needs something from her. Maybe that's why he's been in search of her. If he tells her, will she be willing to do anything he asks? Those were the questions he bombarded her with, but she assured him that even though what he asks is above her abilities, she'll make sure to find someone to fulfill it. He then instructs her to sit down, but Sahi is worried about what he has to tell her, while he wonders if she has trouble putting her butt on the floor. He cites some cans of soju that she's been having and asks if by any chance she feels cold, especially with the way she's been hugging the blanket that she initially brought for the kitten, but she's just bothered about why he keeps acting this way. He leans over to ask if she doesn't truly know why he's acting this way, and she still remains unshaken, but she might break soon because of how close he's getting. Her phone rings like it's been sent to save her from this man's deadly stare as he tells her to go ahead and pick it up. Turns out to be her classmate from uni. She's asking Sahi if she has considered the document she sent her earlier because it's such a good opportunity that she wouldn't want to miss. She tells her friend that she'd think about it, but she lets her know that thinking about it is a waste of time because there's no one else like this Appa, and she wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. Trust her. Her friend tells her that calling her like this brings back memories of when their class would come together and work till late in the night, although Sahi and Minjae still share a workspace. This man is getting fed up with Sahi's never-ending conversations, and he immediately asks her to hang up. Before Sahi can blink twice, he takes the phone from her and hangs up. Sahi is in total disbelief as she stares at him in confusion. He grabs her by the hand and asks her to spend the night with him. Should she be grateful for this man's straightforwardness or for his honesty? For hitting the nail hard on the head and not prolonging this thing any longer? However, she can't be an easy fish to catch. He has to play the game of teasing and baiting until she submits under him, so she gives a very blunt no to his request. He's curious as to why any woman would reject him, but Sahi definitely knows her worth. Sweet-talking her wouldn't have made her bulge, so she snatches her phone and tells him it's time she takes her leave because he has nothing to say to her as she slams the door. The following day, Sahi feels so dizzy and sick. Maybe she caught a cold last night, or it's simply fatigue from all the stress she's been through, but she just has to quickly assist with the meal preparations like always, and then she'll have some rest. She opens the temple gate to an unpleasant sight. It's Lee Hyunggu, her former suitor, who lost interest in her once he met Hyunji, and he immediately tells her that he isn't here for her, and she isn't surprised at all. She somewhat feels happy that his attention has diverted from her to her stepsister, so she immediately ignores him while Hyunji runs up to him with so much excitement that she hasn't seen him in years. Hyunji seems like she's trying to rub it in Sahi's face that she can get any man she wants, but Sahi doesn't seem affected by it, because she never liked Hyungu in the first place. While Hyunji is busy blabbing about all the sweet things that her appa is doing already, Mrs. Chun calls out for Sahi like she's in some form of distress. Sahi can only wonder what she did wrong this time around. She asks Sahi what she was up to while she was on her sickbed, and Sahi can't remember anything else she did around that time, apart from carrying out the duties she was assigned. She goes further to state that Seo Young, the man Sahi has been avoiding and hates running into for any reason, wants to have his meal at the annex. He usually eats his food at the annex. Well, there's one little catch. He asked Mrs. Chun to come with Sahi because he wants to eat with her. And since she doesn't know what has been going on with them, she's somewhat worried that Sahi must have committed a crime. On their way to the annex, Mrs. Chun tells her that he mentioned something about Sahi having to repay a debt, and he doesn't expect her to believe him because why on earth will Yan Sahi owe him when they have no close relation? But Sahi remains silent. Mrs. Chun alerts the CEO that they're about to come in as they find him sitting in such a comfortable position while waiting for his bride's arrival, and he looks quite delighted to see Sahi. The CEO commends Mrs. Chun when he sees how delicious everything looks, and Sahi continues dilly-dallying by the food cart just to avoid eye contact with him. But her luck runs out because he notices what she's trying to do, so he quickly calls her over to come to sit at the table with him. Mrs. Chun just couldn't hide her surprised gaze, but the CEO was quite uncomfortable with that. So he asked if she was planning to stand here and stare at them all day, so she quickly realized herself. She asks when she should bring in dessert, but the CEO tells her they won't be needing that as he fixates a sultry gaze on Sahi. Why doesn't this man want to take no for an answer? Why does he think he can get any woman he wants? Even after a firm no, he still thinks he has a chance with her, and a frown unconsciously builds up on her face as she just can't help but wonder why a man can be this stubborn. Young notices the frown on her face and goes ahead to tell her that he didn't think having a meal with her could be this difficult, as he even noticed that she shares a strong bond with the lady that just left. Sahi still maintains her firm no, as a sarcastic smile forms on his face because to him, that no meant chase me, make me want you, and I'm not an easy nut to crack. Sahi just can't believe her ears. This man is quite unbelievable and so extra. She goes ahead to sarcastically ask if he wants her to take off her clothes and stretch herself in bed, just to please him. To her surprise, he buys the idea of taking off her clothes since she suggested it first, and in an attempt to get away from his close gaze, she falls on the bed. Well, since she has willingly decided to grace the bed, she might as well completely do the honors of taking off her clothes as he leans over. Sahi definitely needs saving from this psychopath. She feels a sudden wave of dizziness as her face becomes red and sweaty, because the fever from earlier is kicking in as he notices how red her face has become. She can't lose consciousness before this man, who knows what he'd do with her unconscious body, so she tries to stay strong while Jung starts panicking slightly and decides to call his secretary to bring some medications. This man is making Sahi so confused. The other day, he said he wanted to get down with her just once. So does that mean all he wants is her body? Why then is he acting so concerned for her health? Why is he sending mixed signals and trying to lead her on? With all these thoughts running through her head, she falls unconscious. After what seemed like hours, she finally wakes up from her fever-induced sleep. He tries to help her get up, but she's just too weak, so he hands her a glass of water and some tablets. While taking the tabs, she notices a cold washcloth. He must have used that on her to help reduce the fever, as he suggests that she should go to the hospital to see a doctor or stay in his room till the fever dies down. She wants to leave now. She still has the opportunity to walk out of here with both legs, so he offers to walk her to her own side of the quarters. She's scared of the madam seeing both of them together alone. What is she going to think about this? Just when you speak of the devil he appears, they see the madam on their way, and Sahi is really bothered that she begs him to hide her because she can't afford anyone seeing him with her. Lucky for her, Mrs. Chun stops the madam along the way. She decides to take a walk with Mrs. Chun as she complains about how she hardly gets to see her son's face these days, because he's always working while Sahi and the CEO are hiding in the bushes as they eavesdrop on their conversation. His mother asks Mrs. Chen to bring in some desserts for Young because the traditional pastry she made today tastes so good, and she's sure he'd love to have some. Sahi notices she's too close to the CEO's chest. As he teases her about her fever dying down, he suddenly blurts out that he's going to kiss her, and without wasting a second, their lips quickly interlock as she tries to step away from the kiss. When they're still making out and hiding, she remembers that the madam has gone inside the room now so she can actually leave, but the CEO isn't ready to let go just yet. During their kiss, he noted that this might actually be her first time, especially from the way she found it hard to breathe while they were kissing. But Sahi wasn't interested in anything and just wanted to go. He begins teasing her by trying to fit his hands into her mouth to determine if it was her first time or not, but Sahi bites his fingers, and he immediately continues his good work on her lips. They continue their initial trip to Sahi's side of the quarters, and he tells her to hold on to his arm, but Sahi refuses. But this psychopath isn't ready to take no for an answer. He tells her that if she isn't ready to hold on to him, he'll definitely hold on to her instead. But she basically fears that someone might see them together like that and start spreading rumors. Luckily, the small quarters are quite nearby and nobody really comes around here. She immediately requests that he leave immediately after they get to the quarters, but he is still quite concerned about her health and hammers that she should remember to take her medications. He gives her a forehead kiss that immediately throws her heart off balance as she quickly runs inside. Why does this man like messing with her feelings? She blames herself for even letting him kiss her when they were in hiding. Seo Young goes back into his quarters as he reminisces on how Sahi was just here a few moments ago. He goes in to take a shower as he paints a picture in his mind of all the things he was willing to do to Sahi if only her fever didn't start. He steps out of the shower and remembers the first day that he set his eyes on Sahi. It was a cold, snowy night, and there seemed to be a traffic jam at the temple. His secretary decided to give him a tour of the area while they were seated in the car as she let him know that the house which his gaze was fixed upon was a shaman's house in Yongwadang. Mother comes in to drag him out of his thoughts as he wonders what must have brought her into his room. But she goes ahead to ask him what the special occasion is since it's just evening, and he has already had a night bath. Maybe his clothes were quite uncomfortable. Well, she definitely has no time to waste, so she asks that they go straight to business as she places a photo before him. It's a young lady named Jisoo. It seems his mother is still on her mission of trying to match him with somebody. The chairman of the Hansen group would be pleased if he heard that he's dating Jisoo, so being with her would be very good for business, especially since she took the pains of flying down to Korea just to see him. Mother also mentions to him that Jisoo said he was her first love, but the CEO doesn't like little girls. Mother insists on him entertaining her for now until it's safe to let go again. She also makes sure to remind him to keep his rude side in hiding until after the date so he doesn't scare her away. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sahi is still feeling so sick that she wishes that she could just open up and tell them that she's sick, so she could get some fresh air. She could even get sicker with the deadly gaze Mrs. Chun is giving at her back. She quickly tells them she needs some air, and the other kitchen lady grants her some space. She's outside, finally getting some well-deserved air, when she suddenly sees the CEO with his secretary. The secretary inquires if she works in the kitchen too, and comments that she is a woman of many talents. I'm sure he thought that something went down between her and the CEO. Mrs. Chun comes out to the back and sees her with the CEO, and she's shocked as she wonders what could possibly be going on between them. She invites him in and informs him about the spicy dried green radish soup she made today. She bows her head while waiting for an answer. She elbows Sahi to remind her to take a bow, and the CEO can only wonder why she hasn't gone to the hospital yet. She tells him that she did actually take the pills, so she'll be fine. He's somewhat relieved as he asks if she has had dinner, and she says she will have dinner soon, but he doesn't believe her, so Mrs. Chun cuts in to tell him that they'll have dinner immediately after they're through with servings. He then grabs her phone as Sahi wonders what this psychopath is up to again. He unlocks the phone with her face and inputs a number where she'd send proof of what she ate. This man is just trying to make sure Sahi has his number, so he should stop pretending. He reminds Mrs. Chun that Ms. Yan is definitely not the only one working here, yet she does the chores of 1,000 people. Her health is important and expensive, so they should just actually consider giving her a break. Fear is written all over Mrs. Chun's face as she tries to stop Sahi from going further with this man, but Sahi doesn't know how to tell her that it isn't what she thinks. Why can't she tell her? Just why can't she? Meanwhile, at dinner, the CEO can't take his eyes off his phone as he's waiting for the text from Sahi, and his mother is simply furious as to why he can't take his mind off his phone and focus on dinner. Seeing how calm Secretary Kim looks, it's definitely not about work. She hopes he doesn't have a woman he's interested in. Noticing the tension, Secretary Kim decides to break the ice by asking if he should call for dessert, and she decides to use that avenue to play smart. She commends how kind and thoughtful Secretary Kim is, so her girlfriend must definitely be pleased and happy with him. But Secretary Kim is slightly embarrassed as he lets her know that he doesn't have a girlfriend. She then offers to give him one as she mentions Hyunji, the second daughter of this household. Secretary Kim knows Hyunji and even goes ahead to tell her that he heard that she has a boyfriend, and he even saw them kissing passionately in front of the building. She giggles and mentions that she could have recommended the eldest daughter, which is Sahae-e, if not for her leg injury, as she even goes ahead to ask Young what he thinks of the match. He slams his hands on the table as he tells her that he doesn't know if they'd be a good match or not, especially since she and Secretary Kim are of a different league's class. Secretary Kim gets emotional as he reminds the CEO of how hardworking he has been for him, making sure to devote his time and energy to his work. But after 7 years of working with him, he hasn't developed even the kindest spot for him, and still goes ahead to tell him the meanest things. Mother agrees that Young is being too mean to Secretary Kim and reminds him that he shouldn't be mean to those close to him. Still at dinner, Young receives a message from what seems to be Sahi's number. Sahi is relieved that she has sent him the number, so she should actually go ahead with her chores. But she receives a quick reply from him, asking if she's asleep because he's coming over right now. Sahi is startled because she really doesn't want to see him now, so she turns off the lights, hoping he'll turn back if he senses that she might be asleep. But luck wasn't on her side because he saw her turn off the lights, so he called her phone and even sent a text to let her know that he was outside already. She refused to reply to his texts, so he went ahead to call her, and luckily she picked up. He asks if she feels better now, and he knows that she didn't turn off her lights to sleep. She's not so good at lying. He apologizes for being mad at her earlier today, but Sahi can't even understand why he feels the need to apologize. And he even proceeds to her door pleading to see her face. But Sahi doesn't give a reply, so he tells her he'll leave the pills at the front door for her as they try to decide who should end the call first. Sahi is fed up with all his fake acts of kindness. She has to try her best not to let his actions sway her, but she feels her fever rising up again. So she remembers that he kept the pills outside for her. She's about to go take them when she notices that this man is still sitting outside her front door, and he quickly turns to meet her while she complains about why he's still here when he says he's leaving. He reminds her that he only said that he'll deliver the pills before leaving, not that he was actually planning to leave. He even goes further to hand her the pills as she contemplates if she should give in to this man's request, so he'd leave her alone. It's something she'll just have to endure for a short while and something she'd probably forget as long as they don't get caught. She instructs that he should only come at night, but he also wants to be able to see and speak to her during the day too. But she knows that it's just a fling that should start and end right here in her room. He finally decides to leave as he thinks about what "come only at night" implies. She definitely doesn't know what she's up for. He bumps into his mother, who's asking where he's coming from, while he lies about how he just took a walk and proceeds to ask what she's doing outside too. She tells him that she just felt stuffy after the call from his father about that embezzlement case that he uncovered, as she has been informed that the police will no longer investigate Taejun, who committed the crime, and Central Director Kang Munju will be investigated instead. He doesn't look surprised, which makes his mother ask if he knew about all this already. But it's nothing surprising to him because he already suspected that his father is trying to give the chairman of the board of directors to Taejun. It turns out to be the CEO checking in on her to make sure she's fine, especially after last night's stress, and he also wants to know if she'll be making breakfast, but it's just dinner she has to make for today. He's also going to make sure to call later in the day just to make sure she answers. Later that day, she cannot help but anticipate what time his call is going to come in, but her phone buzzes with a message from Mrs. Chun telling her not to come help them make dinner tonight. She then gets a call from her friend, the same one that called the other day. Young asked her to end the call, and he was still furious about how she ended the call that day. She also didn't pick up his calls or even reply to his messages, which made him very worried about her well-being. He lets her know that they're planning an alumni meeting with their classmates from high school, and she should consider coming this year because she's always the only one that is absent. She has been at Yonghwadang for so long now, and she can't even remember when last she left here. She has no intentions of coming to the gathering either, so she just agrees so she could get him off the line. He's surprised that she agreed to come and tries to hide his shock so she won't change her mind. He offers to come pick her up, but she asks him not to stress himself because heading up to Seoul with all the stress will be the best thing to help her clear her thoughts right now. Young didn't end up calling her again because he got caught up with so much work that he ended his night in frustration. The following day, Sahi is still upset that he said he'd call her back when he never really meant it. Well, she has to deliver the honey rice cakes he got her to Mrs. Chun. She'll need it more than she does. She sees Hyunji with Hyunggu again, and the rumors about them getting closer are actually true. So she has to leave before they see her. But Hyunggu catches a quick glimpse of her. She tries to ignore him, but he demands at least a hi from her. Especially since they were once classmates, and might even become family soon. He teases her about how well things are going with the CEO, and she tries to act like she doesn't know what he's talking about. But he even goes further to tell her that getting her hopes up will only hurt her own feelings. Men in his class usually date women they can't marry, and he'll only date her and then marry someone else. Hurting her feelings is only possible when the other party is a charming prince on a white horse. But that man's behavior is similar to that of a villain, so she'd definitely not get attached. She teases him about getting his eyes checked because he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he gets furious. Later that day, she tried to focus on her writing and drawing and stopped waiting for a call that would never come. She should be used to men like Young by now. She remembers what Hyunggu said, and she already knew how men like him behave. She just felt he'd be a little different. She falls to the ground as she tries to think lightly about the situation at hand as she hears Young ask if she's through with her work. He picks up her sketchbook to see what she's been up to while he was away, while she tries to stop him from seeing the contents of that book. He finds a sketch of him on the first page, especially his designer watch, and he concludes that she might possibly want the watch as he tries to fit it on her, but it's just too big for her wrist. He proceeds to tell her to keep the wristwatch as payment for her drawing. Back at his quarters, Secretary Kim informs him about the pro opening game and if he's still willing to attend the event in Seoul or whether he should cancel, for he is absent-minded. He's still staring at the sketch she made for him, but later catches up with Secretary Kim's train of thought as he agrees to go back to Seoul only for the game. Mrs. Chun, Uncle Bang, and Sahi are discussing whether Sahi has agreed to meet up with her secondary school classmate because he really seems to like her. She couldn't wrap her head around how they were talking about rice cakes a few minutes ago to now talking about this. They even heard that the rice cakes were from a very popular restaurant that even appeared on TV. They must have really liked her then. However, he seems very clueless because Sahi doesn't like rice cakes apart from the ones made in Yonghwadang, and they were so delicious that she ate an entire pack and even served some to those at the annex. Sahi is shocked. What if Young finds out that she rejected the rice cakes? That picky eater of a CEO even cleared his plates and has never done that whenever dessert is served. So he can only wonder if he's mad at her, especially how he went to such lengths to get her those rice cakes. But she gave them to someone else. She suddenly receives a text from him asking if he could visit her tonight for something serious. Back in her room, she goes through their alumni group chat to see what's been going on. She finds out that everyone is so excited that she's finally coming for the reunion this year, while others seem to believe that she's actually going to come. She honestly wasn't avoiding any of her classmates. She had just been stuck in Yonghwadang for quite a while, and she had forgotten how to communicate with the outside world. She actually has to give Juwon a reply soon about the offer of studying abroad. She's torn between going to study abroad or continuously wallowing in this pit hole. If the offer had come a while back, her bags would already have been packed and ready to go. But now that she has started developing feelings for the CEO, this has become quite a tough decision for her. She hears a sound outside as she wonders if the CEO actually came to see her as she tries to apply some lip balm before going to check. Why is she going through this hassle just to please this man? She has to conduct herself wisely. She opens the door and finds him sitting outside waiting in anticipation for her. Once she crosses this door to meet him, she should know that it's all over. This is such a tough decision to make, but it's one she has to stand up to. He asks if she's had any alcohol, but she lets him know that she doesn't drink every day. So he proceeds to ask about her drawings, but she's not ready to answer. not after he found a sketch of himself in her book. He then leans over to tell her that he actually did enjoy the rice cakes, as she apologizes for giving them away because she's not a fan of rice cakes. He then asks what she likes since she doesn't like rice cakes, but before she could give an answer, he leans over as he locks his lips with hers and then proceeds to carry her inside her room. She just wants him to be over with this thing and even asks that he turns off the light, but she's such a magnificent sight to behold that he just can't turn off the lights. He makes sure that she is relaxed enough to enjoy the ride of her life because this night isn't ending so soon. The next day, she wakes up to him still by her side as she finds him making a sketch which he purports to be her, but she just can't see any resemblance between his sketch and her face. He squints in pain, and he's so concerned, so he asks her to lie down so he could take a look, but she's quite shy. So he reminds her that he's probably seen everything already last night. She has hickeys all over her body, which makes him intensely attracted to her again that he even forgets it's morning and wants to get down again. She's tired and wants him to leave now, and she's so startled and worried when she hears Secretary Kim put his name. Who knows how long he has been out there? With how shy she looks, he knows she wouldn't want to go out for breakfast, so he asks that she sends what she will have for lunch later in the day, or better still join him for dinner, but she refuses and asks him to come in the night like they agreed. As he's about to leave, he cites the abroad scholarship form she left on her table as he wonders why she hasn't grabbed the opportunity yet. Rumors are spreading around the quarters that Chase Yunbok has gambled away with Hyunji's marriage money, and the whole family is a mess. Hyunji is crying her eyes out while her dad is trying to beg the saintess, as if begging would quench her anger. Mrs. Chun is away, and there's nobody to serve the CEO's meal, as nobody in the kitchen is strong enough to face that rude CEO. Uncle Bang is chosen to do the honors, but he has so much to do already that serving the CEO would only take up so much of his time, so he begs Sehee to go instead. She gets to the quarters, and Secretary Kim is glad to see her, but the CEO is so engrossed in his work that he hasn't noticed that she's the one standing there, so she has to make a run for it before it's too late. As she's about to do so, he catches a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eyes and asks her to wait. Secretary Kim quickly understands the room and tells them he'll have his lunch outside. Young draws Sahi to himself and tries to get down with her again, not minding that someone might walk in on them, but he actually doesn't care. He notices that she's swollen and tells her to go rest because he'll come to her at night. Back in her room, she blames herself for letting him win again, despite how much she fought just to stay sane. He makes her go crazy around him, and why would he say that she's starved when he's always the one chasing after her? She texts him not to come again because she's planning on sleeping early today, and there's also no need to tell him that she's going to Seoul. It's not like they're dating or something. Her phone rings and it's Juwon on the line. He's calling to confirm if she's still going to make it to Seoul tomorrow, especially since she decided so quickly. He wants to make sure that she finds her way there and also knows the time to expect her. She ends the call and is about to leave when she notices that Jung is standing at her front door, even after telling him not to come. He finds her luggage outside and asks if she's going anywhere, as he actually came to check up on her, and he sways her off her feet with a kiss. He's worried that that friend of hers who's always calling her over the phone will be there, so he tries to assert dominance. They get down again, and the next morning he asks her to get some rest before going to Seoul. Jung's mother is surprised because of how he suddenly showed up in Seoul without any prior notice, but she's still glad he did because Jisoo fly into the country soon. Mother asks if he took out his time to read the documents that she gave him, but Jung has little or no interest in this matter, and it hurts his mother that sometimes he's painfully like his father. And this is very unpleasant for her. When Sahi got out of bed, she couldn't find her luggage as she had a strong hunch that Jung had taken it, so she decided to call him up and find out. It turns out that he actually took the luggage with him. Maybe he was trying to lessen her load, or probably get her to come see him at the hotel he has asked Secretary Kim to book under his name. As they head out, Secretary Kim appreciates how the flowers have bloomed and turned Yeonghwadang into a very beautiful place. Meanwhile, the CEO reminiscences on how the first time he came to Yeonghwadang was so snowy. Instead of the flowers they're seeing now, it was snow all over. He passed Sahi by as he took a keen notice of her doll-like face, as what he felt for her initially was a sense of kinship. Then curiosity came by, and now he just wants to see emotions bloom on her dollish face. Now he's stuck in his bullshit and can't find a way out of this mess that he created for himself by trying to get to know the talked about. Woman Sahi. Return it. My luggage. These words brought him back from memory lane as Sahi demands that he hands her luggage right away. He asks her to get in so he can take her to Seoul, but she just can't, because she came here to get her luggage back and not go to Seoul with him. She didn't come with the rest of her things because she didn't expect this man for be this cunning and petty at the same time. Before she could go on and on about the things she doesn't have with her, he drags her into his car while Secretary Kim can only feel mere embarrassment on behalf of the CEO. Why does this man make matters worse every time? Doesn't this man have work to do? Her phone rings and it's Mrs. Chun. She asks if she has left for Seoul already because she couldn't find her in her room, and she tells her that her plans have suddenly changed. She asks if things have improved back home, but it turns out that with Hyunji and her family always around, things would never get better. Mrs. Chun can't wrap her head around what gave them the audacity to take out a private loan to borrow such a large amount of money. No wonder they always looked so scared and sad when talks about breaking off the engagement come up. Who's going to pay off their 2.5 billion won debt? She just doesn't know how long this matter is going to drag on at home, but she's just glad that Seo Young is off to Seoul for a meeting so she'll get some space to breathe at least. However, she tells Sahi to keep it a secret that she's in Seoul for now, and she'd do her best to do same over there, and she has also spoken to Uncle Bang to keep it a secret too. After her call, she tells Secretary Kim to drop her off at a hotel that's between Gangnam and Yangjae Station, but Secretary Kim knows he can't do that without the CEO's instructions. He even sees their interlocked hands through the rear mirror and can only wonder what exactly is going on between these two. The CEO tells her that he already booked a hotel for her where she could rest. But why did he go through the hassle of doing that for her? Maybe because he knows she's going to come back tonight, drunk and wasted, so she needs to gain energy for all of tonight's stress. She asks if he doesn't have any business to handle, but seems like she has no choice. They get to the hotel and Secretary Kim offers to bring their luggage in, so they should go in first. Everyone in the hotel is on their feet as they keep greeting the CEO and making sure everything is to his taste. She should have expected this. A man who commands attention and draws respect wherever he goes, and being next to him withdraw attention to herself. But definitely not in a good way. He asks if he's walking too fast, or if she's uncomfortable with everything around her, but she tells him that she's all right. He really needed to know if she's all right because she can get angry with him in the slightest second. But this man is so skilled at making her mad, so it's not her fault. He asks when she has to leave, and if it's not so soon, then she should rest for a while before she leaves. They get to the 15th floor, and she decides to start unpacking, but he offers to help her unpack her things, but she stops him as she insists she'll do it herself. Sahi is still very worried about her feelings for the CEO, but she should just be hopeful since nothing bad has happened yet. Since it's still bright outside, she'd wait for a while before she leaves, so she goes out to seat with the CEO. However, the CEO has been concerned about how many men will be available at Sahi's alumni gathering because his feelings for her are building up every day. She lets him know that they'd be expecting at least 6 men, and he even goes further to ask how many of them are interested in her. And Sahi is surprised by such questions that he's asking. She's about to get up and leave when he draws her back and places her on his lap while he sinks his head into her chest. He notices that she's already so wet and she's too embarrassed, so she looks away. But he fixes his gaze on her because he wants to connect with her soul and make her feel every bit and ounce of him. He reminds her that she has to leave soon, and he even offers to come pick her after the party, because he's so sure she'd probably get so drunk because they haven't seen each in a long while. He asks her to be ready to pick up her phone and try not to drink so much before he comes.
In a hidden corner at Yonghwadang, a confrontation is ongoing. Lee Hyungu seems to be in disbelief and is emotional as he questions Hyunji about some rumors he has heard outside. Rumors are circulating around about her planning to marry someone else, and even breaking off her engagement. He demands answers from her. Hyunji is completely unbothered by Hyungu's emotions. In her mind, she thinks about how sick of everything she is. She doesn't know why breaking off her engagement is such a big deal. Listening to Hyungu accusing her of trying to deceive him by breaking off her engagement and getting with him instantly, she likens it to dating someone and breaking up with them. She doesn't get why everyone is acting like it is a big thing. She can't help but feel some resentment for the man who got her into this state, Woo Seon-ho. She remembers everything that occurred between them, how she was supposed to marry someone else but fell for Seon-ho. He was the only one who made her feel seen and special. Since she was young, she has always felt invisible. She felt that everyone's attention and love was always on Sahi. Every time anyone compared her to her stepsister, she always fell short. She was neither their parents' favorite nor their priority. That was what led to her pushing her sister off the cliff. But everything changed with Seonho. With him, she felt loved and important. Everything in the world felt like hers. So when Seonho whispered some sweet words to her and asked to borrow some money in her name, she fell for it. She didn't leave and chose to believe in their love. In the end, she was betrayed. Back to the present, she feels glad her family agreed to lie that the debt was her father's. Thanks to that, they were able to garner sympathy from her grandma. She makes up her mind. Since she was used in the name of love, she will use others' love for her as leverage against them. She pretends to be mad and tells Hyungu it is up to him to believe whatever he wants, she doesn't care. She finds it laughable that she is doing this but doesn't stop. She shouts and tells him he can leave since he prefers to hear others' opinions and has no intention of listening to her. When she says she is disappointed in him, Hyungu becomes angry and questions how on earth she could say she is disappointed. Hyunji acts sad immediately, crying about how the marriage was forced on her because of the condition of her father's company. She complains about how it was just an act to make her grandma believe she was living well and she didn't really love the man. She just couldn't break off the engagement. Seeing her crying, Hyungu feels guilty and all his anger is gone. She hugs him and says she was going crazy too after meeting him. In her mind, she refuses to believe this is her life. 25 million in debt, expulsion from her dream ballet troupe and breaking off her engagement. She can't accept this. In another city, our female lead Sahi is attending her class reunion. She is sitting next to her friend who teases her. She talks about how it feels like they have traveled to their past days of working and getting drinks after with her here. Sahi denies this and points out that it must be because her friend's former crush, Park Min-jae, is here. The lady silently agrees and remembers him as being crazy in love. She wonders if Sahi isn't take back to their boy-crazy days upon seeing Min-jae. Sahi advises her to stop drinking, but her friend just leans closer and asks if she is seeing someone. Before Sahi can respond, she answers the question herself and says it is impossible. There are no guys in Seoul, so how could there be guys back in Sahi's home? We don't know what Sahi thinks of, but she blushes. Someone pokes her shoulder and she turns around. It is her friend Kim Jwan, who informs her someone has been calling her. Taking her phone out, Sahi makes a strange face when she sees the caller. It is Yoon Tion. She steps outside to answer the call. Yoon Tion demands to know where she is and she replies she is at a pub. He wants to know if she drank a lot but she denies and says she only had a little. He feels she must be very drunk since she is speaking so casually. She tells him he is speaking casually too. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving her there and wants to know her exact address. She refuses, insisting she can get home by herself. She randomly thinks about how she can't see the stars from here because of the crowded buildings. Young is a bit frustrated and asks her if she wants him to go crazy and search all around Gangnam. She chuckles, not believing he will go that far, but he dares her to try him. Knowing he can do such, she stops laughing and promises to tell him the address. She gives him a condition: he can't step inside though. When he arrives, he should give her a call and she will meet him outside. He scolds her, asking if she knows how many missed calls she has. She vows to pick up the phone this time. Unknown to her, someone is approaching where she is. Sahi wants to know when he will arrive. He isn't sure but still asks her to wait for him. Done with the call, Sahi hears someone call her name. She turns around only to see her friend, who immediately raises an alarm, yelling out to everyone about Sahi dating someone. Back inside the pub, Sahi is the focus of her classmates. They pester her with questions about her boyfriend, how they meet, how old he is, and if he is handsome. Sahi is feeling very uncomfortable. She tries to explain they are not in a relationship, but her female classmate is not buying it. She demands to know why he would come pick her up if the two are not dating. Kim Jwan, Sahi's friend, approaches and the female classmate informs him that Sahi has a boyfriend. Jwan is unsettled and his face pales. Sahi insists he is not her boyfriend, but no one believes her. Her friend wants to know what they're doing if they are not dating, which makes Sahi keep quiet. She can't expose that they are just intimate partners, can she? Very soon, a car pulls up outside the pub, making them all very excited. They admire the expensive car and pass the news around. Sahi tries to escape outside, but a male voice from behind stops her in her tracks. She stares forward with wide eyes. It seems Jung forgot her instructions because he is standing behind her right now. He puts an arm around her shoulders as he greets her classmates, calmly introducing himself as Jung Tion. Seeing the tall, handsome man, Sehee's classmates are a bit flustered. Her female classmate immediately offers her seat to Jung. The rest are surprised and question if he is really Sehee's boyfriend. Our girl is a bit scared and tells Jung to quickly leave. He doesn't listen to her, however, and instead admits that he is her boyfriend. She leans closer to him and demands to know what he is planning, as people will misunderstand. Jung ignores her still. He is on a mission. Looking to his left and right, he immediately spots two rivals. He smirks and moves to stake his claim. He whispers into Sehee's ears, telling she can just pretend they broke up later. His proximity makes her blush. She wonders to herself why he is doing this. They are supposed to just be a one-night stand, but it seems like they have become lovers. The other end of the table, Juan is staring at the two, heartbroken. The reunion goes on with lots of drinking and broken hearts. The gathering comes to an end soon. Jung is sitting to the side smoking, while Secretary Kim is busy assisting those who are drunk. Sehee feels a bit guilty and asks if she can help him with anything. He refuses and promises to send her friends home safely, making her relieved. She thanks him, but it seems she has something on her mind. She finally voices her thoughts. She is concerned about Jung considering how much he drank. Secretary Kim laughs it off, assuring her that this amount of drinks is nothing and his boss will be fine. Sehee is still feeling a bit shy when Jung approaches and grabs her hand. It is time for them to leave. While they walk back, Jung stares at her and suddenly comments on how strange she is. He was expecting her to be mad when he showed up. She reminds him he was the one who taught her to say that to her friends, the one who told her she can just claim they broke up. He smirks, knowing she wasn't even going to admit they were dating. Turning her head, she says it is not impossible. All of a sudden, he starts laughing, making her a bit frustrated. She clenches her fists, wondering why he is laughing at her. He stops and takes her hand, telling her he will keep her words in mind. Two head into the hotel. Once inside the room, he starts kissing her. Jung is not as calm as he looks. His thoughts are still on the reunion he just attended. There were 6 men on their table, and out of those 6, all of them were interested in Yun Sehee. He stares at her face carefully, making her worried. She asks if he is drunk. He smirks and tells her other things would be happening if he was drunk. The two soon start to get intimate. Our female lead is awake. Her mind goes back to the passionate night she had yesterday. She is confused by Jung's behavior during their loving. The man she is thinking about walks in and calls her name, making her sit up in a panic. He comes to check if she is awake, and she says she is about to wash up. She informs him she is planning to go out today. He is curious about where she is heading, and she explains she wants to get delicious things from Young Hwading. He stops her and says he will get it himself since Seoul is far from Young Hwading. He is also heading that way. They will leave at 4, so he wants her to rest till then. Sehee is unused to such pampering and immediately declines, wanting to go herself. Jung smiles naughtily and asks if that is so. He changes the topic suddenly and asks if she has strength to shower alone, grabbing her. She wonders why he isn't leaving yet since he said he has plans, but he calmly replies that he still has a little time he can spend with her. Hearing the way he says her name like she is his precious, she tells him to stop calling her like that. She finds it weird. Her sentence triggers another round of loving. This time when she wakes up, it is evening. Jung approaches her and tries to place an anklet on her injured leg. He claims to have picked it himself and isn't sure if she will like it. She hurriedly tells him to stop gifting her and to take his things back. Done with placing it on her, he refuses and asks her to throw it away if she doesn't want it. He accuses her of even doing this before. He leaves the room, but not before telling her to get ready so they can leave. What he thought is a romantic gesture, however, leaves Sehee feeling sad and inferior. Of all things, why did he have to get her an anklet? The only thing it will do is draw attention to her every movement as she limps, which she doesn't want. Pulling the blanket up to her mouth, her face is clouded with sadness. She hates this. She really hates feeling so inadequate after receiving a gift. Secretary Kim has taken their luggages downstairs. The couple watch him leave. Jung reaches out his hand for Sehee to hold as they leave. When she raises her arm, he spots the anklet on her wrist and stares at her. A little embarrassed, she lies that it is cold even over her socks. He smiles and kisses her fondly, saying she behaves cutely. In the back of her mind, she feels something is different. She carries this thought even on their journey back. They return the same way they left, leaving her confused if it is only her feelings that have changed. Two secretly glance at each other. Sahi reaches out to stop Secretary Kim and asks him to let her off around here so she can walk to the entrance. Secretary Kim asks for his boss' opinion and Young immediately objects. He instructs his secretary to take them all the way to the front. Sahi is touched by his behavior and feels that Young must have changed too. She reaches out to hold his hands, making him smile. Car comes to a stop and Young comes around to open the door for Sahi. He demands to know what strange thing she has done to him. She smiles happily and denies doing anything to him. He plans to send her luggage through Secretary Kim and kisses her, asking her to sleep well. She leaves but is a little bit disappointed, wondering if he isn't coming over tonight. Over at our male lead's side, someone has stopped him to talk to him. It is his mother. Glaring at Young, she questions him on why he is so late. The mother and son glare at each other for a while. It is Secretary Kim who comes to break the tension and offers a gift to the madam, claiming it was gotten by CEO Young for her. It is her favorite pastries. Madame Yoon doesn't believe him and tells him so. Young interrupts them and asks his mother if she is still mad at him. She scolds him and says this must be why he is always getting dumped. She tries to drag innocent Secretary Kim into their battle, but he supports his boss. Madame Yoon claims he is a man so he can't understand women's feelings. She asks her son if he is busy. He informs her he has a presentation to prepare for, but she dismisses it and wants him to join her. They're mother and son after all, so he has to oblige her. She turns around and invites him for some tea. Inside her room, Sahi is staring at the tons of messages on her phone all about her boyfriend. She places her phone down and buries her face in her hands. Staring at the anklet on her wrist, she knows someday when the time is right she will have to tell her friends about their breakup. She recalls the gentle way Young helped her put on the anklet and blushes. She raises her head and catches a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She is a bit dissatisfied with her hair. She remembers her friend saying she looks prettier with bangs and makes a bold decision to cut her hair. She is reluctant to do so, however, and hesitates with the scissors poised over her hair. She spots something that shocks her. Or rather, the lack of something. There is a picture missing from her room. Because she is distracted, her hand slips and she cuts her hair off, making our innocent girl scream in despair. Side, Sahi holds a package while covering her forehead with her hands. She glances around sneakily, hoping no one will notice her disastrous attempt at making herself pretty. She scolds herself for getting distracted while cutting her hair. She heads over to Mrs. Chun's house and lets herself in with the woman's permission. Mrs. Chun is shocked looking at the girl in front of her. She calls out her name slowly, asking if this is the reigning hairstyle. Sahi is embarrassed and reveals she accidentally cut it in a moment of distraction. Mrs. Chun laughs at her helpless look and mocks her for calling herself an art student. She drags her over so she can help tidy her up. While the two get to work trying to make Sahi look good, they discuss. Sahi wants to know what is up with Hyunji's family. Mrs. Chun says they look like they're mourning. Hyunji is the only free one, however, still engaging in bedroom activities. The older woman mocks Hyunji, mimicking how she sounds while getting intimate. Sahi turns red and tries to shush Mrs. Chun, afraid someone might hear her. The woman is unfazed and says she is being loud on purpose. She is sure the saintess will cover their debt and tells Sahi so. Sahi is a bit disbelieving, but Mrs. Chun vows her grandmother will have no choice but to do so their family does not fall apart. She will pay off the debt while her son will work hard to repay her. Sahi is worried about young Hwading though, as she is sure they don't have that much money. Hyunji's family is always piling up debts and causing trouble, which they have to clean up. Mrs. Chun reveals the saintess will head to Seoul to request assistance from Young Moon chairman. She has been getting calls to go there anyways. Mrs. Chun is sure she will also arrange for Hyunji and Hyungu's wedding while at it. Since she believes Hyunji's marriage was called off due to her dad's debt, her grandmother must be feeling really soft now. Mrs. Chun hands Sahi a mirror so she can see her hair. Sahi is pleased with what she sees and thanks her auntie. Mrs. Chun notices the bracelet on her wrist and asks about it. Sahi forms a lie and says she picked it up from a random booth in Gangnam. Mrs. Chun is a bit relieved, making Sahi want to know why. Her auntie shares her thoughts about it being from CEO Jung, alarming Sehee. She looks down guiltily, while her auntie is happy that isn't the case. She reveals something that changes Sehee's mood. Jung Tion is having a marriage meeting the day after tomorrow, right at Jung Hwading. Yun Sehee returns to the room after the meeting with her aunt, but her mind is a mess. Her heart is broken by the thought that Jung Tion will be going to a marriage meeting. She mocks herself for being too naive. She should have known it would always come to this. Him having his marriage meeting, and even here at Jung Hwading. Her heart refuses to remain calm though. No matter how much she tries to force herself to believe she is okay and is holding up fine, she knows she is not. There is a knock on her door and she opens it to reveal Jung. Seeing him, she suddenly feels fine again. He seems to notice something and asks her what happened. When she seems clueless, he points out that she has cut her hair. Sehee immediately remembers her styling failure and panics, holding her head with both hands. Inwardly, she calmly says he is right. He teases her about getting a boyfriend and steps into the house. She is caught off guard a bit. He wants to know what made her suddenly cut her hair during the one night he was away. She can tell he is hinting at him being the reason behind her change. She coldly tells him she doesn't need to stay pretty because of a person. She just cut her hair wrongly. He notices her blushing face and smirks. Pulling her into a hug, he compliments her, making our female lead a bit flustered. She doesn't expect him to say such, but he holds her face and repeats his statement, calling her pretty. Sehee focuses on his kind smile and her heart turns into a mess again. She wants him to let go of her. She can't recklessly throw herself into this heat of desire for someone that isn't even hers. Jung is more focused on getting her to smile. Tis stares up at him in a daze as her mind wanders to something else. In the end, she stares at the picture he suddenly took of her while she was in a daze and complains. She urges him to delete it. He smiles happily and refuses. Sehee's heart gets messy again as she wonders why such a picture would be significant to him. She suddenly remembers the picture that went missing in her room. It was a photo of her with her male classmates. She deduces that it must be Jung who took that picture from the wall. The culprit is still busy admiring the picture that he took, and says it is a shame. It would have looked even better if she smiled. His words dampen Sehee's mood again. It was so easy for her to smile in pictures back then, so why is it difficult now? Jung wants to retake the picture, but Sehee is feeling horrible. She can't deny anymore that the news of his marriage does affect her. Her insides are even turning upside down. She can't pretend to be fine any longer. She wonders if she is the only one feeling so conflicted. Does Jung not feel it too? He pulls her closer and she suddenly can't control her emotions and pecks him. Tion is pleasantly surprised and then asks if she had a good rest last night. When she says yes, he immediately starts getting intimate. Sehee's heart is not in it, however, as she wonders if she can ask him what this night means to him. Does it mean something more to him, or it's just casual? Jung says randomly that they should change the bed, but she refuses. He teases her about it, asking if she is okay with her bed being broken. She says she is fine with that, but in her heart she desperately wishes he is a mess like her. Couple are busy getting intimate. Sehee had made up her mind not to question anything that happens in their relationship or care where their love is leading to. Recalling her resolution now, however, brings her a little shame. It doesn't seem to matter though, because she can never openly express her feelings. While Jung is trying to bring her pleasure, Sehee knows that even if they're together like this, regardless of the many sweet words they whisper or the tender kisses they share, their relationship exists only in the moment. It is raining outside. Our girl is cuddled up with Tion, but she can't sleep. Her mind wanders to the cherry flowers she saw yesterday. She wonders if it will be a sight that will disappear without a trace when the time comes. It is clear she is talking about her Jung. Feeling her touching his face, he urges her to sleep. Sehee feels that flowers are so weak and her feelings are just like those flowers. After so many years of waiting to bloom, they are easily swept away by the passing storm. Can't be helped because flowers have seasons, they change. She recalls Jung's face and acknowledges she already knew that. But she just wanted to stand beneath that scenery one more time. It is morning and Jung is awake. Looking at the adorable woman by his side, he can't resist teasing her. He scratches her nose a bit while she just mumbles and goes back to sleep. He finds her so cute and smiles. Sehee doesn't know about this because when she wakes up, he is gone. At this point, she knows it cannot be helped. She thinks the flowers are falling and the seasons are changing, just like her feelings. And now she has made up her mind. After dressing, she makes a call to her friend Yujong. She has decided to give it a shot. She plans to attend Juwon's study program abroad. Her friend is in disbelief and asks why she still needs to join the program. He is sure her boyfriend is rich enough. Sahi reminds him that she is not in such a kind of relationship with Young. Her friend demands to know what kind of relationship they are in then. Are they just casual partners? Sahi sits outside as she explains to him about how it is. She has problems with her leg, and not only that, her lover is Yoon Tion. Yoon isn't impressed even if it is Yoon Tion. He asks if the man despises her because of her leg, but she denies it. She reveals that they were only together for a short while and their relationship was always going to end. Hearing footsteps, she turns around and spots Uncle Bang staring at her. She hurriedly ends her call and asks what brings her uncle here. Uncle Bang's attention is on the words he heard, and he wants her to deny that she has something going on with CEO Young. So he asks him if he would believe her if she denies it. Her uncle isn't too pleased as he already suspected it. Her words today just confirms it. He wants to know what she plans to do now and if anyone else knows about them. She says Mrs. Chun and Secretary Kim are aware of their affair. She doesn't want her uncle to worry and reveals Yoon Tion has a matchmaking meeting. She tells him their relationship was never serious. If not, she would be crying sadly in her room by now. She fakes a laugh and begs her uncle to help her with cleaning since he is here already. He agrees and asks about her change of hairstyle, which makes her embarrassed. She explains it was an accident. As the two converse, she notices Uncle Bang slowing down his footsteps just to match her pace, and her heart warms. Remembering a time when Yoon slowed down just to match her steps, she knows that not only Yoon Tion can treat her this well. As long as anyone has good intentions towards her, they will take care of her. The two relatives are done with cleaning and decide to share a drink together. Uncle Bang is impressed by how clean her room is. In her mind, Sahi thinks it is because she has a frequent visitor. Her uncle notices the gleaming watch on her table and she offers it to him. He refuses to, calling it weird and ominous. He complains about why there are so many canvases. Just as he sits on the bed, an unexpected accident happens. Her bed breaks into two. While her uncle complains about the bed, Sahi smacks her forehead. Who would think the bed would actually break? Over at Yoon Tion's side, his secretary is reporting business matters to him. He refuses to take a break as he knows the headquarters staff also need to clock out early. He asks Secretary Kim if he has anything else to report. The man reveals he has news regarding the second daughter of Young Hwadang household. The Youngmoon chairman has pulled some strings before a formal investigation could be carried out, saving Young Taijun. Young wonders why his uncle is so devoted to Saintis Park. He asks if there are any other calls from the Saintis, and he is informed that her presence is requested in Seoul. Young is sure his father is planning to use this as leverage against the Saintis. His secretary interrupts his thoughts and reveals that according to inside information, this is not the first time the second daughter is causing trouble. 20 years ago, the Saintis also had to borrow some money from the chairman, about 5 billion won. Yoon calculates and discovers Hyunji should have been just a kid then. He wonders just what kind of trouble a kid can cause which would be worth that price. Even Secretary Kim finds it odd. However, when he tried to inquire about it, he was told to stop prying further. The person they are speculating about is in a heated phone call. Hyunji is arguing with the other person on the line, who we discover is the ex that deceived her. She scolds him for calling her now after blocking her and changing his number. The man doesn't seem bothered and asks her to calm down, making her even more furious. She demands to know where he is so she can kill him. He says he is already in trouble without her adding to it, and tells her to calm down. His words send her spiraling as she shouts about how she is in more danger than he is. She asks how he plans to fix her life. He gives a lukewarm apology and whines about how he is about to end up in jail. His words make Hyunji calm down as she demands to know what is going on. Standing outside, Hyunji is in deep thought. Taijun has gambled away the money he embezzled from Youngmoon Constructions, putting them all in trouble. She regrets accepting money from him. Now, Taijun will walk away free while her family will have to take the fall for him. Although everything seems quiet now, soon articles will be released about this. That's why she urgently needs money. Looking at Hyungu waving at her with a bouquet of flowers in hand, she is determined. This is her only option before her grandma finds out. She hugs Hyungu softly, saying she thought he wouldn't come. He reminds her he has promised to protect her. Handing her the flowers, he urges her to marry him. While Hyunji pretends to be surprised, in her mind she thinks marriage is not enough. She needs more assurance, and so she turns away. She asks what he would do if his parents don't like her because of her dad's debt. Hyungu is eager to please his lover and pats his chest, promising to convince his parents. Hyunji apologizes and thanks him. She gives him a hug, but in a place he cannot see, she smiles viciously and calls him a stupid fool. Sehee is holding a 1-minute silence for her deceased bed. She has been using it since elementary school, and up until now it has sufficed, until it met the murderer Yoon Taeon. She blushes as she didn't really expect the bed to break from their intimate activities. She gets a call and picks it. It is the bed destroyer Yoon Taeon. He wants to stop by to see her, but Sehee is a bit reluctant. She remembers his marriage meeting is supposed to be tomorrow and hesitates. Taeon assumes she is shy because she doesn't want to be intimate and promises they won't do such. He apologizes for overdoing it yesterday. Sehee really doesn't want to see him today, and she wonders why. The two lovers sit outside on her porch. Yoon demands to know if she is hurting somewhere. She says she is feeling a little sick. She tells him she wants to rest alone. In her heart, however, she is doing this because of his marriage meeting tomorrow. She stands to head inside, but he stops her. He questions her about her sudden change of mind. Just last night, she slept peacefully in his arms until daybreak. His words do not please her as she assumes her heart and opinions doesn't mean anything to him. She tells him coldly to let her go. Examining her, Yoon finally releases her and allows her to go inside since she looks like she isn't feeling well. He wants to be the one to bring her to her bed though. She tries to protest and tell him something is wrong with the bed, but he cuts her off. He was wrong, so the least he can do is this. She still tries to stop him but gives up and leans against his chest. Yoon Taeon is shocked when he enters the room and asks her in surprise what happened to the bed. She descends from his arms and claims she changed it because it was too old. He can see through her lie and smirks at her. He squishes her cheeks and informs her she is supposed to demand compensation in a situation like this and not ask to be left alone. She wants to know why he is asking about her bed, and he replies that it is because his mistake seems pretty serious. He plans to send over a new bed for her, but she refuses loudly. To him, she seems scared that they will be caught, and she admits she is. He tells her she can go with her family to get a new one and buy whatever she wants. For that, he hands over his bank card. He orders her not to return it when she is done with it, but to keep using it as she pleases. Any girl would be thrilled by this, but not Sehee. When he tells her she can buy anything she wants as the card has no limits, she is suddenly reminded of a politician who spent 1.5 billion won just to please his mistress. Yoon is a bit regretful that he can't accompany her personally to get what she wants. She refuses, saying she doesn't like crowded places. That isn't a problem for Yoon, as he offers to buy out the shop to make it empty for a day. Sehee is disappointed as she relaxes. Yoon is just like those people who think money can solve everything. She feels disgusted, and so she chases him away. He isn't aware of her feelings and kisses her quickly, wishing her a good night. As he leaves, she makes up her mind not to become his secret affair. She blocks his number as it is not too late for them to end things here. Looking at all the gifts he gave her, she plans to return everything to him. The day of Yoon Taeon's matchmaking session has arrived. Uncle Bang is still concerned about Sehee and asks her repeatedly if she is okay. She focuses on cleaning as she assures her uncle she is fine. Like she said, their relationship was never serious. It's over, and she ended things with him yesterday. Their discussion is interrupted by someone's call. Madame Yoon approaches and calls out to the two of them. She seems happy to find them there and tells Sehee she has something to discuss with her. She informs her if she isn't busy, she will need her to help serve today's matchmaking session. Dressed in an apron, Sehee stands outside the door and observes the couple inside. Yoon is sitting with a beautiful lady in front of him. She announces her presence to the people inside as the person who plans to prepare their meal. Looking at the two people sitting inside, Sehee feels everything has gone back to its rightful place. Just because the two of them were in some sort of relationship doesn't change what she is. His potential wife can never be her. Her eyes become downcast as she serves the food for them. The girl sitting with Yoon smiles happily as she admires the food before her. She complains about how hungry she is. Sehee wishes them a happy meal and is about to leave when Tion calls her name. She turns around to see him beckoning her. He orders her to pour him a glass of water. While she serves them, Jung and the lady continue their conversation. Jisoo mentions how nervous she was coming here. She goes ahead to call him her first love. No matter how Sehee tries to hide it, she still feels affected. Her eyes catch the wide smile on Jung's lips and her heart breaks further. She exits the room, leaving the two couples to continue their date. Side, she is stopped by Madame Yoon, who thanks her for doing a good job. Sehee says it's nothing. Jung's mother lets her go since she doesn't want to hold up a busy person, and Sehee leaves. She wonders what sort of fantasy she has been living in all this while. Of course, Jung and his mother are in a position to nonchalantly boss her around. Remembering how Jung smiles at the lady, her heart breaks. She thought that smile was meant only for her, but it is now being given to someone else. She tries to comfort herself with the fact that they only dated for a bit and now she no longer wants to see him. Jung is over at his date listening to Jisoo talk. She keeps talking about his older cousin and how he bosses girls around. She hopes Jung is not like that. She praises him for being kind and chivalrous. Jung's eyes, however, are following Sehee's figure, wondering why she hasn't looked at his face even once. He interrupts Jisoo's chatter and suggests they eat now so the food doesn't get cold. His thoughts turn to Sehee's action of blocking him, as if she wants to tell him this is the end. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find her. For her to suddenly appear before him just now, it must be his mother's doing. He never even knew there was a matchmaking session for him until today. It was also then that he found out Sehee was going to host them. A message comes in and he looks at his phone. It is from Secretary Kim, informing him Sehee is back. Sehee spots Secretary Kim standing in front of her room and asks what he is doing here. He tells her his CEO has been waiting for her before he had no choice but to leave. He wants Sehee to call him when she returns. Sehee calmly tells him she has seen Jung, making Secretary Kim a bit confused. She heads inside and returns with the box of Jung's things, handing it to Secretary Kim. She asks him to pass it on to the CEO. In her mind, it is really over between them this time. Shutting her door, tears begin to slide down her face. She cries pitifully and scolds herself for being too prideful. Bending down and burying her face in her laps, she regrets it. She should just have been an easy woman and smiled like it didn't matter. That way, her feelings would have meant nothing. Jung's date is over. Secretary Kim hands over the package from Sehee to Jung. Looking at it, Jung is a bit disappointed to see everything he gave her returned. Smirking, he tries to call her again, but the call doesn't go through. He confirms she has returned from Secretary Kim. He hands the bag over to his assistant. He has some things he needs to address with his mother and Jisoo. Only then can he head over to find his woman himself. Jisoo is still feeling good about her date today. Jung, however, is more relaxed and nonchalant. He seems eager to send her off. She stops to ask him a question. Does he really only date older women? His thoughts drift to Sehee and he wonders what his response would be if she asked. Presently, he tells Jisoo he doesn't remember. She mentions how bored he seemed earlier, but he says he had fun. She is relieved by this and wants to know when their next date will be. He avoids her question and calmly tells her to have a safe trip back and to study diligently. Jisoo is unreconciled and demands to know what she did wrong. He says she did nothing. When she keeps pestering him, he advises her to settle things with her current boyfriend before going on a date with another man. His words leave the lady stunned. Walking back inside, he meets his mother. She wants to know if he sent Jisoo off well, and he replies he did. His mother starts praising Jisoo. She wants to hear his opinion, and he agrees with her. His expression is so fake, she questions if he is being sincere, and he says he isn't. His words make her angry, but before she can retort, he tells her he is leaving. He informs her that because of her bad temper, over 20 headquarters employees are still stuck at work and can't leave. Madame Yoon's face turns vicious as she hears him say she has a bad temper. The reason why she did this was because she knew he went to Seoul with some girl. When she investigated, she found out it was Yun Sehee. Knowing her son is the type to get what he wants no matter what, she can at least stop the girl if she can't stop her son. Sehee steps out of her room and finds a tray on her porch. From the food items on it, she knows it was left by Uncle Bang and Mrs. Chun. It has been this way since she was younger. Anytime she was hungry, the couple would look after her this way. Eating the food they got for her makes her tears start falling again. She already said it was not a big deal, so they won't worry about her. He was just a guest who would leave at any time. Since they've agreed to bury it and move on, then they should just do so. She finishes her dinner and stands up from the steps. Her name is called, and when she looks up, Jung is standing there. She coldly asks what he is doing here. He tells her he saw the thing she asked Secretary Kim to give to him and wants to talk to her. She doesn't want to talk to him though, as they have nothing to say. If he came here to get intimate, he is going to be disappointed, so he can just leave. He climbs up the steps after her and informs her he came here after turning Jishu down. He assures her that if he knew he was having a matchmaking meeting beforehand, he would have informed her. He understands she is angry, but her asking him to leave is also unfair to him. She doesn't know what his action is going to change. She explains that he will still go on another date. He'll even get married too. Although they agreed to be like this from the start of their relationship, she does not plan to keep being his mistress until his wedding. He smirks suddenly and asks her if that is the problem. He pulls her out of the house immediately, startling her. He wants to take her to meet his mother right now. Sahi is startled by his words and asks him to let go. He asks her if this isn't what she wants. She yells at him to stop. He doesn't understand why he should. His mother is probably still awake. If he explains to her now, it'll all be over. Sahi looks up and she is crying. She asks if he is crazy, and he retorts asking her if she was in her right senses when she went to serve just because his mother asked her to. To Sahi, it is impossible for her to turn down his mother's request, and she wonders how he would even dare to say that to her. He insists it is different. She points out that him asking her to pour water and fetch his golf ball is no different from what his mother did. To them, she is still just a servant that lives here. Jung is heartbroken by her tears and wipes them away. He hugs her when she wails because she can't refuse his mother if even he thinks of her that way. She buries her head in his chest as she scolds him for daring to still bring her to his mother. She wants him to just go away. He asks where he could possibly go. She tells him go on a date, get married, and do whatever he wants. He refuses and asks her to look at him. He would never do that and has never thought so lowly of her. Jung explains to his woman why he did these things. He asked her to pour water for him, not because he thought of her as a servant, but because he was mad at her for trying to run away from him. She doesn't believe and calls him a liar. He stretches her cheeks immediately. With how bad she is at cleaning, how could he even think of her as a servant? Every time she comes around, there is always something that ends up bothering him. He asks her if she didn't realize that he was interested in her from the start. Then why did she pretend not to know? Also, the golf ball was just his attempt to mess with her. He wanted her to just look at him even if it was once. Sahi refuses to believe as she thinks it is ridiculous. He tells her if she doesn't believe, he can grovel and beg at her feet right now. She is shocked by his words. He stuns her further when he hugs her and apologizes. He admits he is wrong. She pushes him away as she doesn't want to misunderstand that he actually thinks of her as a special person. Jung Tian to everyone is a power tripper. It is only in front of Sahi that he feels like his actions are special. He hugs her again and assures her it is not a misunderstanding. To him, she is always special. He asks her why he would comfort her if she wasn't special to him. He wouldn't do something that crazy. She is indeed special to him. As he says this, he lifts her hands and kisses it. She is insanely aggressive, stubborn, and so pretty. Two push into the house. Sahi wants to know if they are getting intimate again. Jung reminds her she was the one who didn't want anything else with him. She is the one who didn't answer his calls during the day. She tries to defend herself by saying he wanted to sleep with her just once. He asks her if she was sad, and she asks who will be happy to hear those words. He suggests they start going on dates. Sahi thinks he is joking, but he assures her he is not. There are a lot of things he wants to do with her and to her. She blushes because of his words and suddenly remembers his date. Did he really reject her? He replies positively. She asks further if he will go on any more matching-making sessions, and he says he won't. How can he go on more dates when she is already this made about just one? He brings up her blocking him while he thought she was sleeping, making him worry all day. She smiles and promises to unblock him, which he appreciates. He reminds her to also answer all his calls. Young wants to know why she didn't throw a fit if she really hated it that much. She turns away, saying she doesn't have the right to do that. He isn't pleased as this won't do. From now on, she has to stop jumping into conclusions without asking questions and instead wait to hear his explanations. He makes up his mind they'll get intimate today and have a date tomorrow. She doesn't know where they can possibly go, and he says anywhere. She can even come over to his place. She protests as they will get caught, but he admits that is his plan. He wants them to get caught. His words leave her dazed.
Our main leads are busy getting intimate, but while the two are having a happy time, there is someone else who is having a bad day. Madame Yoon is very angry. She is on a call with Jisoo's mother talking about how the blind date failed. She just can't understand her son anymore. Why would he ruin such a good opportunity? He promised to go along with their decision before and marry someone their family chose. So why did he suddenly change his mind? Madame Yoon can only think of one thing that has changed between then and now, and that is the appearance of Yeon Sa-hee. Just like the woman thought, her son has indeed gotten involved with another woman. What promise to his parents? He refuses to remember anything. All he is concerned about is the woman lying beside him sharing a cuddle. It is Sa-hee who is even thinking of his mother, afraid they will get caught by the madam. Young Taeyeon laughs and tells her that is his plan. He really wants them to get caught. Poor Madame Yoon. If she knew this was what her son thought, what would she do? Our male lead thinks getting caught will solve their problems, but all it has done is bring more problems their way. Because now Madame Yoon is determined to step in and get rid of Yeon Sa-hee. Young's marriage is supposed to be a big stepping stone for him. How could he ruin it all because of someone as cheap as Yeon Sa-hee? She wants some answers, and so she rushes to her son's room to confront him. But no one is there. The room is empty. Now Madame Yoon is truly furious. She is sure he must have gone to comfort that annoying girl. With how scary her face looks now, she might as well be a demon of revenge. She has made up her mind to get rid of Yeon Sa-hee no matter what. Madame Yoon has gone to see Saintess Park. She doesn't even greet the woman before she demands to know where her granddaughter is. The Saintess is worried and confused. She knows this is going to be a huge problem, but there is no way she can refuse to answer. Madame Yoon doesn't seem ready to leave until she sees Sa-hee. Even when the Saintess tries to convince her Sa-hee's home is far away, she insists on going. When the madam asks if Sa-hee is all alone, Saintess Park knows it is all over. The madam must have found out. The very thing she has been afraid about is finally happening. The two head for Sa-hee house. Our main leads don't even make it better for themselves. They are busy having an intimate moment when the women get there. Madame Yoon stands outside and listens to the sounds coming from inside. She hears everything and her face turns scary. The Saintess is worried and tries to speak, but Madame Yoon tells her to shut up. She warns the other woman. If she doesn't stop talking, she will rip her mouth apart. Our couple had no idea about the troubles waiting for them. They are still in their little love bubble. Look, they are even showering together right now. Sa-hee is so comfortable she falls asleep in the shower. When she wakes up, it is to Young Taeyeon drying her hair. She still can't believe what is happening. More importantly, she is scared and insecure. She wants to know if Taeyeon is really satisfied with her. After all, she is just a lame woman with no money. Young can't help but laugh. He tells her she might be all these things, but at least she can make him laugh. She is also cute and pretty. She might be good at drawing and even famous, yet she is still humble. Young is really satisfied with his choice. Because of that, he asks Sa-hee to move to Seoul with him. He wants only her and promises never to make her lonely. Sa-hee is so touched and happy by his request, she gives him a kiss. Everything is just so perfect. She just wants to keep this moment forever in her drawings. Taeyeon is dressed to leave, but there is one thing he must settle before he goes. The lack of bed in this room. Well, it is no one's fault you broke the first bed, mister. Sa-hee also rejects his card. She only wants the bracelet he has given to her. He thinks she is just being stubborn until she shyly tells him she doesn't need to buy a bed since she will be coming to Seoul very soon. Young is pleased with the way she is thinking. She is already planning their future together. Our male lead is already thinking of where she would stay when she arrives. Sa-hee is very shy and tells him that would have to wait. He suggests she come live with him whenever she comes to Seoul. Sa-hee is still hesitating, so Young promises to give her a week. She can think about it slowly and make up her mind during this period. He promises to contact her. Young Taeyeon leaves, but he meets his mother outside on his way back to his room. She is waiting for him. Looking at the amount of crushed flowers around her feet and the flowers she is currently ruining, we can tell she is still very angry. She must be wishing those flowers were Sa-hee instead. She tells Taeyeon she spoke with his blind date's mother, who said the two of them didn't get along. She wants to know what happened between them. Young reminds her he doesn't like kids, but Madam Yoon can't understand. He is clearly making excuses because Jisoo is even 1 year older than him. She is angry because he wants to ruin his position over something so small. She really doesn't know what to do with this son. Young is unrepentant and tells her she already knows. Of course, Madam Yoon knows her son and understands what he means. He is someone who will never give up on something he wants. Now she is just tired and tells him she needs to rest. Before leaving, she asks him to give her some time to get used to Sahi. She wants them to talk about this topic again after they return to Seoul. What she doesn't tell him is that she wants to use this time to separate him from Sahi. Sahi has no idea her man has just fought a big battle just to be with her. She is also facing a huge problem too right now. The problem of deciding what to eat for dinner with Taeyeon. Everything is just so blissful and perfect for Sahi right now. Looking at the name she used to save his number on her phone, Sahi feels an urge to change it. She might have never thought of him that way, but now she can finally get closer. Sahi smiles because the only thing she can think of is Young Taeyeon. Although Sahi really wants to have dinner with her man tonight, she can't because she already has other plans. Young is a bit disappointed because he thinks he asked her first. She doesn't want him to be upset, so she calls him and explains to him. She and her friends usually go on a picnic around this time. She has been postponing it and has no choice but to do it today. Hearing her make excuses and apologizing makes Taeyeon laugh. He finds it very funny. He is no longer upset. Instead, he wants her to send all the pictures of all the fun she is having. Done with his call, Young's secretary is still worried about who he would have dinner with. Young finally remembers he has a mother and says he will have dinner with her. However, nothing is working in his favor. He is destined to be alone because his mother has refused to eat dinner. Young is aware she also refused to eat breakfast. He finds it funny that he still has to deal with his parents' hunger strike at such an age. He has no idea what his mother is thinking, but plans to speak to her after his meal. Meanwhile, at Sahi's side, her friends have arrived. Sahi is surprised they came all the way over to her door. Uncle Bang is about to say it is Mrs. Chun's idea, but she threatens him with a pinch on his arm which makes him shut up. Sahi just laughs at their behavior. The three are having their picnic under a blossom tree. Sahi is busy admiring the flowers as they remind her of her time with Young. She starts blushing just thinking about him. She doesn't forget her promise to him and starts taking pictures of their meal. Uncle Bang is surprised and asks what is going on. He has never seen her do this before. Their conversation moves to Sahi's trip to Seoul. Mrs. Chun is in support of her leaving. She wants her to go to Seoul. She believes that there is nothing more Sahi could need here in Yeongwadong. She wants Sahi to go and have lots of fun. She can always come back whenever she misses them. Uncle Bang pretends to be angry and scolds her for doing things her way. Yet, his first question is if she has enough money with her. He says she has enough money to deposit for a studio apartment. Uncle Bang is still reluctant and tries to argue that living in Yeongwadang is better than that. He doesn't understand why Sahi is moving to Seoul, but he still promises to assist her with some money. When he sees Sahi is about to disagree, he instantly yells angrily that he will assist her with money. At least he can do that much. Seeing his face that looks like he would attack anyone who dares to stop him, Sahi can't help but smile. She remembered Young called these two people her family, and he was right. Mrs. Chun wants to be sure she really has money. When Sahi says she does, Mrs. Chun warns her to stop sending her money for her granddaughter's hospital bill. She should just focus on herself. She assures Sahi she can take care of the rest since the saintess has increased her salary. Her daughter has also been getting better ever since her last surgery. Treating her shouldn't be as costly now. Mrs. Chun doesn't want to be indebted to Sahi any longer. Sahi is fine with it. She grabs the older woman's hands and reminds her to reach out if she needs money. The elders are touched by her words. Mrs. Chun promises to do so. That aside, she wants them to stop thinking about those sad things on such a nice day and just eat and have fun. The three share a drink while Uncle Bang yells about them drinking until they are drunk. Sahi is just happy looking at them. They are her household, her family. She decides to tell them about Young Taeyeon later on, but it seems the later comes faster than expected, because why is she drunk and why is Taeyeon holding on to her? Taeyeon is holding his drunk lover in his arms. It is night and she must have been feeling too drunk, so she came outside to sober up. She tells him she has finally told her family she is going to Seoul today. Taeyeon is sure they must be very sad. She says she didn't tell them about her relationship with Taeyeon though. He is a bit disappointed and asks if they are still playing the game of let's not get caught. Sae-hee reminds him she won't be following him to Seoul. At least, not until she settles things around here. Only then will she tell her family. She suddenly remembers something and brings out a peach blossom and gives it to him. She explains she caught it while it was falling from the tree. Sahi remembers the story she was told when she was little by Mrs. Chun. It is said that if you catch a falling cherry blossom, your love will come true. Young is happy with his gift and grabs his girl and hugs her. Looking at her pretty face, he can't control himself and kisses her. The two are inside with Sahi complaining about how uncomfortable she is. Young wants to know if she is sober, and she says only a little. He is sure she must have had fun. She didn't even get this drunk while meeting her classmates. She reminds him she won't be able to come see them often once she is in Seoul. Young tells her she can come occasionally or invite her family to Seoul. So he doesn't agree because she thinks it is too far. Plus, she will be too busy when she starts working. Young is surprised as he had no idea she had a job. When he asks her, she says she hasn't decided on one yet, but she will need to earn rent. Young playfully asks her if she signed a scam contract, leaving her confused. He reminds her that her books have never left the bestseller lists for years now. Why should someone like her be staying in a rental? He even says he won't be surprised if she has a house in Seoul. She understands what he means. She tells him as she gets paid, she also has places to spend it. Taeyeon wants to know where she spends such a huge amount of money. She explains to him, Mrs. Chun has a granddaughter with a serious illness. The girl has done so many major surgeries over the past few years and has been hospitalized so many times as well. Young is shocked and asks if she is paying all the hospital bills. She tries to deny it, but eventually admits she is. Young scolds her for being an idiot. He doesn't see why she should do this when Mrs. Chun is not even her real family. Plus, it is not the woman who is sick, but her granddaughter. Sahi is not pleased by his behavior. She coldly reminds him it is her money. He has no right to speak about situations he knows nothing about. Young isn't satisfied and demands to know what it is he doesn't know about. She explains that Mrs. Chun did even more for her when she was younger. She was a child abandoned by her parents and ignored even by her grandmother. She was just a bundle of misfortune that nobody wanted. Except for one person. Mrs. Chun was the one who pulled her out, as if to say the world hadn't abandoned her. For a full year after the incident where her leg was injured, the woman would carry her on her back every day. She would do that just to take Sahi to her school, which was an hour away. So Sahi doesn't regret it. Whether it is thousands or hundreds of dollars, she doesn't regret spending it on the woman. She warns Young not to say such things from now on. Young is feeling sorry and scolds himself. He touches her injured leg and wants to know more about the accident. She doesn't really want to talk about it and tells him it happened a long time ago when she was 9. Young can hear her reluctance and asks if it is hard to talk about it. She says yes. She tells him she fell into a river and it rained heavily that day. The report went in immediately, but they refused to rescue her because the current was too strong. Everyone thought she wouldn't survive. And she wouldn't have if her ankle hadn't gotten caught between rocks, keeping her alive. But by the time she was rescued, too much time had passed, so she couldn't walk properly anymore. Young is curious, though. Why would she go to the river on such a rainy day? Sahi doesn't want to tell the truth, so she lies. She says she went to find a doll. It was her younger sibling's doll, and she said she lost it nearby. So Sahi helped her to look for it and fell into the river. That isn't the truth, though. Maybe someday Sahi will finally be able to tell him the truth that it was her younger sister who pushed her. But even if that day never comes, she is just happy being with young Taeyeon. Sahi might think she could deceive Taeyeon, but the man is so much smarter. The next day, he immediately gets his secretary to investigate what happened 20 years ago. The amount her grandmother, Saintess Park, collected from the chairman was around 500 million won. Young is curious because Sahi said she fell trying to find her younger sibling's doll, and the Saintess also settled something related to that sibling for 500 million won. He wants to know who told Secretary Kim the story. When he is told it is Chief Seo, he immediately plans to meet the man the next day. Sahi is about to die. I understand, girl. I get that same feeling when I get drunk too. Taeyeon is still concerned because she sounds like someone on her last breath. She assures him she will live. He wants her to know he will be going back to Seoul for today. He might be late, so he doesn't want her to wait for him. So he is surprised and reminds him there is a ritual holding for him today. Taeyeon says what he wants to take care of is more important. He apologizes because they keep having to postpone their dates. She must be frustrated. Lies, you are the frustrated one. She tells him yesterday felt like a date to her, and he smiles. He tells her to open the door if the pain gets too much. She does so and sees a package outside her door. She asks if he stopped by, and he says he did. He wanted her to rest some more and so didn't wake her up. Just seeing the package makes Sahi blush. He promises to come in and just mess with her next time so she shouldn't sound so disappointed. Sehee points out she never said she was disappointed, and he finally admits. He is the disappointed one. He reminds her to take her meals and promises to call her. Madame Yoon has barely gotten rid of her former anger when something happens making her angry again. She arranged a fortune ritual for her son today. But what is the use when the main person has gone? This Taeyeon doesn't even appreciate the fortune given by his parents. The poor woman can feel her head aching. It doesn't help that Jisoo's mother calls and apologizes. She apologizes and says she just found out her daughter was already in a relationship. Madame Yoon doesn't believe her. She doesn't even care about that. She believes all heirs end up in arranged marriages, which are always just for show. Having private affairs can even be tolerated. The woman is still talking. She claims Jisoo was about to break up with that boyfriend. It was because her family was pushing her to return quickly. That is why she failed to settle things properly before arriving. Madame Yoon doesn't see the need to be having this discussion. She thinks it is already a lost cause. She doesn't expect Jisoo's mother to be unwilling to let go. She keeps insisting her daughter's relationship was not serious. Her daughter and the boy just had a small crush on each other. She wants to know what their families will do now. Madame Yoon doesn't believe what the woman is saying, but it seems like Han Seung-geun hasn't given up yet. Madame Yoon is a smart woman and pretends like everything is fine. Jisoo's mother keeps talking and apologizing, but it is obvious what she wants. Another chance between her daughter and Young Taeyeon. Now Madame Yoon completely believes in the Saintess. She really knows what she is doing. Just like she said, today turns out to be an auspicious day for her son. Jisoo's mother asks Madame Yoon if it would be possible to arrange another match between the two of them. Madame Yoon is pleased to hear this, but she isn't one to give in easily. Even if it isn't difficult to set up another date, she says it is, because she can't control her son. She tells Jisoo's mother she isn't sure how this will turn out. She has to try talking to her son first. After ending the call, Madame Yoon is pleased. Now that there is another opportunity for her son to rise through his marriage, Madame Yoon has made up her mind. If her son can't bring himself to abandon that girl, she will make Sahee abandon him. Over at Seoul, Young Tae-on is meeting with Chief Seo. The man thinks he is here to talk about Young Tae-jun's recent scandals, and says he can't be of any help. A confused Taeyeon tells him not to be nervous since it is not that. Instead, he wants to know about the 500 million Yeongwadang received 20 years ago. The chief looks away and refuses to talk all of a sudden. Taeyeon notes this and says it wasn't a simple gift. Chief Seo wants to know why Taeyeon is bringing this up suddenly. It shouldn't be related to Taejun's scandal. Taeyeon repeats this isn't his reason, and says he is just curious about the incident. With no choice, the chief finally begins talking. He says when he first found out too, he didn't want to believe it because it sounded ridiculous. It was the first time something like that had happened. He reveals the truth. The second granddaughter of Saintess Park, Chae Hyun-ji, was the one who pushed her older sister into the river that almost killed her. And it wasn't a simple accident between kids playing or anything, because there was a witness. Now, Taeyeon understands why they collected the 500 million won. It was to bribe the witness into staying silent. Done with his conversation with the man, Taeyeon is outside taking a smoke. He asks Secretary Kim about the investigation the police are doing on his cousin, Taejun. The secretary informs him it will start in a week's time. But because the chairman is supporting Taejun, there is a news embargo. This means none of his information will be leaked out during the case. Even Hyunji has been excluded from this as well. Taeyeon is done smoking and instructs his secretary to take him to see the chairman. Sehee is having a fun time chatting with her man. He is still worried about her. But more than that, he admits he misses her so much. She tells him to come back soon because she will be waiting for him. She is still embarrassed when she remembers she gifted him a cherry blossom petal yesterday. What was she thinking? She really mustn't drink again. She is about to start drawing when she hears a voice from outside. It is a familiar voice, and Sahee starts sweating when she hears it. She isn't expecting any visits. Just as expected, when she opens the door, Madame Yoon is standing outside. Sahee nervously asks her what she is doing here, and the woman asks if she can spare her some of her time. They need to talk. The two women are inside Sahee's studio. After refusing any refreshments from Sahee, Madame Yoon mentions her job. She knows Sahee is a writer but doesn't know she also paints. She believes Sahee must be very talented. She even says she read Sahee's book, making our dear girl nervous. Madame Yoon keeps praising the book and Sahee's writing. Sahee is feeling a little relaxed and says, Madame Yoon is just being kind. The woman says she is not, as Sahee is already doing really well. Her book is famous among children's bookstores. She suddenly changes the topic and asks Sahee to draw for her. Seeing the stunned look on her face, Madame Yoon acts disappointed and says it must be too much to ask. Our silly girl rushes to assure her it is fine. She will be happy to. She is soon done drawing and shows it to Madame Yoon. The woman admires it, asking if she really looks like this. Sahi admits she is very beautiful. Madame Yoon thanks Sahi, who thinks she is just talking about the painting. Madame Yoon explains her reason. She is thanking Sahi for spending time with Taeyeon. Sahi is confused by this. Madame Yoon explains. She is used to her son playing with toy swords, guns, and robots since he was young. She thought he had outgrown all that, so seeing him playing with a pretty doll is a bit strange. Basically, she is just calling Sahi a toy. Madame Yoon gives Sahi a warning. She should not take her relationship with young Taeyeon the wrong way. She must remember, Taeyeon is just having fun with her. She must never believe or take it seriously. She tells her there is not much time left to enjoy, so she should just take her time and have her fun. And when it is over, everything would be put back in place. She brings out an envelope from her bag and throws it at Sahi. She warns her to accept the money and not act clingy with Taeyeon. Madame Yoon advises her to take the envelope and not refuse it. After all, she considered Sahi when preparing the envelope and didn't put too much in it in case it scared Sahi into refusing. She tells her it is not a big amount and Sahi should just take it as payment for her drawing. Sahi is bound to disappoint the woman as she apologizes. She reveals she is being serious here. She really likes Young Taeyeon, and because of that, she can't accept this money. She returns the money to the woman and apologizes again. Madame Yoon laughs. She thinks Sahi is just doing this because she believes it is better to marry and secure your place than take some money. She calls Sahi a smart girl. Our female lead protests and says that is not what this is. She tells Taeyeon's mother that she might be lacking, but she really likes Taeyeon. Madame Yoon finds her funny. She tells Sahi she is indeed lacking. But even if she was just an average woman, it still won't work. To Madame Yoon, her son's marriage is just an extension of business. She tells Sahi she really wished she was the daughter of a family at their level. At least then, they could say it was a love match and even release a press statement. That would have been nice, but unfortunately, Sahi is not. Instead, she is just a shaman's granddaughter. And even worse, she is a lame, crippled woman. She wants Sahi to understand what it means for Taeyeon to be with her. It will be the same as choosing a crippled life. Sahi is heartbroken by this, but Madame Yoon is not done with her. She says while other men that are less capable than Taeyeon will be developing well with the support of their in-laws, Taeyeon will just be limping along. He would never grow because Sahi is always going to be a burden to him. She asks Sahi if she really wants Taeyeon to live like that. Just scraping by in life? Is that what she calls love or sincerity? She asks Sahi if she really wants to live her life ruining the man she claims to love. By now, Sahi's spirit is completely broken. Alone at night with the torn pieces of Madame Yoon's drawing, all she can remember are the woman's words. She wants Sahi to end things with her son. She must also take the money too, and keep her promise. Sahi starts crying. Her phone rings. She sees it is Taeyeon, but she can't face him now. And so she doesn't answer. But is Taeyeon a man that will give up? He soon arrives outside Sahi's studio looking for her. He knows she is in there and doesn't understand why she won't answer. Before she can clean her tears, he comes in and hugs her. He tells her how much he missed her. He is surprised she stayed up so late for him. Sahi has never been more glad that the lights were off. At least, he can't see what she looks like now. When he asks what she did during the day, she says she drew. He wants to know if she thought about him. How can she tell him she dreamed? And in her dream, she was walking hand in hand with him beneath the sunlight. But it is just a foolish dream because the two of them are just too different to walk together. Unless he slows down for her, she will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Madame Yoon's words have gotten to Sahi, and she now believes she and Taeyeon are different people. Now all she wants is just to make the most of everything. She begs him to hurt her tonight, but she doesn't tell him her reason. She wants it so that she will never forget this day. The couple share an intimate moment, but through it all, the only thing Sahi can think of is that these are her last days with Taeyeon. She hopes she can always remain in his memory. After their intimacy, Taeyeon is busy looking at the girl lying on the bed. Looking at her face, he wondered how she had lived here since her childhood. The young girl must have probably lived a sad life. She must never have smiled and always lived with pain, crying from the misery of it all. Staring at the lady snoring, he starts laughing as he finds it funny. He can't help but tease her. Surely she should have gotten better at pretending to be asleep. Sahi, who has been caught, can only smile guiltily. She really wasn't sleeping. Taeyeon doesn't need her awake though, and covers her eyes. He doesn't care if she is pretending. He just wants her to know he will be going back to Seoul earlier than they planned. He has something to take care of and will be leaving in 3 days. He wants them to have a date for the next 2 days. Sahi is happy to hear this and agrees with him. Soon she falls asleep. Young Tae-on can no longer sleep though. He recalls his conversation with his grandfather. He had given the old man all the evidence he had on Taejun's scandal. However, it came with one request, that he stops covering for the Saintess's family. The chairman was angry at being threatened, but Taeyeon just laughed it off. He told the old man he wasn't being blackmailed. He is just concerned. First, it was the incident that happened 20 years ago concerning Hyunji, and now another incident is happening again. He is just worried Hyunji would splash dirt on his grandfather and his cousin. Of course that isn't true, but how would the old man know this? Back to the present. With that settled, Taeyeon has just one more thing to settle. Going into Sahi's study, he sees the study abroad program form. He wonders why this is out since he and Sahi had already decided she would not apply. He notices the empty canvas and remembering the words she said. He already knows what happened. Since she already promised to go to Seoul with him, something must have happened to change her mind. And he already knows what it is. With just a call to Secretary Kim, he confirms his mother left for Seoul early this morning. But knowing how cunning his mother is, he knows she wouldn't have gone without doing anything first. He instructs his secretary to quietly investigate and find out what his mother did yesterday. Taking a look at Sahi's studio, he gives his assistant a number. For the next week or so, he has to check all the call records from that number. Sahi has no idea Taeyeon is already suspicious of her behavior. She wakes up and sees he has gone. She remembers him saying he would leave in 3 days. At least she has 2 more days to spend with him. She calls her uncle, who has prepared the moving van for her. He also tells her Madam Yoon left for Seoul that morning. Sahi cannot forget what the older woman said to her last night. Her words asking Sahi to enjoy while it lasts meant she would leave so Sahi could act freely like Taeyeon's lover without worrying. Sahi knows she has just 2 days left with him. She tries to convince herself it might be for the best. The longer they spend together, the harder it would be to break up. Once upon a time, she wished for him to stop and come down to her level. But she knows there is no way he would. She thinks Young Tae-on is not the kind of person to slow down for someone. For her, they are just a connection that brings misery to each other. But she is determined to cut it off from now on. The Yeon family are gathered outside. Saintess Park is traveling to Seoul, and her daughter is worried about her. Not really. She is more worried about the money she is going to bring back. She is happy thinking all their problems will be resolved tomorrow. The Saintess reminds her daughter her husband will have to pay back all that money even if he has to work himself to the bone. She turns to congratulate Hyunji and Hyunggu, who have decided to register their marriage. Hyunji hugs her grandmother as she promises to live well with her fiancé. Hyunji is convinced this is the best decision she could make. But staring at Sahi, who is standing apart from them like a stranger, she is curious to know her sister's path. Sahi knows everyone has a different standing in life, and the price she will have to pay for loving someone of a different standing is that she will end up lonely and left alone. But she has accepted her fate. So when Taeyeon sends her a text wanting to have lunch with her, she refuses. He isn't happy but doesn't insist and wants to have dinner with her instead. Sahi agrees to him, but she doesn't expect the man to be so eager. He calls her while she is still painting and announces he is coming to pick her up. Sahi is worried because why is he coming over? She tries to stop him but jokes on her. Because the man is already here. Taeyeon is standing outside the open window and staring at her. With no choice, Sahi asks him to wait for her while she finishes her painting. He says he can only do that if she allows him to watch from inside. And that is how she lets him in. Taeyeon notices the study abroad form again. He is still worried his mother might have done something to his woman. But no matter how his secretary investigates, the results are the same. Madam Yoon never left her house throughout the day. She was in her room all through. Sahi warns him the smell might not be pleasant for him, but he isn't concerned with that. All he notices is how much progress she has made on her painting since morning. The two start their date off with dinner. Sahi is surprised by all the amazing food on the table. She can't help but wonder when he prepared all this. Taeyeon keeps adding food to her plate, but she stops him. She tells him not to worry, as she will take care of herself. Instead, she gives him some food. He reminds her of the consequences of him being too full. They would have to battle it in bed later. Sahi is immediately shy when she hears this and stops. Taeyeon is curious about Sahi and why she started drawing. She reveals it was her art teacher who introduced her to it because he saw she had talent in it. And since then, she found she liked it and found it fun. The real truth was that art was her greatest comfort in getting through those hard times. Taeyeon is sure she still enjoys it as she draws every day. He wants to know how she started her dream of becoming a children's book author. So he explains it started when she was doing volunteer work at a children's center with her friends. She made a book to entertain the children there, until one of her seniors from college who works in a publishing house saw the book. Taeyeon is surprised she also volunteered, but she says it was because of her friends. He asks her what she plans to do now, if she wants to become a famous painter. Sahi is aware he must have seen those papers for him to bring this up now. She knows the answer he wants to hear. All she has to do is say the truth. Confess she never thought of studying abroad and that the form is just some papers she received. But she has already decided to let go, and so she lies and says she wants to continue. She might not become someone remarkable, but she wants to continue learning how to paint because she likes it. Taeyeon doesn't understand her reason. He is someone who has spent his whole life living by the calculations, but he unexpectedly likes Sahi's answer. He calls her name and asks her a question which makes Sahi choke and spit up the water she was drinking all over her body. Did Jung Taeyeon really just ask her to stay the night with him? Of course, Sahi wouldn't say no to such a sweet offer. She agrees to stay so this man gives her some clothes to wear. Well, if you can call these clothes. He gave her just one of his shirts to wear. Sahi is shocked that he wants her to wear just this, and he says she will be taking it off later anyways. Actually, that's a good reason. He suggests they bathe together, and it takes our female lead some minutes for her brain to process that sentence. When she does, she disappears as fast as lightning into the bathroom. Alone, we would think Taeyeon is busy thinking of the various things he would like to do to Sahi, but he is not. Well, I'm sure he is at the back of his mind, but he is more worried about Sahi's change. After receiving her recent call log from Secretary Kim, he sees only one thing worth noticing: the call from the delivery driver. Seems like his woman has been really busy. Sahi is weak. She promised herself to completely cut it off today, but time keeps passing and she can't do that. Their 2 days would soon turn into a day after midnight. And she only has until that time to enjoy their relationship. Walking out of his bathroom in just his shirt, Sahi promises herself, no more deception, she will just have to end it. But looking at her handsome man waiting for her, she becomes greedy. She still has 2 more days. It won't matter if things stayed like this. It should be okay. She will just wait a little longer. The two share a bottle of wine. Jung Taeyeon warns her to drink slowly as the wine is very strong. She asks how strong, and he says strong enough for her to do things to him if she gets drunk. Hearing this, our girl will surely refuse to drink. Oh wait, she gulps the wine down so fast. Even Jung is shocked and has to stop her. Leaning against him, she tells him she wants to get drunk. Taeyeon is troubled because he knows something is wrong with her. He asks her why, and she says just because. But the truth is she just wants to forget everything. The complicated thoughts and reality and the guilt of deceiving Taeyeon. She just wants to spend this night with him. Taeyeon grabs the hand holding his face as he tells her she sounds like she wants to do something strange with him. Before she can continue, he kisses her and refills her glass. Sahi is starting to feel uncomfortable in her clothes. For some reason, everything feels too hot. Taeyeon simply says she should take it off. Sly man, I see your plan. Sahi is about to refuse, but then Taeyeon changes his question. This time he is asking, will she take it off for him? Sahi is shy, and to hide it, she keeps drinking. That is until Taeyeon grabs the glass from her, refusing to let her drink anymore. Sahi is upset and questions why he did that. Unknown to her, she is sitting in a very attractive position right now. So attractive that Taeyeon can't hold himself back any longer. He grabs her and reminds her. Recently, she has wanted to do things she normally wouldn't do. Yesterday, she wanted to feel pain. Today, she wants to get drunk. He tells her if she keeps acting like this, he will be expecting the same tomorrow too. After another wild, intimate night, Taeyeon is up and ready to go, while Sahi is still lying passed out in the bed. Talk about stamina. He orders Secretary Kim not to come and clean the room. Only sending the meals in is enough. He is still worried and asks the secretary to find out more about his mother, even if it's just rumors going around the secretary's office. He even wants the secretary to open an account so he can access their company's group chat. Jung Taeyeon is trying to believe that his mother wouldn't be using such outdated methods like this, but a part of him doesn't believe it. He would never accept Sahi leaving him. Sahi is awake and is terrified to see it is already past 3 p.m. How could she sleep till this hour? Well, girl, you were doing some pretty nasty exercises last night. She hasn't even had a chance to cover up when the door is opened and Taeyeon comes in. He is concerned about her, but she tells him she is feeling fine. Instead, she is more worried about the clothes she wore yesterday as they are missing. Taeyeon reveals he already put them inside his dressing room. He will bring them to her. He also mentions that some food has been prepared for her to eat. Sahi is worried her uncle or Madam Chun might be aware. Taeyeon knows what she is worried about and assures her it was Secretary Kim who prepared everything. The next time Taeyeon comes back, Sahi is already dressed in her clothes. He seems disappointed to see this. He is worried she still needs more sleep and grabs her legs so he can give her a massage. Seriously, this man is such a green flag. Sahi finds it ticklish, but he reminds her she said it was good yesterday. Of course, she can't tell him she only said that because he wanted to hear it. And so she has to bear her fate, leaving Taeyeon to laugh at her. There is a knock on the door and Taeyeon goes to get it. It is their food, and he turns back to invite Sahi to eat, only to see her doing a weird evil dance. Nah, she is just trying to wear her skirt. It is so funny. He starts laughing while she scolds him. After dressing, he wants her to eat. But how can she when he is lying on her lap and staring at her with those pretty eyes? Her heart keeps fluttering, and even though she knows it is wrong, at this moment she will just treat it like a dream. She starts stroking his hair, but stops. He is not satisfied as drags her hand back, asking her to keep touching him. When she doesn't, he asks her to hurry up. With no choice, she continues patting his hair. Taeyeon is watching her and suddenly asks her a strange question. Does she think they will live like this forever? Sahi has left a note for Taeyeon. She is going to change her clothes. She is on her way back to her house when she hears someone calling her. It is her uncle? He is thankful she wasn't caught coming out of Taeyeon's room. When her uncle asks where she is going, she lies and says she is going for a short walk. He hands her some socks he bought and warns her to take them and go back to the factory since things aren't looking good right now. Sahi is confused and asks what he means. He says Madam Minyo Jin came back, but she isn't looking so well. When he asked her if something happened, she refused to answer. It seems Chairman Jung didn't lend them money this time. Even the building she put up for sale isn't selling. Now what is the woman going to do? While the two are talking, they suddenly hear some screams from behind them. When they look over, they see Hyunji and Hyunggu. She keeps screaming for him to get out while he tells her she is the only one he has left. She yells at him for humiliating her. How could he, just after they had registered their marriage and in front of all his friends, talk about how much he used to like Sahi? Does she have to sit there and listen to it? She tells him what his friends said to her when he wasn't there. They asked if she was taking over her sister's leftovers. Well, girl, they didn't ask the wrong questions. Hyunggu tries to defend his friends and says they were just joking. But Hyunji isn't listening to him anymore because she has seen Sahi standing there watching them fight. She suddenly rushes to Sahi's side and starts accusing her of flirting with Hyunggu. She is sure Sahi and Hyunggu dated and planned all this together, just to humiliate her. Sahi can't understand her half-sister. She never really meant it with Lee Hyunggu, so why is she getting so worked up now? She tries to walk away from Hyunji, but the girl just keeps screaming at her. Suddenly, the door opens and Saintess Park steps outside. Hyunji is happy to see her grandma and immediately pretends to be sad. Her grandma has always backed her up, so this time she thinks it wouldn't be any different. But what she didn't expect was for her beloved grandma to slap her in the face. Hyunji is shocked by this change, and even more so when her grandmother calls her a worthless little brat. It doesn't end there because the old woman starts beating her up. The Saintess keeps slapping her as she remembers what she went through at the chairman's house. The words the chairman said to her, she still remembers them clearly. He called her old and basically said he was the one who raised her. She has never endured such humiliation and has never had to beg the chairman for anything. The only times she begged the man, it was always for Hyunji. Looking at the cause of her humiliation, she starts beating her again. But the Saintess isn't only angry because of that. She has just found out that the money she gave Hyunji so she could marry well and not be looked down on as a shaman's granddaughter. The girl spent it all on gambling. Her grandmother doesn't even care and reveals that she went out with different men right before her wedding to have orgies. Hyunji tries to defend herself and explain she was tricked. It was all the fault of her useless ex-boyfriend Woon Seon-ho who deceived her. She claims she was scammed. Unfortunately, Saintess Park is past believing her. After all, someone that could lie that her huge debt of 2.5 billion won was her father's own is capable of doing anything. The two seem to have forgotten that Hyunji's newlywed husband is standing behind and listening to all this. Hearing about how Hyunji lied and deceived her grandma with her parents, he starts sweating nervously. He can't, or rather, refuses to understand what they are talking about. Hyunji keeps apologizing, but Saintess Park has made up her mind. She wants Hyunji to leave her house. Both her and her parents have to get out of Yonghwadang. From now on, she has disowned them and doesn't know any of them. Yoonji can't accept this. She grabs the old woman's skirt and begs her to help her. She is really in trouble, and the loan sharks have even come looking for her. If she doesn't pay back, their whole family will die. She tells her grandma she has registered her marriage and promises to live well if her grandma helps her to pay off this loan. The old woman is having none of her rubbish, though, and tells her she doesn't still know her place. She pushes her away and warns her. If she comes back into Yonghwadang one more time, she is going to cut off her parents' fingers first and feed it to the wild animals. The old woman goes inside, leaving an upset Hyunji kneeling on the floor. But she doesn't remain upset for long because she hears Hyunggu asking her about the debt. In her mind, she believes even without her grandma, Hyunggu is still there to help her out. After all, they had already registered their marriage. She calls him sweet names and tries to manipulate him. Before she can, her parents arrive and she immediately starts crying. She tells them their grandma knows everything now. Her mom is worried about her face and immediately tells her husband to call the ambulance. Watching them, Sahi can recognize the look on her mother's face. It was that same look she had when she knelt before the 9-year-old Sahi and begged her. Seeing it again one more time just reminds Sahi of a bitter truth. She was never their child. And she has realized again that she never wanted Hyunji's downfall. Watching the mother and daughter cry together, she finally leaves them. As she goes back to her room, she also starts crying, because that man's face has come to mind. Taeyeon. And she has finally realized she keeps wanting what she could never have. And now, she has ended up with nothing. The Yonghwadang Hall is still in chaos. It is so loud that even Secretary Kim becomes curious. He suggests he goes outside to find out what is happening, and Taeyeon doesn't stop him. He is busy worrying about his woman who hasn't come back. She said she would be back after changing her clothes, but she never did. He is afraid, thinking something might have happened to her. It doesn't help that when he calls, her line isn't connecting. No matter how many times he calls, the call never goes through. The person he is worried about is busy blow-drying her hair. She knows she promised to be back quickly, but somehow it has already gotten late. She plans to just dry her hair quickly, then head back to the annex. She just wants to spend one more proper night with him, because after tonight, the permitted time Madame Yoon gave her to spend with him will come to an end. Sae-hee can't stop herself from crying. She doesn't know why. Maybe it is because she just saw her mother like that. Because now, even though she wants to see him, she also doesn't want to see him at all. And even though she wants to end things right away, she really doesn't want to end things at all. There are so many conflicting emotions that she truly doesn't know what she wants. And so she just cries it out. At that time comes the voice of the man she is thinking about. She tries to stop him from entering, but he has already pushed open the door. He asks why she wasn't answering his calls, and she explains she just got out of the shower. He notices her wet hair and immediately offers to dry it for her. Sae-hee thinks there is something wrong with his expression, and is worried he is angry. While drying her hair, Taeyeon asks her if anything happened. Sae-hee is startled and quickly says nothing, but he points out she has been spacing out again. Sae-hee is just sorting out her feelings. She might have been confused a moment ago, but now that she is with him, she finally understands. She wants to see Taeyeon, but she doesn't want what they have to end. All she wants is just a little more of the time given to her. The couple are cuddling in bed together when Taeyeon tells Sae-hee he is leaving the next day. Sae-hee doesn't say anything and just mumbles. Taeyeon is looking at her in some kind of weird way and says he will soon see her again anyway. Sae-hee doesn't say anything. Since they still have tomorrow left, it is not a lie anyways. He wants her to come see him off tomorrow. Sae-hee agrees, but she knows that by tomorrow morning, she will have to wake up from this very long dream she has been in. The two fall asleep together. The next morning, Taeyeon is all set to leave. Madame Chun has come to see him off on behalf of the Saintess, who is down with a contagious illness, which is why she isn't here. Of course, Taeyeon is aware the real reason is because she was scolded by Chairman Jung. It is really reasonable for her to be feeling sick. He mentions the commotion he heard about yesterday and asks if Sahi was there. Madame Chun is surprised by his question, but still answers yes. He immediately asks how she is because when he saw her, she seemed low on energy. Taeyeon is asking because he is trying to understand Sahi's feelings. She didn't even show relief when she saw the people who broke her falling apart. Madame Chun doesn't answer. Taeyeon knows she raised Sahi and must be keeping quiet because of Sahi's nature. He tells the woman he will ask her something else. He wants to know where the hospital is, once again surprising the old woman. When she asks why, he says Sahi told him her granddaughter was sick. He wants Madame Chun to write down her name and the hospital and give it to his secretary. Madam Chun is confused and rushes to reject him. He asks her to pick one, either giving him or him finding out himself and donating anonymously. He tells the woman to give him the information and even gives her his business card. He tells her to contact and inform him if she needs help, whether it is money or connections. Secretary Kim brings a pen over for her to write the details. He smiles cutely and thanks her for her hospitality. Her food was really the best. He says he felt really comfortable during his stay here. Madam Chun is an observant woman and she already knows what is going on. She confesses to Taeyeon that Sahi is a lonely child, and with a deep bow begs him to take care of her. Taeyeon would also like to do that too, but for some reason, especially when he remembers her behavior these last few days, he can't shake off this uneasy feeling he is having. Secretary Kim tells him a cash withdrawal was made from his mother's account for 50 million won. Taeyeon has just stepped outside when he sees Sahi waiting for him. And there it is, that uneasy feeling that she might want to leave him. Sahi tells him she wants to speak to him. She tells him the truth, that she wants to, first, apologize. Why? For what she considers to be too short-sighted. Intrigued, he wants to know what she thought too, hoping she isn't trying to do what he thinks she wants to do. Well, she is. That's why she starts with apologizing for encouraging the dream of them moving to Seoul together and living together. She once thought it was possible, but after a lot of self-reflection, she doesn't see it working out. During their time together, she has witnessed a lot, but what she wants to stress is the arranged meeting he had not too long ago. With a downcast tone, she claims that she mistook the feeling she had that day. She now knows that what she felt wasn't serious. It was more like a child having their toy taken away. She alleges that she didn't even know how she felt, wanting to go on when he nonchalantly claims to understand and asks her to proceed. Taeyeon's tone hit Sahi hard, even though it's her trying to call things off. It didn't stop her from staying composed. She tells herself that once he steps outside of Yongwadang, there will be an endless supply of women for him to move on with, and downplays their relationship. She says it's just dating and people don't have to be crazy in love for that to happen. Her words sting her, yet she continues, commenting on how serious he took their little fling, wanting to introduce her to his mom, announcing that they were dating in front of her friends, and how he even wanted them to live together in Seoul. Sahi blames his zeal on his search for a wife, since he is of marriageable age. But Taeyeon wants to know whether she is saying it's okay to play around for a minute, but that marriage was out of the question. Harsh, right? But that's not what she meant. What she is trying to tell him is that her feelings for him do not run as deep as marriage. She adds that she doesn't come from a wealthy family, and she limps, something she is sure he noticed during their trip to Seoul. She doesn't want to limp next to him like some cripple, a word he thinks is too serious to describe her situation. He tries to tell her that he won't let her shake him off easily, but the tone of her voice and the look in her eyes when she firmly states that all she is saying is the truth stop him from saying more. Wounded, he accepts defeat and encourages her to spill everything she has. Sahi declares that she has emptied out her thoughts, but Taeyeon brings up the 50 million won she left out. Her eyes light up in disbelief, as she knows what he is talking about, the envelope his mother gave her. She took it without checking the contents, but he coldly accuses her of excluding that, instead of starting off by making mention of it. According to him, if she had started with that, he would have known what a terrible materialist she is and pulled back. But she knows that's not what really happened. He doesn't defend herself, though, allowing him to believe that she is materialistic, just so he'll back off for real. Her plan works, and all he does is instruct her to use the money. He gives her a pat on the back for putting a price on the time they spent together, and she rolls with it. Yes, she accepts that she needs the money and plans to use it gratefully. An amount like that will help her thrive a little in Seoul, so she wants him to thank Madam Yoon for the gift. Disappointed, Taeyeon asks Sahi if he should have given her money in cash instead of a card, reminding her of the bank card loaded with cash that she rejected. She shuns the idea, however, assuring him that she considers the money his mother gave her as coming from him and her. He finds that amusing, but also adds that she is a terrible liar. He advises her to learn to lie properly if she wants to keep it up. To think she would fret when he gave her his card, only to accept an envelope from his mom. Like he is accepting his loss, he softly asks her whether he ever confessed his love for her. This topic is so random and deep that she doesn't even know how to respond. He can tell that much from her clueless expression. Well, he accepts the blame for not confessing, but he's sure she must have known, even though he didn't say anything. With his arms around her and love as his weapon, he begs her to tell him the real reason why she is ending things terribly. He is sure she loves him, and throws various suggestions at her, most of which concern his mother and how she doesn't support the relationship, hoping she'll pick one to help him understand what went wrong. Taeyeon suspects his mother made her feel she'll ruin him, and promises that words like that don't work on him. Sahi, on the other hand, agrees that once she thought she could ruin him, but she soon realized that she couldn't pull him down. The one who would be ruined after the dust settled would be her. She pushes him away, declaring that although she has tolerated insults for 20 years, she still hasn't gotten used to the title. She confesses that she liked him because he didn't look like someone who'd be easily shaken by someone like her leaving. She considered him flawless, which is why she couldn't see herself standing by someone as outstanding as he was. It's a truth she's made peace with, yet tears roll down her face because right now she doesn't even want to leave. And nevertheless, she can't spend her life being haunted by his mighty shadow, even though he promises she won't get disrespected while she is by his side. All she has to say is that when she was younger, she used to climb trees just to look down on the family that hurt her. She did that because they hurt her, and she hoped that later on in life she'd grow so far that she'll get the chance to look down on them properly, belittle them, and even hurt them to make them regret hurting her. But now she is exhausted. She can't carry that hate on anymore. And with her eyes fixed on the clouds, she wishes to go far away. So far that no one will be able to see her. Taeyeon understands this as Sahi, saying she plans to study abroad and asks her about it straight up. She didn't know he knew about that, yet she doesn't flinch when she replies that if she can study abroad, she would. He can see that there is no use trying to talk her out of this anymore, and forces a smile on his face when he reminds her that she promised to see him off. Yet instead of doing that, she stops him to argue. With his back turned against Sahi, to her astonishment, he says it's time to go. He kept asking question after question, only to turn away suddenly. This is what she wanted. Even so, she is sad that this might really be farewell. Silently, she follows, fulfilling her promise and marking this moment as probably the last time she'll get to walk by his side. It might be the last time he matches steps with her, or is in the same place with her. And although they both want to hold hands so badly, they resist the urge. After this, he is bound to go to a place where she won't see him. Even if she looks up, she thinks and says goodbye under her breath. A few minutes later, they are at the gate saying their farewells, and he is sad he didn't get to see her smile even once today. He is about to leave when she offers to return the bracelet he gave her, but he advises her to throw it away. The dumbfounded look on her face after his request makes him think she won't be able to dispose of it. But he ends up taking it from her when she assures him she will. With his gift to her in his hands, he is overrun by emotions he doesn't understand, but leaves anyway, while Sahi watches him drive off. She thought this would be a peaceful ending, after which everything would return to how it was before they met. But she was wrong. She can't see her life going back to how it was before she met Taeyeon, but goes in, telling herself she'll be okay. Soon, she understands that it might never be okay, as she drops to the floor crying. This is the first time she has loved this hard and had to let go of someone she loves so much. Taeyeon is experiencing a similar feeling. Zooming away after the final goodbye, he is angry with himself for not doing more to keep her, even after he knew the breakup was fueled by his mother. He recalls what Sahi said about how it was she who was going to get ruined in the end, and blocks off his guilt by thinking about the anklet. He is mad that after calling things off, she was reluctant to throw it away, yet she wasted no time when it came to throwing him away. He still loves her. Nevertheless, he'll back off for the time being. Taking her away now would be purely selfish. It'll be like him showing her that he intends to hurt her. He can't do that to someone who is already covered in wounds, so it's better this way. He plans to win her back, but how? He wonders if taking out those who hurt her and those who stood by and watched her get hurt would be enough. It won't bring her ankle back, though. It won't take away the wounds she has been carrying her whole life. Still, during his drive to the airport, he thinks about how she wishes to study abroad and the life that awaits her if she did. He imagines her settling down with her friend Kim Ju-won, with whom she shares similarities. He guesses they might be happy together, running far away from those who hurt her. Taeyeon thinks he doesn't deserve her, as he couldn't stop her mother, the one person who hurt her. He wishes he had gone after her. On the first winter, he set eyes on her. Or at least come for her that spring. Suddenly, he gets this new drive to give the anklet back to her someday. He refuses to take this parting as the final goodbye, and prays that on the day he returns the anklet, he is able to shackle a ring to her finger too. Recounting memories from earlier in the day, he wonders why she showed him so much love and how she said he didn't waver when she shook him, or when she screamed that she hates him. With determination in his eyes, he plans to prove her right instead of indulging in what he sees as a foolish goodbye. It's a sad day, but it ends anyway, giving birth to a brighter morning. Sahi is woken up by a call from her friend, Jo Yoo-jung, who calls to gleefully tell her that she quit her job. She wants to focus on painting full-time from now on, but finds it funny that her company just let her go without a fuss. She quit impulsively and expected them to interrogate her, but they didn't, leaving her unable to use any of the lies she'd come up with. Sure, she wanted to leave, but she expected them to at least try to keep her, which they didn't. It then felt like they had been waiting for her to quit the whole time, and that makes her slightly angry. Sahi can relate to that pain after all. Taeyeon responded similarly when she called things off. The way he reacted coldly made her bitter, but that's yesterday's news. Today, Yoo-jung also called to discuss Seoul and is curious about where she plans to stay when she arrives. Sahi's plan is to find a place to crash for a month while she searches for a permanent place to live. Yoo-jung, to ease her burden, offers to house her until she can get a place to stay, and that's cool with her. And the ladies end the call so they can start their days. With the breakup still fresh in her mind, Sahi tries to shake off the thought when she steps into her bathroom. She had imagined that after a painful breakup comes a new day. She thought she would have moved on by day 2. But she drops and bursts into tears again. She remembers the look on his face when he begged to see her smile one last time, but she refused him that. Maybe she'd be feeling better if she didn't rob him of that smile. We'll never know. Life in Yeonghwadang continues, though, and she eventually goes out to join Uncle Bang with cleaning. Initially, everything is peaceful, with singing birds the only sound in the air, until a woman's voice is heard at the gate, screaming that they let her in. The woman specifically calls for Saintess Park, but Uncle Bang and Sahi refuse to respond. When the Saintess arrives, she informs them that it's Hyunggu's mother, Mrs. Yoon, who's at the gate. She is certainly here to complain about her newlywed daughter-in-law, who is a whopping $2.5 million in debt, and the Saintess decides to confront her. She knows things are about to get messy, and they do when Mrs. Yoon tries to get physical with her, allegedly for allowing her son to marry a woman who is in so much debt. She accuses her of trying to ruin her son's life and acting cool about it, like she isn't human. She is mostly mad because she got a call from a loan shark demanding the money she owes, and she is scared for her son's and her family's safety. Saintess Park, nonetheless, shoves her away and nonchalantly warns her not to bring this nonsense to her place of business again. She has cut ties with the lady in question and her family, and has employed her to settle their problems without involving her. Once she is done addressing her, she leaves, instructing Uncle Bang to see their guest out. Although she has been warned, an aggrieved Mrs. Yoon refuses to go quietly, calling the Saintess a lowly woman who wants to ruin her son. Sahi captures those words, and they serve as a harsh reminder to her that it was always impossible for someone of her class to settle down with someone of Taeyeon's class. In Seoul, Taeyeon is finally home, still mourning his breakup with Sahi. He is so gloomy that he ignores his mother, paying attention only when she tells him his father is waiting for him. Since the man stayed back to see him, she is convinced it must be important. She is focused on now and doesn't even bring up the money she gave Sahi, which he has to bring up. He is mad that she paid off his one true love, yet he acts cool about it, making it look like she did him a favor. She is puzzled by his reaction, no doubt, but she decides to use this opportunity to talk about matching him with Hansung. Definitely, he refuses, not minding what she thinks about how his having ties with Hansung would help his succession. Not minding his father's approval of the union, all he says to his mother is that she shouldn't degrade herself for him. Stunned by his reply, she goes speechless, staying silent even after he tells her he'll be heading out soon, so she doesn't need to send a car. When she finally gathers the will to respond, she asks him if she looks disgraceful. All he does is smile at her and leave to go talk with his father, who has been waiting for him. Both men settle down to have a sit and talk, and Taeyeon starts by telling his father that he has a way to bring Tae-jun down. He's the guy the chairman is trying to protect desperately, so why not? According to him, he has a good tip-off, but his father wants to know if he has any contingency plans against the chairman's rage when the chairman comes after him. What he wants to do is open up something the man put a lot of effort into keeping covered, but Taeyeon still sees this as an opportunity he can't overlook. He won't get a chance like this again and wants to use it properly. The details of his plan are simple. Tip off the financial intelligence unit with documents related to the chairman's slush fund. He doesn't care that Yeonghwadang and a certain baseball player will go down too. He plans to use prosecutor Young Jung-suk from the special division to back him up in court. The man is looking to enter politics, and he'll need a publicity appeal to do that. Taking down someone as big as the chairman could get him that. His father notes that if things end up in court, his son will be called up to testify. And that's cool with the lad, so it's cool with him. He wishes to know how he can help, but Taeyeon knows he can handle this on his own. His father respects that, but he is sure Taeyeon wants something in return for going the extra mile. He isn't wrong, but Taeyeon stays silent about his request for now. He plans to bring it up after he is done with the chairman and the bidding project, and his father is patient enough to wait for that time. He does, however, want to know what his son has in mind, because his special request sounds like it's going to be big, and keeping requests incognito isn't like him. While maintaining his silence, he hopes his father will be able to help him when the time comes and leaves. Outside, he gets a call from Secretary Kim, who lets him know that Tae-jun has arrived and instructs him to exit through the main gate to avoid him. Before leaving, he takes another look at the anklet, planting a kiss on it and thinking about how all that's left for him to do is get his girl back. Later that night, as if someone knew his plan, a secret meeting took place. By morning news about gambling and embezzlement in the baseball team spread, Taeyeon plans to use this to his advantage, instructing Secretary Kim to leak photos of 2 players after tomorrow's press conference. No secret in the world lasts forever, he knows, and he plans to leak photos of Sahi's sister, Hyunji, and his cousin, Tae-jun, together, as the final blow. He has a photo he took and plans to take down everyone in it for Sahi's sake. But he doesn't want to do it all at once. He's set a trail of truth and hope for everyone who follows it and sees them at the end. He has a plan set. All that's left is to set things into motion. And that, he plans to do. At Yonghwadang, it's another sunny day, and the movers are taking Sahi's things to Seoul. They should be dropping them at Yujung's place, and she'll get them when she arrives. Yesterday, she hastily made up her mind to move, to help her forget about Taeyeon. She hopes that when she moves, she'll get too busy to think about him, and she'll wake up one day, cured of her love for him. If it's up to her, she'll take one heartbreak at a time, yet destiny has a different plan for her, bringing her mother to Yonghwadang on the day she plans to leave. From the bruises on her body, it's clear she came here to beg her mother for Hyunji's sake. The collision is discomforting for them both, and her mother refuses to acknowledge her presence. If she leaves things this way, she might never get a chance to speak to her mother again, so she doesn't go quietly. Instead, she informs her mother about her plan to leave Yonghwadang. Her mother replies casually, even after hearing that they might not see each other again. She expected such a cold response, but still doesn't leave things as they are. It's not like she wants her mother's love. No, she knows she hates her, but only wants to know if she hates her enough to want her dead. When she tries to argue, Sahi shuts her up by accusing her of pushing her into the river. That Hyunji acted in line with the words she heard daily. It'll be fine as long as Sahi is gone. Even her stepfather, when he came to beg her at the hospital, begged that Hyunji be spared, as she acted out of the thoughtless words she heard her mother say daily. She can't understand why this woman even gave birth to her in the first place, and asks if she told Hyunji she wanted to unalive her. For the first time in a while, her mother has an uneasy look on her face, before her. For years, she has pondered this question. Today, she finally gets the answer. It's because she is the carbon copy of her father, the man who was her mother's first love. He was a womanizer whom she tried to tame, but when she got pregnant, he denied her like she was nothing. He accused her of sleeping around and even put his hands on her. The day of his denial was one of the darkest days of her life, but she stayed strong, holding on to the thought that as long as she had the baby, everything was going to be all right. Upon giving birth to their daughter, Sahi, she took her to her father, but he stood firm on his refusal to accept her. It was then she realized that she had messed up because of foolish love and stupid arrogance. Even so, she was fortunate enough to meet someone better, Hyunji's father, whom she married and had Hyunji with. The only issue they had, however, was young Sahi, whom she saw as a stain she couldn't easily remove. She judged her daughter for the sins of the man who made her, and every time she looked at her, she remembered how much she despised him. She remembered the day he abandoned her, the pain she felt, how long she waited for him to come back. A glimpse at her face brought all that back. However, the more she continues her hate speech, the more Sahi loses interest. She is disappointed that she had to face all she did because she looked like her father, and asks her mother emotionlessly if she still loves the man. She spots the question, cursing the man and guessing that he should be somewhere right now, continuing with his womanizing. She calls Sahi cruel for asking her that and is sad that she didn't end the girl when she had the chance. Coldly, Sahi asks what she is expected to do with the meaningless hate speech. She is happy because of the woman she has become, and unlike her, she doesn't have the stomach to plant time bombs in other people's lives. The women part ways, hoping they will never see each other again. It's not the best way for things to end, but it's the road they are taking. During the walk back home, Sahi's mom relives the entire discussion. She still despises Sahi and blames herself for carrying her in her womb. She recounts all the humiliation and pain she faced to give birth to her, and envisions a world where she didn't exist. She blames her for being herself and for the reason she couldn't meet a better man than Chae Yunbak, Hyunji's father. She gets home knowing that although she is aware of the real person who is at fault here, she had to keep living and blamed Sahi as her coping mechanism. In the end, it's already too late to turn back now. All she can do is live on. All she wants to do is rest after such a hectic day, but she can't, as she learns of Hyunji's pregnancy. She fears that the way she treated Sahi, watching her diminish while Hyunji flourished, is the reason why she is being punished now. Without thinking, she begs her daughter to get rid of Hyungu's child, the same advice her mother gave her. She doesn't want Hyunji to end up the same way she did, and is heartbroken that her precious child has become a spitting image of her. She recounts all she had to endure because of her, starting from the day of the accident when she had to beg her mother, Saint-S Park, for 5 million won to keep a witness silent. She also let her mother take custody of Sahi. It was her mother who named her, and still the old woman who bore the burden of taking care of her. Eventually, that duty fell on Mrs. Chun, who willingly took care of her and made her feel good about herself at all times. Her hate for her first love stems from. While Sahi says her goodbyes to the two people who treated her like real family, Uncle Bang and Mrs. Chun, they do the final checks to see if she forgot anything. Mrs. Chun helps her with her shoelaces like she did when she was little. and they all march toward the gate. So he knows that this might be the last time she'll set foot in Yonghwadang and stares at her room one last time, intending to leave all her memories of it in it. She wants to move forward, toward the bright light. The man she plans to move on from, however, is still very much interested in her. At the top of the building, his uncle took a leap off. He stands, finding it ironic that from here he is going to get a call that will make his son's career suffer the same fate. The nail in the coffin comes from a call with Park Jung-hoo, who has arrived at the press conference and decided to inform him about his arrival. Everything else will most likely play out smoothly, and at the end of the press conference, photos of baseball players Go Do-young and Woo Sun-ho will be released. Soon after, photos of Jung Tae-jun and Chae Hyun-ji together. The others have clear ties with the Jungmoon baseball team, but Sahi's sister doesn't. He smiles at that, nonetheless certain that the seed of doubt sprouted there will bear a fruit called Film Hall. His plan started when he tipped off the Financial Intelligence Unit about the chairman's slush funds, and the moment the name of the film hall is mentioned, Park Jung-sok is bound to make his move. A play from him will push the investigation into motion. The investigation will reveal charges, leading to the end of everything. He would have had his revenge. Once it's settled, he plans to come for Sahi. Shamelessly. He can't promise her a life where she gets to run freely, or a world far from the eyes of those who despise her, or a life that couldn't overrun the sacrifices of Hyunji or Park Ji-soo. He still hopes she can accept him. He hopes to let her know that she is the most precious person in his life and that no one will ever be able to hurt her again. He prays that this time they get to live together, but will she accept this beautiful future he has in mind? She just got on a bus to Seoul and later arrived at her apartment. Turns out she didn't crash with Yoo Jung as planned. She does go to visit her that night, though, getting to the door when she is informed about the fall of her ex-boyfriend/ex-fling. Sahi knows nothing about what a tipsy Yoo Jung is talking about. But Yoo Jung claims she got drinks to celebrate her. She encourages her to go online and see what's up for herself, but decides to brief her a little on what to expect. She starts by telling her of the article that came out accusing Youngmoon Dragons baseball players of gambling with embezzled money from Youngmoon Construction. What followed the news was a bunch of leaked photos to prove it, of which her ex-fling's cousin was in a lot of them. There are some hidden identities, though, and the public is pissed because they believe Taejun has a hand in the matter and is covering up people of interest to him. They suspect this because Jungmoon Construction and the Jungmoon baseball team are owned by the same company, his. As soon as she is done sharing her piece, she hurries to go get a shower, allowing Sahi to do some research of her own. She suspects Taeyeon is involved in the hostile takedown of her foes, and she's right. There are credits to him in the article. The man she left thinking she was a burden to keeps popping up in her life. That hurts her somehow. The fall of one domino leads to the fall of so many more, and soon the incompetence of Taejun is all over the internet. It's what Taeyeon is focused on, one morning on his way to handle business. And Secretary Kim, who's in the driver's seat, has to ask if he is okay. He is asking because Taeyeon looks tired, yet even with his eyes fixed on the stacks of files and documents by his side, he refuses to accept it. He is focused on the bidding war, and to succeed, he needs to pull all-nighters after all-nighters. Secretary Kim advises him to get some rest, though, before he goes to testify against those he sold out. He is sure the Secretariat would adjust the schedule for him, but this stubborn man sees no reason to relax. They arrive at his father's house, and he steps out, thinking about how he doesn't have much time left. Just before stepping in, he asks Secretary Kim to contact the media team to find out whether they have closed down the contract with the artist who was to paint the painting to be hung on the walls of Majesty 9. If they have, he wants it cancelled, and a meeting with the Wandam Foundation arranged. He wants him to tell the foundation that they are looking for a good emerging artist, but this is just a ploy to help him see Sahi again. He doesn't care where the picture will be hung. He only wants an excuse to see her, and he tells Secretary Kim he'll go himself. He is busy making moves at the national level, while Sahi is trying to settle into life in Seoul. During the little free time she has, she calls home to hear from Mrs. Chun, and the older lady has a story to tell. Basically, the area was noisy, but it got noisier when the leak happened. The photo of Hyunji with the others lit a fire under her, and now it's not just loan sharks on her tail, but also the police. She tried to get Hyungu to help her pay off her debts, but he refused and even denied ownership of the child she carries, demanding a DNA test be done. Things are getting so heated that Mrs. Yoon threatened to end Hyunji and herself. It gets worse, though, with the St. Tess about to lose the Yonghwa Hall where they all stay. Mrs. Chun claims some people came over earlier talking about a forceful seizure, and St. Tess Park was called up for an investigation and hasn't returned yet. Mrs. Chun plans to open a small stall, which is a cool idea, but in the meantime, Sahi wants her to stay at a guest house. Before she goes, however, she instructs her to go to her former room and take the envelope Mrs. Yojin gave her. She couldn't bring herself to use it, but is sure it'll be good for her and Uncle Bang. When Mrs. Chun asks about the money, she begs her not to, advising her to use it with Uncle Bang and open up a soup restaurant if she feels like it. They had worked so hard serving others for so long. Now she believes it's time they were their own bosses. She is doing this with a warm heart, plus the money would be lost anyway if the Yonghwa Hall were taken abruptly. Her soul is at rest right now, but things surprisingly get better. She receives a message from the school abroad confirming her acceptance. Yoo-jung got a similar message and rushed to tell her the good news. As soon as they link up warmly, she is hopeful for what the future has in store for them, far away from here. She looks forward to the next season of her life, but Taeyeon is still stuck in the previous one. Lying back to rest a little, his thoughts drift to earlier in the day, his meeting with his father. He asked his father to let go of the Yonghwa Hall and June and return all troublesome slush funds to society. He didn't mind being uninvolved with that place, but preached that Taejun was family. He didn't mind turning his back on him, and his father agreed to overlook it for only a short time. He also blamed everything on himself for pushing a certain Seong-yeol so hard. His thoughts are soon interrupted by a concerned Secretary Kim, who pleads with him to go inside and rest. Reluctantly, he agrees to rest, but wants the secretary to close the curtains of his office and turn off the lights for him. He wants to rest here and also grants his assistant the rest of the day off. His instructions are carried out, and it's just him, the empty office, and his headache left in the room. He can now see that he did overwork himself. He intends to take a short rest and then pick Sahi up later. Yes, everything is almost in order. It should feel like the end, yet thinking about her makes it seem like the beginning. At the dead of night, he promises himself he'll come pick her up soon. Which is cute. A week later, Sahi and her friends are at a gallery, and she is busy with a canvas when Kim Jung-woo and Yoo Jung come to pester her. They are hungry and need her to finish up so they can all eat. For their sakes, she rounds up and gets ready while thinking about how things have quieted down of late. Her grandmother lost Yonghwa Hall to the Jungmoon group. Funnily, they put Uncle Bang and Mrs. Chun in charge of the place, the only thing she is happy about. She is rounding up when she notices it's noisy outside and wonders why. Yoo Jung doesn't even let her check, though, bugging her about what she'd like to do. The three friends chat about this on their way to the elevator and then to the first floor. On exiting, they notice the place is lousy, which is strange. Some big shot arrived, and he turns out to be Taeyeon. Sahi stares at him, bewildered, confused, and unsure why he is here. She panics immediately and is glad he is too busy to notice her, even if it feels like it's just him and her in the room. Kim Jung-woo notices that everyone paused and asks why. He gets no proper answer, however, and shifts his focus to the man of the hour, Jung Taeyeon. He knows the guy has been on the news lately and was even under investigation, so he is surprised to see him in person. Yoo Jung nudges him to keep quiet, for Sahi's sake, but he doesn't get it, accusing the ladies of acting strangely today. As a concerned friend, Yoo Jung wants to know if Sahi is all good, and she claims she is, even though she isn't sure. Their lunch break was fun, though it ended prematurely because their team leader called them in. Only Sahi, out of the three, isn't bummed about it, eager to hear what she has to say. Simply put, Taeyeon is in the building in search of a new artist to craft a painting for Jungmoon's Majesty 9. Sahi is aware that the old artist was accused of some heinous crime and considers the odds. Even her master-planning ex couldn't have seen that one coming, right? She tags it a coincidence, to put her mind at rest, but fails to get that rest. As the team leader instructs everyone to stand by their paintings, she stands by hers, still lost in thought, paying no attention to the gossip around her. It's Jungmoon, after all. A big opportunity for these people. No wonder they are curious about whether or not they'd get paid a lot and more. Some of her colleagues believe the benefits they can get from this beat outweigh the costs of studying abroad. Minus the money, having a painting in Majesty 9 will make any underground artist famous in a matter of minutes. Only people born with a silver spoon could pass up this opportunity. They are hoping to be picked and have no interest in their current program. Sahi, on the other hand, recalls that Taeyeon knew she wanted to study abroad. She doesn't know how he knew, or if he knew she was going to the Hwandam Foundation. Funny how she thought she had evaded him, right? Yoo Jung, noticing how down she looks, approaches her to make sure she is all right. Externally, she claims she is, but internally, she isn't. If this is all just a coincidence, it's a horrible one. She is lost in thought from the moment Taeyeon walks in and inspects everyone's work, but comes back to her senses when he gets to her turn. She is the last person, and he formally introduced himself as if they didn't know each other from way back. When he is done with her, she dwells on the aftertaste of his presence. Meanwhile, he heads to the CEO's office with the manager, who hopes he has found the peace after his heart. On their way back, Sahi and her friends look exhausted, with both of them talking about the selection while she stays silent. They are interested to know who will get picked, when Sahi gets a call that she is being summoned to the CEO's office on the 5th floor. She goes there, praying that all this is just a coincidence, but once she enters, she starts to doubt it. The CEO, unaware of the relationship between Taeyeon and Sahi, praises her extensively, telling him that he had planned to recommend her from the start. He also says she had the highest score in the evaluation exam, a secret even she wasn't supposed to know about. Minus her talent and her status as an established children's book author, she was also his son's colleague and the student of a renowned artist who vouched for her. During his blabbing, Sahi sneaks a peek at Taeyeon, only to be met by his cold gaze that forces her to withdraw. A few seconds after the awkward stare, the team leader comes in to inform the CEO that the contract is ready. He has to leave them to handle the final review and wants them to keep talking. But that's not what Sahi wants. She doesn't want to be left in this awkward situation, but it's already too late. She's alone with Taeyeon. Seeing as she won't kick things off, he starts the conversation himself by declaring that it's been a while. He has this cheeky smile on his face that has her stuttering two questions. Why are you here? And why me? He casually replies that he told her he wanted her, then rephrases, claiming he came here for her artwork. His answer sickens her stomach. It was this way on their first meeting, when he was casually rude to her, as if treating her rudely meant nothing. But to her surprise, he starts laughing. He says it's because she has been tense from the start, which helped her see that his earlier response was supposed to be a joke. She refuses to feel insulted and plans to leave if he has nothing important to say. She tells him that although she doesn't know how he got here, or why he is suddenly trying to act chivalrous, she has no interest in accepting cheap favors. She wants fair competition that he scoffs at. He doesn't mind starting a new contest and making everyone table submissions, but it's her work he plans to hang on the walls of Majesty 9. He doesn't believe in fairness or competition, but he's willing to play along if that's what she wants. For some reason, his determination pisses her off, and she wants no hand in it, getting up to leave and ignoring him when he asks her to sit. Luckily for him, the CEO walks in before things get out of hand. He asks her why she is standing, and she gets humble and sits down. Concerning the contract, he noticed a clause that he'd like their legal team to review, and plans to get word back to Taeyeon within the week. He is okay with that, because it means more chances to see Sahi. The poor girl, on the other hand, thinks she is better off worrying about him from afar. Even in her dreams, she didn't wish for a reunion like this, especially after how she left things and forced herself to break free from him. In the end, they have to leave together by chance. But she knows he'll never understand the feeling of being so close to someone yet feeling so distant. Sure, he doesn't know the feeling, but that doesn't stop him from holding her hand right now, not minding those in the elevator with them. He might be a man who enjoys the thrill, but she worked so hard to get here, which is why she is scared about getting caught and tries to get him to let go. He doesn't at first, wait until the elevator doors part before he leaves her be. Once more, she is left with the aftertaste of his actions, wondering why he is trying to be clingy now, when they parted so cleanly. It's hard to let go of him, so why did he have to appear right now? Her heart still has a space for him. Her heart wants him as his effect is a pull she can't control. Anyways, the CEO and Taeyeon say their goodbyes before he acts like this is his first meeting with Sahi, and he tells her he hopes he'll see her again. It's a hint that he wants another meet, but she plays along, dimly bidding him goodbye. In his car, watching her leave, his happy expression wears off. He recounts what the CEO said about Sahi attending the same university as his son. That annoys him. Now he is jealous that he not only has to worry about Kim Taeyeon being around her, but also some random kid, too. He thinks he might have gone too far by saying he wants her, but soon realizes he is okay with aiming that high. He doesn't mind her glaring at him like she did today and at Younghwa Hall, if he'll feel her touch like he did just now. Yep, he won't stop chasing after her. Later that day, Sahi gets to have a chat with the CEO again. Once more, he praises her skill and claims that, although he supports her craft, her talent should be used for more than just kids' stories. All she wanted was a good opportunity in art, but she doesn't think she can accept Taeyeon's handout. Mr. CEO leaves her with the team leader song, who will show her the contract. The team leader is all bubbly about the amount Youngmoon set for her work, viewing it as a dream for rookie artists. Usually they only get a few million won, but Jungmoon served up 10 billion won. Left alone to review the contract, she remembers that Taeyeon said he wanted to buy her and is speechless at the absurd amount he set. To be pulled to his side because of this will only make her feel smaller. She tries calling him to cancel the contract and make things right, but he refuses to take her calls, prompting her to decide to meet him in person and cancel the contract. She has to do this so she can stand wholly as herself again. A few days later, Sahi buckles up and gets ready to confront Taeyeon on the day the media team called her up. She told him when they broke up that she didn't want to stand by his side as a cripple, yet he did this as if he didn't listen to what she said. She doesn't know what he takes her for, but her train of thought is interrupted by Park Yoon-mi, from the media team. It was she who scheduled them to meet, and she gleefully takes Sahi to her office to discuss the contract. She is willing to explain every detail and answer all her questions, but all Sahi asks for is a chance to see Taeyeon. He is their boss, and it's a rather absurd request, even for her. But they agree to see how they can make it happen, even though she insists that she needs to see him. She is about to give up when she notices Taeyeon by the glass behind her. He'll entertain her. There's a meeting they were supposed to attend together, but she plans to bypass that by quickly canceling the contract, which is why she refuses to get her tea. She is mad at Taeyeon, however, for ignoring her calls and messages, only to come in time to take her to the meeting. For the time being, she chooses to play along, stepping into the office when he asks her to. Seconds later, she is trapped in a hug she didn't see coming. In a caring tone, he brings up the many times she called and asks about her feeding, seeing as she has lost a lot of weight in his eyes. Fighting the urge to get comfortable, she breaks free from the hug, refusing to sit down and talk with him when he asks her to. All she wants is for the completely unreasonable contract to be cancelled. Pretending he doesn't know why she is stressed, he asks her what part of the contract she'd like him to strike out. She is bothered about the 10 billion won he is offering to pay, but he corrects her, stating that he initially planned to spend 63 billion won for the painting. Instead, he is spending 40 billion won, 10 for her painting and 30 for Hwandam. That's a lot of money saved. So she tones down, although she's curious to know why he is bringing her into the mix. There is nothing between them and nothing that should warrant this. To play with her feelings a little, he asks what price she wants for the painting, specifically asking if 50 million won is okay with her. It's the exact amount of money he thinks she sold him for back at Yonghwa Hall, and she is moved to tears. Wasting no time, he hugs her again, and she has to ask why he is doing this after they broke up. Warmly, he asks her to think carefully. He never agreed to the breakup, so the way he sees it, they never broke up. She sees something different, though. He turned away. He let go of her. She was certain it was all over, yet he acted as if their time apart were a brief period of grace. Can we blame him? He loves her, and he knows she likes him. He explains that he didn't let her walk away that day because of his mother. He had other things in mind and went after all that hurt her, from Yonghwa Hall to her sister and more. He didn't do it to stand his grandfather in the back. He didn't care that Yonghwa Hall was used to launder money or that Yoonji was fooling around with his cousin. All he cared about was Sahi and how she felt. He claims he did all he did as payback for her, but she saw no need for it. Her life was already ruined. He didn't have to put his on the line, too. For a minute, the media was against him. Rumors spread that he was at the center of everything and that he'd collapse. Throughout that time of media unrest, she worries about him, yet she didn't know he was doing it all for her. With pain in her voice, she reminds him that she didn't leave him because of those who hurt her, but because she didn't feel confident enough to stand by him as his partner. She stepped down because she felt unworthy, yet he keeps pushing. Fine. Since she's playing hard to get, he wants to know if she'll be okay with him marrying another woman. The question makes her heart drop, but she fights through the pain and agrees that she is okay with him settling down with someone else. It's a union she can picture, but he's curious to know if it's much easier to imagine than imagining herself with him. She agrees that it is. She can see him not only getting married to someone else, but also having a happy life with that someone else. For that, he praises her grit, letting her open up more about not wanting him to take risks for her or to give her any handouts. She declares that the breakup still stands, but goes quiet when he tells her that the child she spoke about won't look like him, but like her. He adds that the kid will be resilient like her, helping her understand that he pictures her as his future wife. No matter how hard she has tried to push him away, he refuses to back down, so all she can do at the moment is be grateful to him for all he has done for her. He is glad she thanked him and notices how tired she looks, so he offers to take her home. As expected, she argues against it, worried that if someone sees them together, they'll take him as a crazy guy who bought his lover's painting for an extremely high amount of money. He is glad she voiced out the real reason for her refusal, but it still doesn't stop him from taking her. It's next to no time. They are in his car, and she is curious to know where he is taking her. She suspects he is creepy enough to know where she lives, but he assures her that he doesn't. That's why he is taking her to his place. A few minutes later, she realizes they are at her house, and she is stunned. He said he didn't know where she lived. Now she wants to know how he knew her address. He refuses to tell her and promises to send her contract to the Hwandam Foundation tomorrow. He instructs her to sign it and return it. She refuses, however, informing him that she'll tell them she can't do it. She can't bring herself to sit in a position above hers. That's by his side. He refuses to let her throw the offer away, though, informing her that a majority of the art team chose her, so she should do it. If she doubts him, he wants her to ask them in the next meeting, and he'll pick her up and take her for it when it's time. Later in the day, Taeyeon arrives at Myeonhyunjae, still thinking about Sahi. He thinks about the look she had on her face when she interrogated him about how he found out her address. She looked like she thought he was going to eat her up, but it's okay. She'll find out how he got it with time. His happy thoughts, however, come to an end when he notices his mother's car parked at the entrance. He didn't expect her to be here, but it's only natural since his family gathers here every season for a meal. He escorts her in, like the gentleman he is, but she gets nosy and wants to know what he and his father have been discussing. He denies her that pleasure, nevertheless, and is surprised that she even knows that they've been working together. He thinks his parents must be getting closer, but all his mom wants to know is if the secret discussions have something to do with Sahi. It doesn't, but regarding the love of his life, he lets her know he plans to marry her, and when he does, she'll be his daughter-in-law and part of their family. Mrs. Yojin can't believe he just wants to do whatever he pleases. She tries to convince him that he should meet up with her candidates at least once every season, but he sees no reason to do so, since his mother would be too busy to see Sahi when he marries her. She is unappreciative of his tone, tossing her handbag at him and reminding him that she is still his mother. And just then, his father steps in and she looks to him for help. She hopes he'll back her up, but he doesn't, ignoring her and heading in without them. The man has always been like this, never on her side, never interested. Taeyeon was always there for her on times like that. Even now, he helps her pick up her bag, complaining that although she keeps stressing about him growing up, she won't let him make a choice like this. She's mad because her husband and son are conspiring behind her back concerning Sahi, and they partially are. But he reminds her that he told her earlier. He has no intention of backing down. She doesn't know who he took this resilience from and demands to know what she did to Sahi that has made him so hostile towards her. It's simple. She was cruel, and she went too far. He isn't used to seeing her that way and stretches his hand out for her while begging her not to be rude again. She takes his hand, meaning she might meet him halfway on this one, and that's fine with him. At home, Sahi is still taking in everything. Her memories from before the breakup, plus the moments they shared together today. It's just too much. Her heart can't take anymore. The following day, she gets the contract and is instructed to sign it and return it before 4 in the afternoon, when Youngmoon officials will come to pick it up. She considers signing it because he told her that a majority of the art team chose her, and she notices that he got her address from the contract. She is sad, not because of the contract, no. Right now, she is down because all she did yesterday was spout nonsense. She can see that it wasn't he who misunderstood things, but her, and that hurts. She'd like to be on her own right now, but Juwon pulls up to see her. He came to discuss with his father about getting a space for his exhibition and decided to stop by to say hi. He knows she got selected by Youngmoon, and as soon as they sit down, he asks if she is all right. From what he heard from Yoojung, she and Taeyeon are over, but it's starting to look like they aren't, which is why she apologizes for involving Hwandam in whatever is going on between them. He urges her not to feel sorry, but notes that from the look of things, he came here for her and asks if she is sure things are really over between them. Last night, she ignored his calls and spent the whole night trying not to think about him. Yet she can't bring herself to say they have broken up. She lies to him that she is okay, because she was okay until yesterday. To get him to back off, she forces a fake smile on, convincing enough to make him apologize for interrogating her so much. She's fine with it, though, and when he asks what she plans to do about the contract, she reluctantly responds that she'll agree to it. Juhwan believes she wants to do it because she is worried about what the foundation would think if she refuses, but she explains that she is doing it because it was a unanimous decision from his art team. From the troubled look on his face, it's obvious he doesn't want her to accept the contract, but he coats his feelings by telling her not to do it if she isn't cool with it. His concern seems to have a hint of jealousy, as he volunteers to speak to his father on this matter, should she want to refuse. His father is probably the CEO, and he is sure the foundation can be run without the humongous cash Taeyeon is offering them for the painting. During his heartfelt speech, he makes it known that he doesn't want her to take the money because it'll entangle her with Taeyeon, and he claims to be worried about her, as a friend. He is confused that, although they have known each other for 10 years, he slacked off and she got to know a man like that. Just then, he calls her, and for some reason, she answers. Juhwan is surprised that he still calls her, only to make things worse by inviting her to lunch. Juhwan can see what's about to happen and waltzes into the call, making Taeyeon feel suspicious. Noticing that he might have struck a nerve, he refuses to back down and invites Sahi to have lunch with him. Now she is stuck in the middle of 2 lunch offers, one from her friend and the other from her lover, who is threatening to come upstairs if she doesn't come downstairs to meet him. Wisely, she picks Taeyeon's offer. Juhwan can't do anything out of the ordinary, but the other guy definitely would. She instructs Juhwan to leave whenever he is comfortable and advises him to get a meal with Yoojung, who is just nearby, promising to buy him a drink or treat him to a meal later. Baffled, he asks her if she is willing to leave things like this. But why wouldn't she, when he is keeping his true feelings about her in the dark? He watches her draw a line between her and him again, and complains internally about her treasuring Taeyeon more than she treasures him. It's crazy how he expects a woman he has not confessed to make big steps for him. Anyways, this time, like other times, he watches her leave, convinced she is in love with the man downstairs. Hurriedly, she meets him downstairs and tries to get into the car before anyone sees them. Her plan fails, sadly, because he locked the door, like a child, just so he could open it for her, himself. He takes his time, urging her to save her anger for the ride to the restaurant. From how much time he is wasting, she can see that he doesn't care who sees them. If anything, he wants to be seen, especially by Jawan, with whom he is in a silent contest. Before driving off, he has a good look at his rival from downstairs and smiles triumphantly. To him, Sahi is already taken. She is in a place far from his reach, and it's best he give up. Will he? We'll see. In the car, during the drive, Sahi thinks about how she is supposed to repeat that she doesn't want to play this game with him, but instead she sits quietly, finally speaking up when he asks if she'd like to go to a hotel with him. She uses this opportunity to demand to be dropped off, but he reaches for her hand and sneakily asks where she wants to stop. From reaching out, holding her hand and making her blush, but she requests to be unhanded. He refuses to let go nonetheless, and ends up driving her to a hotel when he said he wanted to grab lunch with her. She thinks he is planning on getting intimate and came all the way here for that reason. No matter how much she loves him, she demands more respect than this. She has a lot of questions to ask him, but instead of spitting them out, she reluctantly follows him into an elevator. And at their destination, she meets a restaurant. Immediately, she starts to feel bad for assuming something else was going to happen, wasting so much time thinking that the elevator doors were almost closed on them. Taeyeon notices and asks Sahi to step out before the doors close, but stops her as she is about to do so. The next thing he does is put the elevator on hold, permitting her to move if anyone is about to come in. He then pulls close to her and asks her how far she was hoping they'd go. What she feared would happen ends up happening, as her inability to hide her thoughts leads to intimacy. It all starts with him returning the anklet, followed by a deep in-room experience that she tries to downplay as them just messing around. She tries to tell herself that their intimacy has no feelings attached to it, but that's debatable. During intimacy, he opens up about how he worked day and night to get her. Meanwhile, she was running around with Jawan, whom he is truly jealous of. At the end of it all, not much time has passed, and he convinces her to have lunch, which is why they came here, isn't it? He ordered a lot, and she can't let it go to waste. But before she takes a bite, she gazes outside and notices the hotel's garden. She guesses an event is underway, but he corrects her, saying it's a proposal. He is curious about whether she likes that kind of thing, but she doesn't give him a clear answer. She does gobble up the food, however, and they both dress up and get ready to leave. One more time, he tries to get her to stay back. He'll come get her in the evening, but she refuses. She has to return the contract before 4 o'clock in the evening. He is stunned that she finally agreed to accept it, after treating it like a hassle. Just then, he notices the anklet is gone. So focused on its absence, he doesn't hear when she says she plans to use it for her study abroad funds. Maybe he'll talk about the anklet later. Now, he simply takes her back and admonishes her to think of what she'll eat tomorrow. Curiously, she asks him if he is coming tomorrow too. Indeed he is. He sees every second with her right now as precious, especially because he won't get to see her when she flies abroad. Pointing out the obvious happens to make her sad, prompting him to brush against her hair and ask her not to go if she isn't fully happy about it. Instead of responding, Sahi decides to end their chat by telling him goodbye and stepping out of the car. He then drives away, unhappily, while she watches him leave. She is sad too, but a call from Mrs. Chun comes in to lighten her mood. The pair talk about lunch and decides to grab a meal together on a later date. The older lady suggests they come to Seoul to see her and do some sightseeing, since her grandmother, Saintess Park, lost young Hwadang to Jungmoon, and has been unavailable because of a lineup of court cases. All she does is laze around and manage the studio, while spending Jungmoon's money. Uncle Bang, on the other hand, does some groundskeeping, so he won't mind them coming to Seoul to visit her and go sightseeing. She agrees, allowing the conversation to move to her granddaughter, Hanwol. Because of Taeyeon, she was moved to a private room, with better doctors. According to her, the little girl is happier. She sends her a photo they took to prove it. Seeing it makes Sahi wonder why her ex is doing this for a woman who broke up with him. Sure, he said they weren't done, but still. For a long time, she prayed for someone who would put her first. She has Uncle Bang and Mrs. Chun who are like family to her, but they have actual family that they put before her. It's not wrong, but she just can't expect them or her friends to make her their primary focus. Even her parents don't do that. They don't even love her. So why is this outsider prioritizing her? She tries to paint away her frustrations, but while she is at it, she is troubled by the thought that she is like a little girl who longs for fairy tales. Sure, she does stupid things. Sure, she makes bad choices. Sure, she gets pissed off for no reason, breaking down and crying from time to time. She limps too. She has enough flaws to think about, which makes her sad and unable to continue painting. On that note, she drags herself to a mirror, observing her appearance as she concludes that although she is filled with flaws, she wishes for someone who will not leave her. At least one person who will continue to stay by her side. She has Taeyeon, right? He's the only one that comes to her mind, yet she knows things between them won't work out. The reason? She doesn't have the guts to stand by his side. Staying with him puts her on the edge. Her heart can't take that. She feels bad now, but by morning she has livened up a bit and is waiting for a cab when a lady approaches her, wanting to know if she'll be attending the Majesty 9 meeting today. Sahi informs her that she is about to head there and recalls Taeyeon telling her they'll have lunch together. She is bound to see him at the meeting before then. Team leader Song, having no idea where Sahi's mind is at, comes around to ask for her help. She wants her to take a file of documents to Manager Park of the media art team at Jungmoon. She acknowledges how hectic it must be for Sahi to handle 2 projects at once and admonishes her for her hard work, wanting to chat more when Sahi's taxi arrives. Left with no other option, the team leader decides to postpone the meeting to another time, maybe tomorrow if they are unoccupied. Both women leave with much to say, but parting ways allows Sahi to return her focus to the meeting. She tells the cab driver to drop her off at Jungmoon Construction, and minutes later, she is seated waiting to be attended to. One of the staff, noticing her, walks over to her and hands her a document containing materials for today's meeting, along with information that they'll be having fried chicken for lunch at this wonderful place close by. Her bringing up lunch gets Sahi's mind busy. This makes her attendant worry she has something against fried birds. She doesn't, though. That she makes clear. Her only problem is the plans she already has with Taeyeon. She considers calling to cancel, but doesn't get to do it because a couple of the company staff approach her to greet her. Before she knows it, Taeyeon walks in, dominantly, emitting his manly aura all over the place. His arrival marks the beginning of the meeting and everyone gets busy, except Sahi. Her head isn't in the room at the moment. It's in the message Taeyeon sent her concerning lunch. She lets him know that she won't be able to have lunch with him because she has to go with the media team. He takes that as her wanting to ditch their appointment, but she has had enough. They are in a meeting. She wants them to get back to it, so they do, but I doubt he will give up so easily. He doesn't, waiting until the end of the meeting to begin using her fear of people seeing them together to get her into his car. For clarity's sake, she lets him know that she has to be back in an hour to catch up with her meeting with the media team that's after lunch. He tries to remind her that whatever time she comes back doesn't matter, as long as it's him who took her out. For Sahi, that's all the more reason why she has to return on time. Delay would cause more rumors. She doesn't like rumors, meanwhile he enjoys them. He loves messing with her, that's why he pulls closer to her like he wants to plant a kiss, only to help her with her seatbelt. He's teasing, but that makes her wonder why he is unbothered by the rumors about them that are already circulating. It troubles her that she might be an inconvenience to him because of her leg. She wants to talk about that, but the words don't come out. She ends up asking him why he covered for the hospital bills of Mrs. Chun's granddaughter when they've broken up. Acting like he can't recall them breaking up, Taeyeon makes Sahi stress about their separation and then asks if she'll like to get back with him if they are no longer together. For someone who was just expecting lunch, the question comes as a shock to her. She is the woman who didn't have the courage to stand by his side, the woman who pushed him away and vowed to never let him pull her back in, yet here she is, in his car, unable to contest. She doesn't have the guts to push him away anymore. That's why she goes back to enjoying the dream he welcomes her into. Some days later, they have lunch plans again. Merely thinking about it makes Taeyeon feel energized, although he has been pulling all-nighters. Secretary Kim, seeing him try to get some rest, tries to help out by admonishing him to take a nap. He promises to wake him up in time for the meeting, which sounds good with him. He'll do just that, nevertheless, during the drive to his parents' house. Before then, he wants the secretary to send a change of clothes there and have a car ready for him as soon as possible. At his parents' house, he hopes to shower, so during lunch with Sahi, he doesn't ick her out. The lady on his mind, unaware of all this, is at the gallery, being drilled by her friend Yoo-jung. She is aware Sahi has plans with someone for lunch, but wonders who it could be. She is too dressed for some ordinary outing, leaving the friend to suspect the mystery man she is having lunch with is Taeyeon, and they are back together. As someone who thought avoiding the question would make Yoo-jung leave her alone, she is now forced to come up with a response. Even though they got back together, she still isn't sure letting them come back together is the best choice. She knows that at some point she'll have to face reality and matters like marriage and her will to study abroad. Faced with so many uncertainties mixed in an undecided future, she decides to hold on to one certainty. She loves him and he loves her. Having that makes her sure they'll be okay. Hours pass and they have lunches planned, but nothing fancy. A car date is the best thing to call it, but she does all the eating, making her believe he already had lunch. She can't say for sure though. He is a busy man, plus he seems to have lost a lot of weight. She worries about him and assured him that he doesn't have to come if he is busy. Compared to him, she is less busy, meaning she can come to him. Her worry for him gets so much that she is unable to eat the meal he got for her. What she wants is to devote her lunch break to being his pillow so he can rest properly. Not a bad idea, right? Until tensions begin to rise between the two. Nothing happens though, aside from him informing her that he'll be busy next week, meaning they won't have lunch together for some time. So he claims she is cool with it. She has work to do as well. She might miss him, surely, yet she refuses to respond when he opens up about missing her. Taeyeon doesn't read meaning into her silence, so he checks on her every day in the week of his absence. Sometimes he calls to ask about her lunch arrangements, other times work, and at a point he asks if she misses him, after hearing she stopped by the company and didn't check on him. Instead of reply, she stays silent, ending the call only to ring him up on the day after his week of absence. Like him, she seems elated about his plan for them to meet up the following day and grab lunch together. He deserves a little break after spending so much time and energy working that his father can't hold back how proud he is of him while discussing with his mother. Mrs. Yojin is proud too, but not fully. Sure, Taeyeon's presentation was a success. He also won a construction bid. What bothers her is his topic for the said presentation, a house you'd want to gift to a bride. She fears this has something to do with the girl that limps and concludes he has completely lost it. Maybe he has. Love does that to people. It's no news that he is in love with Sahi. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be here, ready to take her to lunch, right after his big success. You'd think they'd get all lovey-dovey once they see each other, but the first thing they do is discuss work. We have Sahi's heavy backpack to blame for that, as we have today being the deadline for her final evaluation. From the work discussion, the couple step in the vehicle and get strapped, ready to take off, when Sahi claims she saw an article about Taeyeon and congratulates him for it. She wishes to pay for dinner to celebrate, only to get a chilling response from him. Wondering why he is reacting so harshly, the only hint she gets from him is the phrase, lack of sincerity. She has no idea what he is talking about, but fears she went through the wrong article. To correct her error, she gets to scrolling. That's when she is hit with some unexpected news about the media suspecting Taeyeon of finally wanting to settle down with a secret lover. We have his absurd presentation topic to blame for this, so Sahi doesn't think this is serious. She tells herself that he used the topic during the presentation as a strategy to draw attention, until she gets to the hotel he picked for their sit-out. It's one specifically for proposals, a key detail that gets her so worried she has a hard time munching her meal. If he really wants to marry her, what about her plan to study abroad? She has never felt like she belonged by his side, that's for sure, but that could change if she studies abroad. It's still the major occupier of her thoughts once dinner is over, as Taeyeon doesn't propose. Pretty Lady feels she is out of the wind, until it looks like it, the moment he opens up about wanting to speak up. They are in his car in front of her apartment complex. Can't he just walk her in? She wonders, before he reveals what's on his mind. Apparently he guessed she was afraid to ask for his help with her heavy backpack. He lets her know she doesn't have to worry about that. He'll handle it. To think he built tension for something as insignificant as that? Sahi refuses to have that. She challenges him for teasing her, a mistake that earns her a kiss. With all the rumors flying around, she can't have anyone seeing him get too close to her outside. She is forced to rush him into the apartment complex, where the first thing they meet is a broken-down elevator. Her room is on the second floor, she shares, as she tries to discourage him from going up the stairs with her. The problem is, hearing that makes him even more interested in going with her. It makes him suggest he carry her, a request she tries her best to decline, but fails to do so. Taeyeon just won't quit. But does he know his acts of kindness make Sahi feel ashamed? It also makes her feel like someone who can't do anything alone, and that makes her feel distant. So distant that even while being carried, her head is not in the building. If she lets this continue, she is sure there are countless moments like this underway. He proves her right by asking if he can carry her like this when the place is hard for her to go to. He sees nothing wrong with them living like this for the rest of their lives, while she worries it isn't proper to suck him into the darkness she calls her life. Wait, what does he mean by the rest of their lives? She stands in the shadow, and he, the light, both are different from one another. Still, he doesn't mind. If he did, he wouldn't be here proposing to her. Looks like she was never out of the woods. Still doesn't change the fact that she had doubts that she could ever find someone who would put her first. Her life has always felt like she was climbing a lineup of endless stairs. Slow, exhausting. One she is so sick and tired of that she thinks it's a sin to ask someone to walk this road with her. Her thoughts leave her in tears, but unable to tell him that the ring he came with doesn't belong to her. Like him when he came to visit her in her small, shabby room, he didn't belong there. In the end, Sahi cries herself to sleep in his arms and wakes up in bed. The ring isn't too far from her, Taeyeon too. He sits by her bed until she wakes up. Once he confirms she is conscious, he asks if he'll have to wait long to get a reply to his proposal. She can't say for sure, really. Marriage isn't something that works just because the pair like it. It's more than that. She'll give it some thought, though, and get back to him as soon as she decides. Knowing he still has a chance is fine with Taeyeon. It helps him leave with a warm smile on his face. Days go by, and it's all calm for Sahi. She is able to focus on work undisturbed. There's been no drama for her, and she doesn't see any close by. Drama sees her, nonetheless, coming in the form of an unknown caller. Sahi's first guess is that it's someone from Jungmoon Construction who wants to discuss business. She doesn't know how wrong she is till she picks the call. At the other end of the phone is Taeyeon's mom, Mrs. Yojin, who is at the parking lot of the art foundation she works at. Yes, she is downstairs as they speak. She wants to have a proper conversation with our Sahi, something the poor girl doesn't want. The talk of them meeting makes her feel uneasy, yet she toughens up and goes down to hear her out. In the car, nevertheless, she is visibly uncomfortable, to the extent that she refuses to respond to anything Mrs. Yojin has to say throughout her first minutes of yapping. She plans to stay unresponsive throughout, but isn't allowed that luxury. Taeyeon's mother gets a reaction from her the second she asks if her and Taeyeon are back to being a couple. It goes against their agreement back at Yongwadang, when she was paid money to stay away from the love of her life and she took it. Sahi is willing to discuss the money and the deal, but the remorse in her tone makes Mrs. Yojin conclude she is the same girl she was when she was about 20 years old. Confused by the declaration, Sahi stares at her boyfriend's mother blankly, allowing her to tell the story of the first time she visited Yongwadang. It was her brother-in-law's burial, and they were on their way to the memorial hall, just as she stepped out. Although she doesn't remember that day, it isn't one Mrs. Yojin will forget so easily because of the look she created in her son's eyes. She had never seen him look at anything or anyone the way he stared at her. Her next time seeing Sahi was just recently, before the fall of her grandmother, Saintess Park. Seeing her back then made her heart sink. She didn't want Taeyeon's feelings for her to be rekindled, so she fought their union, something she wishes she didn't do. Sahi was her son's first love. She didn't let them be back then, but now she wants to do just that. In a world where the pair met and started dating when Sahi was 20, Mrs. Yojin pictures them getting married right after she graduated. All this time, she thought she understood her little boy. Sahi helped show her how wrong she was. To say thank you to the girl, she got her quality sneakers, a pair prescribed by a doctor. The man told her to give it to her daughter-in-law as soon as possible. This is her doing just that. On another date, she intends to take her to see the doctor. Hearing these words come out of Mrs. Yojin's lips is surreal. Thinking this woman cares about her is hard. But it becomes easier when she advises Sahi to go see the doctor, with Taeyeon or even by herself, whatever suited her best. She doesn't want her to delay the checkup and ends her little speech by formally apologizing to Sahi for mistreating her. There you have it, girl, the go-ahead from your man's mother. She's the wall Sahi thought would be the hardest to overcome, now that wall has collapsed, leaving one more wall, her conscience. She still thinks she isn't right for him. She thinks she doesn't suit him. She has to overcome her inner worries if she wants to be with him. But that's not Team Leader Song's problem, when Sahi runs into her. She had been looking for the artist all over the place to tell her the good news the foundation plans to disclose soon. Remember the study abroad program she was so psyched about? She made the cut by bagging the highest score. Team Leader Song came to congratulate Sahi, expecting her to be happy, but the news slightly crushes her. It has her sitting in the studio not long after upset that she now has to choose between getting married and studying abroad. Staring at the gift Mrs. Yojin got her, it's still wrapped, so she goes to check it out, sizing it while she recounts never having the luxury of choice. Her life since the accident consisted of her going with the flow, allowing herself to get swept along by the current of life. She had no idea where she was headed or what she really wanted. Life wasn't easy for her, nevertheless. She thinks she knows what she must do now. All it took was trying out the new shoes. The sneakers managed to help her further will to fight against the current that has pushed her all along and move her own way. With that in mind, she calls Taeyeon up to fix a date with him the following day. Her boyfriend, always ready to quit all he is doing to hang out with her, clears out his schedule, allowing them to meet on the evening of the following day. As expected, the date goes wonderfully. Every site they visit is more interesting than the other. In the end, they are walking down a path with locked hands and her new sneakers. It's been a while since Sahi showed Taeyeon this much affection, yet she doesn't stop there. She goes on to shyly request he quit smoking. She fears he does it a lot, but he doesn't see it that way. It's hard for him to work without his cigarettes. For some reason, she turns away after his response, leaving him bewildered. He has no idea she has been preparing all evening to tell him something and she just can't bring herself to do it when he holds her hand and asks where she is running off to. To his surprise, she throws him another health tip, advising that they reduce drinking too. As a man who notices the faintest details, he points out that she sounds like someone who wants them to live long lives together. She retorts that if he keeps being stubborn, she can decide to live without him. Taeyeon takes her comment as a joke. After all, he only drinks as much as she allows. Anyways, she has given 2 health tips, prompting him to cheekily ask if she has anything else to say. Well, she does. Aside from his sarcastic tone, which is a problem, he does what he wants and acts like he knows everything. She wants him to fix all that. She's complained about him, now she urges him to speak up if he has anything to say about her. It's no surprise that Taeyeon sees no inconsistencies in Sahi and that he wants her to come to him as she is. She didn't plan for a response like that. She wanted him to complain, not ask her to come to him without any conditions. Still, because he has, she willingly walks into his arms, knowing fully well that she is greedy. She has spent most of her life giving things up, she will give no more. The date ends on a good note for the couple, a warm kiss, but they don't call it a day just yet. Instead, they move to Taeyeon's home. It's Sahi's first time there, but that's okay. He wants them to shower together. She doesn't, however, and manages to get him to wait his turn by threatening to leave if she persisted. For Sahi's sake, Taeyeon plans to apply self-control, only to toss his resolve out the window when she walks out in his shirt and an expression he can't resist. By acting on it, they end up in intimacy that leaves Sahi telling herself that this is just the beginning. In a matter of months, they'd be married. By then, spending nights together and waking up together would be as ordinary as breathing. For now, it isn't, which is why she instinctively wakes up before time. Believing she isn't well rested, Taeyeon asks her to get back to sleep. Instead of complying, she engages him in a conversation by accusing him of knowing her before his second visit to Young Hwadang. He doesn't deny that, how can he? Back then, she looked so good that he fell for her at first sight. His words, his lips, his show of affection, all that is enough for her to head to the team leader's office first thing Monday morning to relinquish her opportunity to study abroad. Team leader Song may not know the reason behind her decision, but she employs her to hold on a bit before dropping this opportunity. She reminds her that she still has some months with them, courtesy of the Foundation's partnership with Jungmoon Construction. She silently hopes that within that time, Sahi will come around, but she isn't the only one who got the news. The entire Foundation should have heard by now. For Yoo-jung to be here trying to talk her out of throwing away this opportunity. Let's count out their friendship. She is especially bummed because her dreams of going with her have been crushed. Still, it's not like her withdrawing won't benefit Yoo-jung. The scholarship is assigned only to the first and second place candidates. Yoo-jung came third place, but is getting moved to second place since Sahi is out. As a good friend, she wishes Yoo-jung well, and they get all emotional. That's how the ladies react to this, though. Joo-hwan, her male bestie, does something else. He confronts Taeyeon, blaming him for making Sahi give up on such a great opportunity. He doesn't think the rich CEO is worthy of such sacrifice and questions his love for her, judging it on the basis that if he truly cared about her, he wouldn't have let her forfeit the scholarship. But Taeyeon doesn't see it that way. He treats the matter with levity, declaring that he had no reason to stop her. His words offend her bestie, but that's not all. He adds that he can send Sahi abroad to study whenever she wants, with less of a hassle as she'll face from going through the foundation. That's by the way though. Remember this chap is the jealous type? He'd been holding back all along, now he's had enough. So he switches his tone and warns Ju-won to stay in his lane. He doesn't appreciate people who cross their boundaries. Concerning his relationship with Sahi, he advises him to be her friend if that is what he wants. Or even a big brother. He can be that too, but that's where he draws the line. He is aware of Ju-won's feelings for his girl, revealing that when he taunts him, claiming he wonders how Sahi would react if he used the same energy he used to confront him, to confess to her. In any case, whatever his real intentions are towards her, Taeyeon permits Ju-won to reveal them before he gets married to her. If he did, at least his intentions will remain pure-hearted, that's for sure. Although he leaves the poor guy bruised, Taeyeon acknowledges him. Unlike other guys, he is convinced Ju-won is decent. A proper choice for Sahi if he didn't come into her life. His absence surely deprived her of a chance to get to know Ju-won's loving parents, who along with their son, would have helped her make up for the lack of warmth she felt from growing up without a family. On the flip side, what would have Mr. CEO's life been like without her? Let's see. A girl that meets the standards of his family, leading to a marriage that would have been beneficial to the family business. The perfect life. One that would have had him pretending to be happy, like he always has. He is grateful she saved him from such a flowery fate with thorns. No wonder he can't stay without her and comes to take her home. Although she is okay with the free ride, Sahi wishes he waited in the car for her. She still finds the rumors exhausting, even when there is no one around to gossip. Moving from that, Taeyeon wants to know how it went with the foundation and her declining the scholarship. She replies that it went well, but that doesn't do. He looks to be sure she won't regret this, since her eyes say she cried a lot in there, and she confirms that she doesn't. She is happy about letting the scholarship go, but cried because of how hard it was on Yoo-jung. Her leaking emotions got to Sahi, reminding her of all the hours she spent working at the foundation. She had memorable days there, nevertheless. She doesn't regret choosing him. That's relieving and enough to make him glad that everything is going okay, but he doesn't want to leave things as they are. Taeyeon thinks Sahi needs a little change and comes up with one. While her friend heads to another country, he wants Sahi to move into his house. He wants them to live together. However, it's a choice she is unable to make at the spot. As the patient man he is, Taeyeon leaves it for later. Life goes on after that. Sahi keeps working with Jungmoon Construction and everything is perfect. Her life is so rosy that section manager Park Yoon-mi commends her on one occasion. Everything looks fine after the comment, and the ladies head to the elevator to go their separate ways. Sahi, before leaving, plans to check on Taeyeon. His office is on the first floor, so she waits for manager Park to select her stop, only for her to select not just her floor, but also Taeyeon's. She assumes that's Sahi's destination, but hides her actions under the claim that it was an accident. She may limp, but she isn't dumb. She presses her enough to make her speak up. Following her confession, the ladies go their way, the section manager to wherever it is she was headed and Sahi to Taeyeon's office, where the first thing she does immediately she settles down is tell him about the manager Park's knowledge of their relationship. She hopes it won't be a problem, and it won't, but he'll look into it anyway. Now, about his request the other day for her to move in with him. He wants to know if she's made her choice yet. Well, she has. She wants them to live together, and the move is not difficult because of how little her possessions are. On the night of the big move, they aren't even fine unpacking before retiring to bed. Under the covers, Taeyeon comes up with the idea of them visiting young Hwadeng to pay their respects to Uncle Bang and Mrs. Chun. He'll like her to stand in for her parents on the day of their wedding, an idea she agrees with, which makes them head over to see the older folks the following day. Unlike Taeyeon, Sahi is nervous. She hasn't disclosed her relationship with him properly to Uncle Bang, but that's fine. He assures her he'll take care of him. Taeyeon will be by her side when they make things clear to them. The same way he is by her side when they walk into young Hwadeng's gates. Hours later, Mrs. Chun and Uncle Bang make sure the couple is fed. Once the first round is over, she offers to bring dessert. Her plan is to overfeed them, but he can't allow that. They have serious business to discuss. You know, their plan to get married. As promised, he takes Uncle Bang out to have a chat with him, allowing the ladies to do their own talking. Moving into more personal topics, Sahi wants to know if things at young Hwadeng have been calm for Mrs. Chun. She replies that it has been, though she can't say the same for her stepsister and parents. The loan stacked interest that made even her mother turn against Hyunji. Hearing this, Sahi worries the hoodlums come around to bother Mrs. Chun and Uncle Bang, but they don't. Since Priestess Park isn't around, they were smart enough to realize they won't get a dime off the property without her. As for Hyunggu, her sister's ex-husband, he hasn't been able to escape the pressure of the loan sharks, and they might just be the reason why his business is at the brink of collapse. A lot has been happening to those who opposed her over the years, yet she feels pity for them, and that makes Mrs. Chun switch up the conversation. From them, to the shiny ring on her hand. She is curious about the price, yet all she gets is info that Taeyeon told Sahi to wear it until the couple's ring he ordered arrives. It's a juicy scoop, but she wants more, so she asks Sahi about her bracelet. She suspects it's also Taeyeon's doing. She isn't wrong, but the memories behind it make Sahi emotional to the point that she is about to cry. Sensing this, Mrs. Chun makes sure she is okay, and when she confirms she is, they proceed. By nighttime, you'd expect the most emotional person in Yangwadang to be the bride-to-be, however, but by the time the ladies round up and head outside, Uncle Bang is in tears, as he warns Taeyeon to treat Sahi right if he doesn't want to face his wrath. Mrs. Chun, embarrassed for them, is forced to cut the goodbyes and take him in, while Sahi reminds her man he promised he wouldn't drink. Before she can finish her statement, he awards her a kiss, after which he assures her he didn't drink. Surprisingly, whether he drank or not no longer matters to her. She is more worried about the older folks seeing that. Luckily for her, they didn't. Anyways, it's time to leave, and they head out hand in hand, going through memories within the walls of Yongwadang before they get to the final gate. It's these walls that brought them together. Staying together, nevertheless, was all on them. They fought hard and long enough to get Taeyeon's mother to stand in their corner. She is now a pillar in their union, encouraging Sahi to stand her ground, especially when it comes to writing, a few days after the visit to Yongwadang. She sees a best-selling author in her, urging her to see herself as the same during the first official schedule. It's got to do with her writing. That's her focus. By afternoon. By night, she is at a baseball game with her man. It's the finals, and the team he owns are gunning for the cup. Like a fairy tale written in the sky, they win it. It feels like a gift from the team to congratulate him on his wedding announcement. Whatever the case may be, he wants to celebrate this win with his lady. His wife-to-be, who, unknown to him, has made up her mind to be fearless, facing whatever comes their way together. Fate decides to put that to the test by pushing Taeyeon to call her to join him on the pitch. When she does, the players congratulate them before requesting they kiss. As expected, Sahi is against the public show of affection. She tries to get out of it, only for the fans in the stadium to begin requesting same. She can't beat them. For their sake and that of the man who brought her into the light, she grants their request. I bet Sahi never pictured her life going so perfectly. It's so peaceful that she considers going out with her friends from way back, the ones she hung out with at the pub some time ago. She wants to use that opportunity to invite them all to the wedding, but Taeyeon isn't really cool with that. Although he's her man, the thought of her being around other men traumatizes him. That's why he instructs her not to go anywhere with anyone. If anyone bothers her, he wants her to give him a call, as well as make sure to let the person know she has a very scary husband at home. He also wants her to give him a call when she is done, which she'll do. By evening, Sahi is out with her friends, who are not just happy about Taeyeon's baseball team winning, but also because of her engagement to the man. A lot of them got to know about it from articles on the web, and want to know what she finds attractive in her husband-to-be. Her response is that he is nice and treats her well, reasonable stuff, yet Ju-won has something to say about the union. For the time being, he keeps it to himself, letting Yoo-jung go on and on about how Sahi being in love grosses her out. He thinks now is not the time to speak up. Nevertheless, he gets another chance by the end of their outing. On his way back from getting ice cream, he bumps into Sahi outside and is curious to know what she is up to. She informs him about her plan to call home, since the mood was winding down. As the gentleman he is, he decides to wait out with her while they munch ice cream. It's probably one of their last activities together, given his intention to travel abroad for his studies, a plan he lets Sahi in on. Deep down, he expected her to feel kind of bad because he is leaving, but she doesn't. In fact, she is happy for him, especially because this means he and Yoo-jung were the lucky scholarship winners. It's sad they can't get closer than this, really. He has so much to tell her, but swallows it all so he can congratulate her on her wedding that is fast approaching. They are still talking when Taeyeon's car pulls up, and all Sahi's attention goes from Jaehwan to him. She is pleased to see the love of her life as expected, but he can't understand why the woman so warned him against drinking too much is so drunk. Anyways, he fears if she stands out any longer, she'll catch a cold, but she isn't getting anything he is saying, the main reason why she hugs him and declares she has a scary husband at home. That's cute, really, but he is once again curious about how much she drank. Sahi says it was a lot since she was in a good mood. For her sake, he helps her into the car, while she brings up the time her friends called him handsome. Taeyeon, to reward them for that comment, offers to treat them to something expensive. Just then, he notices a dejected Ju-won. For some reason he can't ignore the heartbroken man, he decides to pass his gift to Sahi's friend group through him, but Ju-won isn't comfortable with taking it. He can't refuse in the end, and also gets invited to the wedding by Taeyeon himself. Not in the tone one would use to address a rival, but in a respectful manner. The night ends and soon enough it's morning again. It's a bright day, but the bride-to-be isn't so bright. She ended up with the cold Taeyeon feared she'd catch, leaving him to care for her and put her to sleep. Days later, the couple do their pre-wedding photo shoot. It's so much of a hassle that Sahi feels relieved when it's over. If she could, she'd skip all the processes and get married to him immediately, but they still have a long way to go. They have no option but to wait together. During that time, Sahi wants to get used to calling him honey. It's how she plans to address him when they get married, so through intimacy, he helps her get the hang of it. She's a lucky gal, and by the end of April, she's a married one. The ceremony is grand, no surprise there. Photos are taken, parents and stand-in, parents are available, and emotions are all over the place. Although most of it is Uncle Bang's. It's a beautiful day, one to remember. It's all happening so fast, really. There isn't much time to sit back and enjoy everything. For the couple, who are parents by the following year, their son, Jung Ji-woo, is loved by his grandparents, Mr. Jung and Mrs. Yojin. So much that they take time out of their busy schedule to make memories with him. The parents, Sahi and Taeyeon, sit back and watch. The build-up to this moment was something. From the wedding, they moved to their honeymoon, followed by Sahi's solo exhibition. Once that was concluded, they decided to have a child, their little bundle of joy. But every time he stumbles and falls, Sahi looks sad. Noticing this, Taeyeon asks why. It turns out she lied to their son. She had told Jiwoo that whenever he fell it was okay, he could just get back up. She promised him he'll be able to walk properly when he groups up, yet she can't walk properly. The only solution she has is surgery, a suggestion her husband is open to. Her problem with it is her fear that it might not correct her mobility. She wants to hold on to the little hope she has, yet he makes it so hard. His support pushes her to want the surgery. Also, she has always wanted to be able to run to him and hold him. It doesn't sound like much, but it's a big dream. Taeyeon assures her that one day she'll be able to do that. Run to him. Warmly, he wraps her in his arms, promising her she can do it, so she does. No hesitation, no fear, just blind trust in him, fate, and her will. In no time at all, the surgery comes and goes. Sahi then begins recovery, certain that she can move even if she can't move. Thinking of Taeyeon makes Sahi's recovery swing by swiftly, and after everything she gets her wish, she runs to him, unafraid of falling down because even if she falls, she is sure she can try again. Her determination takes her from the start into his arms, the arms of her man. They confess their love for each other, and for the first time ever, she goes home with her husband and son, not limping, but walking properly. It's crazy that he had his first chance with her 9 years ago, when he was 20. She was still at Yangwadang then, and it looked like it was hit by a blizzard. On the day they first crossed paths, Sahi was to return to the dormitory and Mrs. Chun was to see her off. She couldn't, however, because of the pile of work she had to handle to prepare for the arrival of members of the Jungmoon construction group. The first son of the family had thrown himself off a roof of their headquarters. After his funeral, they were to lodge at Yangwadang, so everyone was busy trying to get things in order. Things were so choked that Uncle Bang couldn't come to say goodbye. Sahi at the time didn't see what was so special about the group. It hurt her that feeling of loneliness that plagued her, but instead of crying, she stayed strong and went her way. She hadn't gone far when the Jungmoon convoy arrived. She paid no attention to them and continued on her journey, only to get a distress call from Uncle Bang, demanding she return immediately. He hung up before she could ask why, and she returned, slightly hurt, telling herself that all that mattered was that she returned to the dorm before school started. Upon crashing on her bed, she recounted her plan to leave Yangwadang as soon as possible, but she didn't have a choice. At night, hours after she was asked to stay back, Sahi got a call from Mrs. Chun. She explained why they couldn't see her off, paying respects and more. Once they handled everything, they had nothing left for both her and Uncle Bang to do. It meant her and Uncle Bang had time to see her off properly. On top of that, her grandmother granted them the permission to see her off. She was still bummed, her tone gave that away, so Mrs. Chun offered her words of encouragement, and the opportunity for the three of them to share a bed. Following Mrs. Chun's instructions, Sahi left her room and began her trek to Mrs. Chun's, under the blistering cold. She expected to only deal with the cold, but ended up running into the Jungmoons, particularly the mother of the deceased and her younger son. Seeing her cry, Sahi imagined the best thing to do was to take a different route, but Taeyeon was there. Seeing him leaning by the wall, having a smoke, she didn't know whether it was proper to greet him or just walk past him. She isn't allowed to decide which is best when Taeyeon's aunt called him. Nonchalantly, he asked if she was okay. He downplayed the pain she felt for the death of her son as something that would wash away if she had some rest. His response offended his sly cousin, while it left her aunt stunned. He just didn't care, so his cousin shifted his rage from him to Sahi. She didn't greet them, and that pissed him off, a member of the family that donated so much to Yangwadang. Taeyeon's cousin planned to do more than talk, but the future head of Jungmoon Construction made sure he didn't continue. He got his cousin to leave, bitter, and went on to ask Sahi for her name. As we all know, he already had feelings for her, but kept it under wraps. On the other hand, she felt nothing for him and thought it best to avoid him. Still, he asked for her name. She had to give him an answer. Kim Okbun was the best she could come up with, a lie she told because she knew she was leaving Yangwadang soon. Her lie gets her past Taeyeon and to Mrs. Chun's room where she tries on a new dress she bought. The dress was one of many from the Kim Okbun collection. Imagine that. Sahi claimed she bore the same name as a famous fashion designer. No wonder he laughed hard after her lie. Mrs. Chun, unaware of the encounter, suggested they head to bed, and they did, lying in bed with smiles on their faces. Mrs. Chun was so pleased, she suggested they share a bed the following day. It's something she loved doing, and it reminds her of how they often shared a bed when she was little. It was freezing outside, but the pair had one of the warmest of nights. Taeyeon also had it warm, all thanks to liquor and thoughts of Sahi and the lie she told him. To think by trying to avoid being under his radar, she accidentally walked right into it. By this time, she didn't know how stubborn he was, so she wasn't too bothered when he came around in the morning to ask for a pack of ice. He calculated that somehow, someway, it'll lead to a conversation between him and Sahi, and his plan worked. Mrs. Chun not only revealed her real name during her discussion about the ice packs, she assigned her to help him get it from the dining room. With her cover blown, Sahi's pride was scarred. As she walked him to get the ice packs, all she could think about was what he was thinking about her. She won't have faced so much shame if she left without crossing paths with him, but life can be so unfair. Oddly enough, when she looked back, instead of catching him staring at her, she noticed he was so focused on her movement. The moment it looked like she'd fall, he reached in, saved her, and called her Akbun when he asked her to be careful. Even back then, he teased her. Nevertheless, it made her storm off at her pace, while he followed closely behind. It was this way till they got to the dining hall and she retrieved the ice pack for him. Normally, that would have marked the end of their little adventure, but that isn't what happened. What happened was that he got curious about her, if she worked at Young Hwadang, why she had 2 names, and her age. She didn't know why he was so curious about her, yet she gave out her age. She was 20. Taeyeon hoped she was at least 22. Her youthfulness pushed him away. It made him leave without saying a word to her. For a man who was so curious about her 1 minute to switch up at the next, she was left pondering why he was so strange. That second encounter with him made her hope she didn't run into him again, for fear that he'd take to her or persistently follow her, but that wasn't what happened. They ran into each other a few times. Each time, he ignored her. His attitude made her lie in bed, frustrated to the extent that she had to step out to get some fresh air. When she stepped out, she met him standing in front of her room, having a smoke. He didn't understand how he knew she lived there, and ran back in, with hopes that he wasn't waiting for her. So he told herself she was angry he was puffing in front of her room, so she got him a bucket to dispose of the cigarettes. As she set it up, her phone accidentally slipped out of her pocket and landed on the floor, giving him the perfect opportunity to pick it up and insert his number. Once he is done, he hits himself up and hands her phone to her, assuring her that she can call him if she ended up needing something. So he declined the offer, declaring she wasn't like that. It let him know she was one of the good ones, earning her a head pat, which she didn't appreciate. Taeyeon then promised to contact her when he thought of her again. It was that last time she saw him that winter. By spring, he finally reached out, after long days of thinking about her. The woman he couldn't get out of his head following a brief interaction. He tried to suppress it, but eventually gave in. Fortunately for him, no one was by her side. He feared she would have gotten herself a man, but she hadn't. That made him open up about coming back because of her. From that day and many days after he made her know, he had a special place in his heart for her, with gifts and frequent meetups that eventually had her daydreaming and Yoo-jung thinking Taeyeon was her boyfriend. Straight up, she denied them being that deep. And for a millisecond, Yoo-jung feared she was only talking to him for the benefits. She promised her their relationship wasn't like that, whereas she had no idea what they really had. Looks like this is a world where Taeyeon made his move instead of letting her slip away and trying 9 years later. In any case, she needed to know what they were doing and reached out to Taeyeon for them to meet. Sahi didn't want anything fancy, so they sat together in his car while she pondered the best way to seek clarity. She didn't want to continue taking gifts from him. They weren't dating, and she saw herself as the only party benefiting. Meanwhile, he thought she called him to ask for something. He was eager to hear what it was, but she reminded him she didn't move that way. She started to think he saw her as a pushover, but he didn't, and tried to prove it with a hug mixed with a little teasing. That only made things worse. She got more serious, although the change in mood helped her ask what type of relationship they were in. He responded by asking her if she wanted them to make it official, but she felt she begged for it and decided to leave with her dignity intact. As soon as she reached for the door, she was stunned by a statement she didn't anticipate. He declared that he already believed they were dating all this time. He didn't think they needed any memo, but since she desired clarity, he asked her out properly. A kiss came next, along with the decision for her to spend the night at his place, once they got her pajamas. That night, the pair got intimate. The days that followed were a blessing, eventually leading to a 10-day exhibition that Sahi organized. The entire event got her anxious, yet she moved, by her will and his support through the flowers he had anonymously delivered to her on every day of the exhibition. He didn't mind his managerial position, he always made it compulsory to show up for her. Like on the final day of the exhibition, he came personally to deliver the bouquet and a congratulatory message. By evening, they celebrated together, and she got curious about the wedding he told her he was to attend one time. It was the following day he was going to attend, which wasn't a problem. Nevertheless, that wedding made her think about her and him. She didn't see them settling down together. Him, heir to the throne of Jungmoon Construction. Her, a college student who limped. It didn't look like a match made in heaven. It's a match that pushed her into drinking so much she got drunk. She couldn't shake off their difference in ranks. Still, she desperately held on to the moment she had him by her, hoping to enjoy it for as long as she could. Taeyeon had no idea the internal torment she faced. Even when she suggested intimacy, he didn't read much into it and took her to the room he booked. At the door, she felt slightly uncomfortable, expecting a cycle she had gotten used to, but instead she got a proposal. In a grand way, he asked her to marry him, showing her that the space beside him was for her. He didn't want to let go, just like her, no matter what the world said or who pointed fingers at her. She established her feelings with a kiss, after which she accepted him. Ever the romantic, Taeyeon then declared that no matter the hardships the world threw at them, they'd face it together. He was glad they met that winter, even though he was certain that they would have met another time if they didn't meet the time they did. He was sure they would have fallen in love too. Still, it all came and went swiftly. In no time, they were married, building a life together with their daughter. The crazy thing is that all he said about them being destined for each other, he believed it. And with that, this beautiful story comes to an end. If you enjoyed it, please support us by leaving a comment below. Until next time, ciao.